supposed to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Talking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. I'm to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Talking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. I'm to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Talking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. I'm to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Talking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. I'm to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. We make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. We make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Talking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it. I can see it through the screen, son. Thinking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponents never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. We make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का बैटल ग्राउंड्स वाइल्ड इंडिया प्रो सीरीज 2026 में। अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि बीजेएस 2026 बस बीता ही है और अब हम प्रो सीरीज के साथ आ चुके हैं। और जैसा कि नाम अपने आप में सजेस्ट करता है, यहां पर जो बैटल है वो होने वाली है प्रोस के बीच में और हमें देखना है कि प्रो ऑफ द प्रोवेस्ट कौन यहां पर अपने आप को प्रूव करके जाने वाला है और साथ ही साथ वो ग्लोबल रिप्रेजेंटेशन का जो मौका है वो भी रहेगा। इसके बारे में विस्तार में बात जरूर करेंगे, बट अभी के लिए मेरा नाम अंकित पांडे के एंकी बॉर्ड और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले दो मेधावी कमेंटेटर्स जो कि रहेंगे स्पीरो और साथ में मेजी। आप दोनों का ही बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। बट सच में बीजेएस अभी ही तो बीता और अब हम प्रो सीरीज के साथ आ चुके हैं। वो यादें कितनी फेड हो चुकी है और यहाँ से एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या रहेंगी?
देखिए, इस तरह का जो बीजीआईएस था उसको हम भुला नहीं सकते। वो यादें मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कभी भी हमारी जिंदगी में हमसे कोई छीन सकता है। इट वाज अमेजिंग। मुझे अभी भी याद है जिस तरह से सोल ने वो ट्रॉफी उठाई और जेनेसिस ने जो एफर्ट दिखाया। आई थिंक दैट वाज द बेस्ट बीजीआईएस एवर। बट अभी भी बहुत कुछ देखना बाकी है। जब बीजीआईएस इतना अच्छा हुआ है तो बीएमपीएस और बेहतर होगा।
और देखिए, बीएमपीएस खत्म होने के बाद जैसे हम बात भी करते हैं कि बहुत सारे जो चेंजेस हैं वो भी आते हैं और कई सारी टीम्स हैं जो कोशिश कर रही थी कि वो जो चेंजेस हैं वो ना हो, पर हमेशा कहा जाता है कि भाई कोई ना कोई एक खिलाड़ी होता है जिनको लगता है कि हाँ, रिप्लेस करने के बाद शायद टीम थोड़ी और स्टेबल हो जाए। स्टेबिलिटी की तरफ सारी टीम्स जाने की कोशिश करती है और अंततः बीएमपीएस की शुरुआत वो बढ़िया ही करना चाहते हैं।
पर चलिए, जब हम बीएमपीएस 2026 पे आए उससे पहले थोड़ा बीएमपीएस 2025 की तरफ चलते और वहां पर जो टीम ट्रॉफी जीत करके गई थी, जो डार्क हॉर्सेस थे जिनसे एक्सपेक्टेशंस शायद उतनी ज्यादा नहीं थी टूर्नामेंट के स्टार्ट पे, और अब हम देख रहे हैं कि वो भी कुछ बदलाव के साथ आए हैं। हालांकि बीएमपीएस के बाद से ही टीम एएक्स का सफर उतना ज्यादा उम्दा देखने को मिला नहीं है और अब साइरेक्स की वापसी टीम एएक्स में कैसे देखते हैं आप दोनों लोग?
देखिए, एक पॉजिटिव चेंज है अगर आप मुझसे पूछेंगे, क्योंकि पिछली बार बहुत सही साबित हुआ था। साइरेक्स एक ग्लू की तरह काम करते हैं इस टीम के लिए और पिछली बार बीएमपीएस जब जीते थे तो सब साइरेक्स इस टीम का हिस्सा थे। दैट्स द बिगेस्ट थिंग जो मुझे लगता है एक चेंज की तरह हम देख सकते हैं। बट रेडन की भी यहाँ पे एक आगमन हुआ है और उनके लिए भी एक्साइटेड हूँ। हाँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि पिछला टूर्नामेंट जो बीजीआईएस था वो रेडन का बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं किया, लेकिन कैपेबिलिटी है, वो काबिल प्लेयर हैं और मुझे लगता है कि इस टीम में आर्यन के साथ मिलकर वो और अच्छा कर सकते हैं।
और देखिए, रेडन के पास वैसे भी एक्सपीरियंस की कमी है नहीं। जब वो सोमराज के साथ थे तब उन्होंने ट्रॉफी भी उठाई है। ठीक है, बीच में थोड़ा डिप जरूर आया उनके परफॉर्मेंस में और उसके बाद टीम का साथ छोड़ना पड़ा। देन उसके बाद 8-बिट के अंदर वो जाने की कोशिश करते रहे, वहां पर बढ़िया खेलने की कोशिश करते रहे और कई बार हमने उनको वहां पर बेंच भी होते हुए देखा और फाइनली अब एक नई टीम की तरफ वो खिलाड़ी गया जरूर है। अब देखते हैं ये प्रो सीरीज वो कैसा खेल सकते हैं पिछले चैंपियन आईजीएल के साथ।
जी हाँ, और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि क्या वो हिस्ट्री को रिपीट कर सकते हैं, क्या एक बार फिर से वो ट्रॉफी उठा के जा सकते हैं। और चेंजेस की बात कर रहे हैं तो अब ये ट्रांसफर विंडो जो था वो बहुत सारे चेंजेस लेकर के आया। कुछ एक्सपेक्टेड थे, काफी सारे अनएक्सपेक्टेड भी हमें देखने को मिले और ऐसे में अगर 8-बिट की बात करें तो वहां पर भी एक बदलाव हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। शुभ की एंट्री हो चुकी है टीम में।
देखिए, शुभ जब 40R से खेले तब भी प्रभावित किया था, उसके पहले जब रेकनिंग में थे तब भी प्रभावित किया था। छोटा पैकेज, बड़ा धमाका है ये प्लेयर। बट क्या एक्सपीरियंस खिलाड़ियों के साथ जो उनको चाहिए वो अग्रेशन दिखा पाएगा? बिकॉज सारंग ऑलरेडी वहां पे हैं, जूसी ऑलरेडी वहां पे हैं, उनको फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई करना आता है, ट्रॉफी जीतना आता है सारंग को। लेकिन उस एक्सपीरियंस के साथ ना उनको एक ऐसा सोल्टर चाहिए जो जाके अटैक कर पाए, जो फ्रैग्स निकाले अपने दम पे। शुभ अगर वो रोल पूरा कर पाए, नाउ दैट वुड बी अमेजिंग।
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं पिछली बार जो कमी रह गई थी कि स्किप्स अकेले थे जो मार रहे थे, रैंगल का वो मैच आप सोचिए कितनी कोशिश करी थी उस प्लेयर ने कि जो फ्रैग्स हैं उसे कंफर्म करा जाए। पर जैसा स्पिरो ने कहा भी कि भाई कोई एक और होना चाहिए जो साथ में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले। मैं मानता हूं शुभ, और कभी अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो शॉर्टी वो भी तैयार रहेंगे।
पर चलिए, तो हमने टीम्स के बारे में कुछ बात करी, बट अब उस टीम के बारे में बात करते हैं जिनके बारे में चर्चाएं ही चर्चाएं चलती हैं। आई मीन टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, बीजेएस 2026 खत्म होने के बाद से ही किसी टीम के बारे में सबसे ज्यादा जो सुनने के लिए आया, उनकी फॉर्मेशन जब हो रही थी तभी। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट टीम एपेक्स और एपेक्स प्रेडेटर्स की जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है वो सब उनसे लगा करके चल रहे हैं। ये भी एक बदलाव था। जॉनथन बहुत समय के बाद वो गॉडलाइक से उन्होंने अलविदा बोला और अब एक अपनी टीम बना करके वो यहां पर आए हैं। एपेक्स से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है, बिकॉज जो अभी हाल फिलहाल के टूर्नामेंट चल रहे हैं वहां पे प्रदर्शन टॉप टू द मार्क है।
देखिए, मुझे तो लगता है एक कहानी का अंत हुआ है तो एक और कहानी की शुरुआत हुई है। अब जेली के साथ दोबारा से जॉनथन आए हैं और अब कंफर्टेबल नजर आ रहे हैं। जैसे आप बात कर रहे हैं हाल ही में हुए हुए टूर्नामेंट्स हो या फिर स्क्रिम्स हो, टीम अच्छा खेल रही है, कॉन्फिडेंट नजर आ रही है और जॉनी एक अलग फ्री रोल में भी नजर आए हैं, थोड़ा टीम से अलग है, यूटिलिटी का इस्तेमाल बहुत अच्छे से कर रहे हैं और यही उनकी खासियत है। आई होप कि वो प्रेशर सिचुएशन को और बेहतर हैंडल कर पाए और जेली मुझे लगता है कि अपनी रोटेशंस के साथ इस टीम को बहुत आगे ले जा पाएंगे। बट जीत का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, अगर आप एक मिसिंग पीस ऑफ पजल देखें, वो हाइड्रो रहने वाले हैं। वो अगर फ्लैग निकालेंगे इस टीम के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा।
और देखिए, ऑडियंस पीछे रहती नहीं है टाइटल देने में। अभी हाल फिलहाल में जब हाइड्रो बहुत ज्यादा शानदार खेलते हुए नजर आए तो उन्हें वो प्रिंस का जो खिताब था वो दिया गया फैंस की तरफ से कि चलिए ठीक है, अब हमारे पास भी एक प्रिंस मौजूद रहेगा। अब वो खेल किस तरीके से पाएंगे वो तो खैर देखने वाली बात है। पर जब जेली से मेरी बातचीत हो भी रही थी तो उन्होंने कहा कि अगर 6 मैन की लाइनअप बनानी होती तो वो रॉनी को अपने साथ जरूर लेकर जाते, पर जैसा सभी को पता है कि 5 ही प्लेयर की आप लाइनअप बना सकते हैं, इसलिए रॉनी को उन्हें विदा बोलना पड़ा और जॉनथन के साथ मिलकर अपने जो 4 प्लेयर्स थे उनको जुटाए रखा। और एक और था कि प्लेइंग 4 में कौन खेल सकता है कौन नहीं खेल सकता। मैं मानता हूं कि जेली इस बात पर सहमति जरूर दर्ज करते हैं कि कियो और हर्ष दोनों का खेलने का तरीका लगभग सेम तरीके का है। तो अगर आप स्विच करते भी हैं तो कियो हर्ष यही दो हैं जिनमें आप स्विच करते रहेंगे। बाकी देखेंगे बीएमपीएस की शुरुआत टीएजी ऑन टॉप किस तरीके से वो कर सकते हैं।
और चलिए, आपने प्रिंस के बारे में चर्चाएं करी तो हम गॉडलाइक की तरफ भी चलते हैं, क्योंकि वहीं पर प्रिंस ऑफ बीजीएमआई स्पार्क को कहा जाता है और अभी के लिए वहां भी एक बदलाव हमें देखने को मिला। सौम्य की जो एंट्री है वो देखने को मिल रही है गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स में। और सौम्य की अगर बीजीआईएस के परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें तो बहुत ज्यादा उम्दा रहा है। उससे पहले भी वो मल्टीपल रोस्टर्स में खेले, वहां भी प्रदर्शन काफी ज्यादा बेहतर उन्होंने करके दिखाया। बट आपको लगता है कि गॉडलाइक के लिए सौम्य वो मिसिंग पीस ऑफ द पजल साबित हो सकते हैं?
डेफिनेटली, देखिए हो सकते हैं सौम्य। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मुझे लगती है गॉडलाइक की इस लाइनअप के साथ कि अगर आप इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे हर प्लेयर को देखते हैं तो हर प्लेयर अपने अंदर सर्वगुण संपन्न है। आप मानिया को देखिए, रोटेशन अच्छी कराते हैं, खुद फ्लैग्स भी निकालते हैं। हर टीम में एक ऐसा आईजेल होना चाहिए जो ये कर पाए। सौम्य पिछली बार जब भी अकेले बच रहे थे अपनी टीम की तरफ से, कितनी ज्यादा वैल्यू वो निकाल रहे थे। 7-8 पॉइंट्स तो वो अकेले निकाल के जा रहे थे। एडमिनो अकेले बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, स्पावर अकेले बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, बट इंडिविजुअलिटी का गेम है नहीं। एज अ टीम अगर ये चारों प्लेयर सेम पेज पे आ पाए इस बार इस बीएमपीएस के अंदर, वन ऑफ द लाइनअप्स टू लुक आउट फॉर, फेवरेट्स बन जाएंगे अगर टीम वर्क दिखा पाए तो।
देखिए, इसमें कोई भी दो राय नहीं है, पर अगर आप पिछले कुछ रिकॉर्ड्स देखते हैं जहां पर सौम्य मान्या के साथ खेलते हुए नजर आए थे, शायद वो बीजीआईएस कोलकाता का ही सफर था जहां पर टीम सोल से ये सारे ही खिलाड़ी खेल रहे थे और वहां पर वो 15th प्लेस पर टीम एंड करके गई थी। और जैसे ही ये बीजीआईएस खत्म हुआ था, मान्या वो शायद मन अपना बना भी चुके थे कि नहीं, जो अगला प्लेयर उनको चाहिए वो सौम्य ही होने वाला है। ट्राई आउट लिया गया और बड़े आसानी से सौम्य वो गॉडलाइक का हिस्सा बन चुके हैं। मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि एडमिनो एंड एस्पावर के साथ सौम्य का जो प्रदर्शन है, क्योंकि एक्चुअली में बीजीएस में वो बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गए। मैं मानता हूं काफी स्टेबल लाइनअप अब टीम गॉडलाइक की मौजूद है और साथ में गॉडजी वो तो हैं ही।
देखिए, हमने गॉड्स के बारे में बात करी, प्रिंस और किंग के बारे में भी चर्चाएं चल रही थी, तो फिर किंगडम मेकर जैसा स्पीरो बोलते हैं उनके बारे में भी चर्चाएं करनी बनती हैं। सोमराज, उन्होंने कई बार ये बोला है कि कोई भी 4 प्लेयर्स दे दो, हम बढ़िया खेल करके जाएंगे। और इस बार भी उन्होंने कुछ बदलाव करे अपनी टीम के अंदर, एक नए बैनर के साथ वो जुड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपको कैसा लग रहा है ये चेंज?
देखिए, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम जब भी सोमराज की बात करते हैं ना, बहुत सारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस के साथ बात करते हैं, बट कई बार ऐसे कितने सारे टूर्नामेंट हमने देखे हैं जहां पे वो एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे खड़े नहीं उतर पाए हैं। जब उतरते हैं, जब फाइनल्स तक पहुंचते हैं तो जीत के जाते हैं। वो भी एक चीज है कि जब फाइनल्स पहुंचेंगे ट्रॉफी लेके जाएंगे, बट कई बार वो फाइनल्स तक पहुंच नहीं पाए और बीजीआईएस भी कुछ ऐसा ही था उनके लिए। लेकिन अब जब स्मोकर उनके साथ अभी भी हैं, स्ट्रेंजर उनके साथ अभी भी हैं और स्नो जोड़ को वो लेके आए हैं, शायद जो मिसिंग अग्रेशन उनको भी चाहिए था वो भी उनकी टीम में आ चुका है। इट फील्स गुड। SSSS अब कैसा खेलते हैं, लेट्स फाइंड आउट।
देखिए मैं मानता हूं कि जूसी और सोमराज को एस से कुछ तो प्यार है। दोनों ही टीम में 4 ऐसे प्लेयर हैं जिनका एस से नाम शुरू होता है। खैर वो तो देखेंगे किस तरीके से उनका प्रदर्शन होगा, पर सोमराज का हमेशा से मानना रहा है कि कोई भी अंडरगॉड टीम को लेकर वो अपने आप को बहुत ऊपर पहुंचा सकते हैं। और शायद इस बार प्लेयर भी इसी तरीके से चुनाव किए गए हैं, जैसे स्ट्रेंजर पहले से ही थे, टॉरस को उन्होंने ऐड किया और एक्चुअली में उस प्लेयर का प्रदर्शन बहुत बढ़िया रहा है। हाल फिलहाल में जितने भी स्क्रिम्स खेले हैं प्रभावित किया है।
जी हाँ, प्रभावित बहुत ज्यादा किया और उम्मीद है कि ये सारी जो ट्रांसफर्स है वो बेहतर साबित हो। बट ऐसे में टीम रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क के अंदर भी एक चेंज हमें देखने को मिल रहा है और थोड़ा पिक्यूलियर सा चेंज है जो हम यूजुअली नहीं देखते हैं। बिना एक आईजीएल की ये टीम हमें अभी के लिए देखने को मिल रही है और बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस भी वहां पर हैं कि क्या 4 असॉल्टर्स काफी है। हालांकि मुझे अभी भी लगता है कि निंजा जॉर्ड के पास वो इनफ एक्सपीरियंस जरूर मौजूद है। इस टीम को किस तरीके से देखा जाए फिर इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए?
देखिए मैं तो कहूंगा कि अगर एज अ टीम वो बिना आईजीएल के भी अच्छा खेल जाते हैं, रोटेशंस अच्छी आती है, पैनिक सिचुएशन में कोई घबराता नहीं है, बहुत सारी कॉलिंग्स और कंफ्यूजन नहीं होती है, देन इट्स अ वेरी गुड टीम। क्योंकि हर किसी के पास वो फायर पावर है। वेल्ट से जो प्रोटोन आए हैं, क्या कमाल का प्रदर्शन उनका रहा था वेल्ट के लिए, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे बहुत फ्रैग्स निकाले थे। अगर वो रेप्लिकेट कर पाए वैसा रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क के साथ, नाउ दैट वुड बी समथिंग जो देखने में बहुत मजा आएगा। बट अगेन वही चीज है, क्या वो कंफ्यूजन को हैंडल कर पाएंगे पैनिक प्रेशर सिचुएशन में बिना आईजीएल के?
देखिए मैं बस इतना कहूंगा कि अगर ट्रेस के साथ कोई एक खिलाड़ी खड़ा हो जाए, जो कि पेन है क्योंकि बहुत बढ़िया वो खेल कर गए थे बीजीएस के पूरे सफर में, पर मैं मानता हूं कि अब प्रोटोन के आने के बाद वो टीम सच में और ज्यादा स्टेबल हो चुकी है। और निंजा जॉर्ड के बारे में क्या ही कहने, जिस तरीके से वो प्लेयर हमेशा खेलता आया है। अभी हाल फिलहाल में थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट्स में हमने रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क को चमकते हुए देखा, शानदार प्रदर्शन रहा है, फिनिशेस काफी सारे निकाले गए। ऐसा कहीं भी दिखाई नहीं दिया कि चारों प्लेयर के अंदर कहीं से भी कोई कोऑर्डिनेशन की कमी है। मैं मानता हूं शुरुआत अच्छी हो सकती है उस टीम की भी।
पर देखिए हमने रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क के बारे में बात करी, गॉडलाइक के बारे में बात करी, पंक का नाम अगर हम ना ले तो फिर मिसिंग लगेगा ये सारी चीजें। और अब पंक जो है वो ट्रू रिपर्स में जा चुके हैं और वो भी उन्होंने भी अपनी टीम के अंदर बदलाव काफी सारे किए। तो ऐसे में वो एमवीपी प्लेयर वाली भूमिका पंक निभा पाएंगे या नहीं, क्योंकि असॉल्टर भी बहुत ही ज्यादा उम्दा है। बट अब कंपेरेटिवली थोड़े कम एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स के साथ वो उतरते हुए नजर आएंगे। आप दोनों लोग इस चीज को कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए कम एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर शायद मैं ना बोलूं, बट मैं ये बोलूंगा परफॉर्मिंग प्लेयर जरूर है। शायन ने कमाल खेला था बीजीआईएस के अंदर, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे उस प्लेयर ने बहुत फ्रैग्स निकाले और इंपॉर्टेंट समय पे फ्रैग्स निकाले। सेम चीज आप कह सकते हैं टर्मी के लिए, वो टर्मिनेटर का रोल अदा कर रहे थे अपनी टीम के लिए। तो टीम तो अच्छी बनाई है पंक ने, बट क्या सिनर्जी ला पाएंगे, वो एक सबसे बड़ा सवाल रहेगा इस लाइनअप के साथ।
देखिए टर्मी तो क्लच मास्टर हैं, पैसे भी लेकर गए थे तो मैं मानकर चलता हूं कि पंक के साथ अब जुड़े हैं तो एक बार फिर से प्रदर्शन उनका शानदार ही रहने वाला है। और रही बात ओमेगा की, तो हम सभी को पता है बनी के साथ एचबी में जितने समय तक वो रहे हैं, आईसीबी वो खिलाड़ी खेल चुका है, एक्सपीरियंस की उनके पास कोई कमी रहने नहीं वाली। और जब भी ओमेगा की बात होती थी तो ऐसा लगता था कि वही अपनी टीम के आईजीएल हैं। बनी तो फिर भी थोड़ा शांत रहा करते थे, तो अब मैं मानकर चलता हूं कि फिल्टर का काम मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ओमेगा होंगे जो कर रहे होंगे। आईजीएल पंक तो तैयार हैं ही।
जी हाँ, और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट होगा कि अब बड़े नाम क्या यहाँ से भी हमें निकलते हुए नजर आएंगे और बड़े मुकाम तक ये टीम्स पहुंच पाएंगी या फिर नहीं पहुंच पाएंगी। बट इन सारी चीजों को अगर हम मद्देनजर रखें तो बीएमपीएस और भी बहुत सारी चीजों के लिए बहुत अहम बन जाता है। बीजेएस के बारे में हमने बात करी कि अंडर गॉड्स को राइज करने का मौका मिलेगा, पर यहां तो बारी ग्लोबल रिप्रेजेंटेशन की है। मैं आप दोनों से ही चाहूंगा कि बताएं आप जरा क्या स्लॉट्स मिल रहे हैं, कैसे आगे बढ़ा जा सकता है। एक एक स्लॉट्स के बारे में ही बता दीजिए।
चलिए मैं शुरू करता हूं। यहाँ पे मेजी आपको सरप्राइज के लिए रखते हैं, मैं बताता हूं। बीएमपीएस जो चैंपियन बनेगा वो भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करेगा, एंड दैट्स गोना बी द बिगेस्ट थिंग। सो जितने भी प्रोज यहाँ पे हैं भाई, मेहनत करो थोड़ी सी, बिकॉज वी वांट कि बेस्ट टीम ही हो जो भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करे।
चलिए देखिए, आपने एक स्लॉट की बात कर दी है, अब बारी आती है सरप्राइजेस की। और जब सरप्राइजेस की बात आती है तो क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स की जो वेबसाइट है, हमारी जो ऑडियंस है ताक लगाकर बैठी रहती है कि भाई कुछ अपडेट हुआ कि नहीं हुआ। तो जी हाँ बिल्कुल, वहां पर जो हमारा लीडर बोर्ड था वो अपडेट हो चुका है। ओरांगुटान को हमने पहले पायदान पर देखा है, मैं ग्लोबल लीडर बोर्ड की बात कर रहा हूं। दूसरे पर हमने टीम सोल को देखा है और थर्ड पर हमने टीम जेनेसिस को देखा है। तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इनमें से कोई एक जो बीएमपीएस जीते वो तो जाहिर है ग्लोबल रिप्रेजेंटेशन के लिए, पर ग्लोबल लीडर बोर्ड में केआई ग्लोबल लीडर बोर्ड में जो भी पहले पायदान पर होगा दूसरा स्लॉट उनको मिलने वाला है।
और इन केस अगर ये दोनों ही टीम सेम हो, यानी कि BMPS की जो विनर है वो भी वही हो और KI लीडर बोर्ड में भी टॉप ऑफ द टेबल टीम हमें सेम ही देखने को मिले, तो फिर जो हमारा BMPS 2026 है उसमें जो सेकंड पोजीशन की टीम होगी वो आगे बढ़ती हुई नजर आएगी और वो भारत का जो झंडा है वो लहराएगी। अपने आप में एक इमोशनल मूवमेंट रहते हैं हम जब भी इन सारी चीजों के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो बट अगेन इसके साथ एक एडेड प्रेशर भी हमें जुड़ता हुआ नजर आता है और यहां पर अब प्रेशर में कौन क्रम्बल करेगा, कौन सर्वाइव कर पाएगा, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है। बिकॉज हमने बहुत सारे ट्रांसफर्स के बारे में बात की है, बट अभी भी मल्टीपल टीम्स ऐसी है जिन्होंने रोस्टर में कोई चेंजेस नहीं करे और जो टॉप 3 टीम्स की आपने बात करी उन्होंने कुछ खास बदलाव नहीं किए।
एंड दैट्स व्हाई मे बी वो सबसे ऊपर है, क्योंकि उनकी टीम में कोई सिनर्जी का इशू नहीं है, कोई आईजीएल का इशू नहीं है, रोटेशन वो बहुत अच्छी करते हैं। और आपने जैसे प्रेशर की बात करी, तो प्रेशर इज प्रिविलेज, राइट? आई मीन इन टीम्स के पास इतना बढ़िया मौका है, ये प्रोज है, हम सब इनको प्रोज कह रहे हैं, प्रो सीरीज है। अगर आप जीत रहे हैं तो आप डिजर्व करते हैं, आप अर्न करके जाएंगे, भारत का झंडा आपकी जर्सी के ऊपर होगा, आप उसको लेके जाएंगे, ग्लोबल रिप्रेजेंटेशन आपकी रहेगी, एंड वी ऑल आर एक्साइटेड अबाउट दैट।
देखिए, मैं तो बस इतना कहूंगा कि प्रैक्टिस में कोई कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए। जितना ज़्यादा आप बेहतर खेल पाएं उतना ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा हमारी ऑडियंस को। पिछली बार जब AX गई थी तो सच में उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया फाइटिंग जो स्किल्स थे वो दिखाए थे। हम सभी को याद है कि भाई सैनॉक के अंदर उन्होंने बड़ी बड़ी टीम को पछाड़ा है, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस भी लिए हैं, हराया भी है। अब देखेंगे इस BMPS से कौन सी वो टीम जो बहुत शानदार खेल कर जाए।
जी हाँ, क्योंकि सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है कि BMPS में आप कैसा परफॉर्म करके जाएंगे और एक बार फिर से शून्य से शुरुआत ही होने वाली है। बट अब यहाँ का जो फॉर्मेट है ना वो भी बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि अभी तक हमने जितने भी BMPS के सीजन्स देखे हैं वहां पर अलग किस्म का फॉर्मेट था, बट यहाँ पर फॉर्मेट काफी ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग भी है। एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आप लोग भी एक्साइटेड है जानने के लिए कि फॉर्मेट है क्या। तो आइए चलते सीधे फॉर्मेट एक्सप्लेनर की तरफ।
Let's deep dive into how this year's BMPS will go down. This is the format explainer for BMPS 2026. Qualifiers, 6th to 31st May. The journey begins with 64 teams split across 4 groups. The groups will be divided according to the rankings of the teams in the previous official tournament. All the 64 teams will battle it out over multiple match days in the qualifiers, which will happen in 4 phases, 6th to 31st May. Each day features 6 matches across Erangel, Miramar and Rondo, bringing the total number of matches per team to 24. But here's where it gets intense. This stage follows a promotion and relegation system. After every 6 matches, top 4 teams from groups B, C and D get promoted. Bottom 4 teams from groups A, B and C get relegated. It's a constant shuffle. Only the most consistent teams will make their journey easier. After all the qualifier matches are over, the following will take place. Top 8 teams from Group A will directly qualify to the Grand Finals. Remaining 8 teams from Group A will qualify for the semi-finals. Top 8 teams from Group B will qualify for the semi-finals. Teams ranked 25th to 56th, which is bottom 8 of Group B, the whole Group C and top 8 of Group D will move on to the survival stage. Bottom 8 teams from Group D will be eliminated from BMPS 2026. Survival stage, 2nd to 5th June. 32 teams will enter the survival stage and play 24 matches in round-robin format, each team playing 12 matches. Only 8 will survive and move on to the semi-finals, and the rest of the teams will be eliminated. Semi-finals, 9th to 12th June. Now 24 teams remain. Let's recap how these teams arrived at the semi-finals. Bottom 8 from Group A, top 8 from Group B, top 8 from survival. These 24 teams will now clash in a double round-robin format, each playing 16 matches. After a total of 24 matches, top 6 will qualify for grand finals. Rank 7th to 22nd will move on to the last chance stage. Bottom 2 will be eliminated. Last chance, 13th to 14th June. 16 teams, 12 matches, and one final chance for all the teams to make it to the grand finals. The top 2 will make it to the grand finals, and the rest of the teams will be eliminated. This is it. All the hard work, all the perseverance, all the sacrifices have led these 16 teams to the last stage of BMPS 2026. They will battle across 18 matches over 3 days. No more safety nets, no more second chances. Only one team will be crowned BMPS 2026 champion.
Let's go!
This year has went through a lot of changes. The first one being the roster changes itself, and the second one, now the BMPS 2026 format, is with a massive twist. But before we continue the conversation, I'm going to be your host, Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is Super Johnny. And Johnny, yes, a massive twist when it comes to the format. It's completely changed. And of course, how can we forget about those roster changes as well?
Exactly. At least one of these changes we were aware about, because transfer window, I was very excited when BGIS came to an end recently. That what were the changes that we were going to see for the Pro Series. But the format itself for the Pro Series, especially the qualifiers with the promotion relegation system in place, man, oh man, I think we are in for a ride for this one.
One thing is for sure, consistency is going to be your best friend if you're someone that's currently competing inside of the BMPS 2026. But now we also got to look at all those 64 teams that are currently participating inside of the BMPS 2026. Since we've got 64 teams, we've also divided them in 4 groups, which is of course Group A, B, C, and D. And since these groups are going to be duking it out today, it's going to be an exciting day.
Exactly. I mean, today itself, the tone will be set, because as we had a look at the format, promotion and relegation changes everything, and changes are going to happen in groups every single week. So 6 matches to remain in the top spot. We start off with Group A, where we have the biggest names in the country: Soul, Genesis, OG, Victor, Sumus, Godlike. We have DG, REVENANT XSPARK, Wyld Fangs, Vasista Esports, Nebula, Learn From Past, ninza, Myth, Reckoning Esports, Team Tamilas, and WELT. And again, this year with BGIS was a phenomenal start to all of these teams.
I know, right? All these teams really were there to prove their mettle, especially speaking of teams like Genesis Esports and Hunters. Man, this guy is a completely different breed, and what we witnessed at the start of the year was absolutely legendary. Group B as well flashes on the screen. You've got Lastade, 4TR, 7GS, K9, Tamilan Esports, Jaguar Esports, MADKINGS, White Walkers, Team Apex Gaming, of course, the hot topic right now in the community, 8-Bit, RIOTNATIONz, NQSH. Then you've also got H4K coming through, Higgboson, HADX, and WINDGOD Esports.
Yeah, I think one thing I've noticed with the first 32 teams on our screens is the fact that as you keep going to the later groups, you can expect the most amount of roster changes. I mean, by the time we reach Group D, that's going to be teams that are kind of fresh. You have seen those faces in the past playing for different roster, but this time all of them are coming together. And again, even the banners were there in the past as well. That is why they are here this time around. Moving on to the teams from Group C, we have T7xORION, Nonix, Blink Esports, 7 Aces, TRB, Genx FM. As I mentioned, the name that we keep seeing time and time again in the officials, Team Flying Esports. There's Mysterious 4, Thunder Gods, Ares Esports, Likhita, Santa ESP. We have Rising Esports, God Sent Legion, Rapid Chaos, Zero Arc, and Aura Esports.
One thing is for sure, we're once again going to see a lot of fresh faces. And since these teams have also went through a lot of changes in general inside of the roster, it's also going to be a bit tough to us adjust and understand how the playstyle is going to be looking like for each other. So one thing is for sure, that the first day might just be filled up with a lot of jitters, because even they need to adjust accordingly. And yes, looking at the final group as well, Group D flashes up. We've also got some incredible names over here. Esports Social, Phoenix Esports, VXT. You've also got AX coming through, Team Doxy once again making a comeback. Then you've also got REDX once again right here. And how can we forget about Quantum Sparks?
Man, I'm surprised you did not mention God's Reign. They're there as well. I mean, it's the return of the boys, and of course, I mean, we always expect great things from God's Reign. I mean, this is the team that won the very first BGIs we had back in 2023. And since then, they've taken a tumble. 2025 was not a great year for them, and even the start of 2026 was not that well. Hopefully, they can recover in this BMPS. But talking about the prize pool. 2 crore rupees, Necro on the line. The champions walking away with 60 lakh rupees, but that is just the money. There are more things at stake this time.
I know, right? There's a lot of things at stake. And of course, we also did hear that announcement a while ago. There's also going to be 2 global slots. I'm so excited for that. And yes, of course, the prize as well, it matters a lot. 60 lakh rupees for the champions. Just imagine, once you get your hands on that money, you can do whatever you want, man. You can buy your favorite car.
Exactly. I think we did expect that from the players of Team AX, but I think they were more invested in getting better devices for themselves, because I think that was the story that a lot of these teams are going to look to follow up. A new team that plays their very first Pro Series and takes down all of the legends that are there on the same stage. But for that, you have to make it all the way towards the finals. And in order to do that, you have to be consistent in your matches. As Necro pointed out, as we heard in the format, you have to stay in the top form from the start till the very end. The point structure, it is on our screens. Thing as old as time itself. Winner, winner, chicken dinner gets you 10 points for placements. You finish second, you get 6.
Yeah.
And the points keep on dropping, and 1 point for finish.
Yeah, and that's, of course, something that's been the main motivating factor for all these teams to actually go out there and take those fights as well. And we have seen a lot of aggressive moments, too, as well. If you look at the previous tournament, which was BGS 2026, and specifically taking Team Seoul as an example, that team has been heavy-hitting since the start till the end. We have seen so much consistency from them when it comes to drawing blood, when it comes to taking those fights inside of the game. Team Seoul has been phenomenal. But now looking at the schedule for the week 1, day 1, it's going to be Rondo to kick things off. And of course, we're also going to be seeing Group C and Group B duke it out.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite exciting to see how these first few groups sort of fare up. And as you were talking about the aggression, I think that was kind of visible for the top 3 teams from the grand finals. You talk about Seoul, you talk about OG, you talk about Genesis, and that is thanks to Rondo. But let's see what the teams from Group C delivered today as they kick off their journey for this BMPS 2026. We have T7xORION Esports, Non-X, Blink Esports, and 7 Aces TRB. And I think the biggest change here is going to be the roster for Non-X. The players that represented the banner for BGIS, they had a phenomenal run, but unfortunately the result at the end wasn't something they expected.
It was also a pretty aggressive roster, if you remember. Non-X was out there just guns blazing, taking those fights. And if you look at the remaining teams coming through from Group C, Genix FM, another one of those names that we all need to look out for, because now they've got their hands on Bunny, Ghost, and I really do want to see what they do pack this time.
Yeah, I think Bunny over here is someone to look out for. He's been a decent performer in the past as well, but we do have one of the players in one of the other teams. Henry was there. I just saw that name. And again, playing away from his teammates, that's going to be something that I think he needs to adjust to, but let's see how this time turns out. Moving forward, we have Ares, Likita, we have Satan X, we have Rising Esports. And again, we've seen a few of these names in the past as well. You talk about Adonis. Coffin had a few phenomenal clutches in the early stages of the BGIS as well.
Johnny, one thing is for sure, this Santa is going to be packing a lot of presents, because we haven't seen this team in BGS 2026 as Team Alpha, and they dominated pretty well in the earlier rounds. Yeah, later on, of course, the form faded away, and that was one of the main reasons why we saw that downfall coming through. And the only main reason why they actually went through that downfall, it's because of the aggression drop. They really stopped taking those fights.
Yeah, we were quite excited to see Team Alpha play like Alphas. I mean, they were dominating Rondo, but then I think in the later stages, because they did not have enough matches, later stages of every single tournament are pretty quick, so you have to get those bursts of performances in at the very start. I think Team Alpha, they just kind of fell to the pressure. Hopefully this time, now that they have the experience of how this new map rotation also works, how you need to tackle those rondos, because that is something that caught a lot of teams off guard, with teams catching up on rondos sort of causing trouble for them. I think everyone can adjust. But what about us, man? We have given up predictions for the day. I've gone for Apex and Likita Esports. You've picked Riot Nation and Rising Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Rising Esports, expectations will be there from them. And Riot Nations, we all have seen them in the past as well. Yes, Riot Nations, they definitely do have that potential. But I really hope that they've learned from their past mistakes, and this time they're going to be back on a dominating spree. Salty going with 4TR and Rapid Chaos Esports, which also makes a lot of sense. And of course, for some reason, Icy Baby, he's going with TAG and also Genesis, or Genix FM.
Genix FM, yeah. I think Genix FM, let's see how this new roster turns out for them. I think the best roster, and I'm going to keep on saying this, the best roster we saw from the side of Genix FM was back in 2023. After that, I think there was a little bit of refinement in the players when the few of the earlier players kind of stuck around, but After that, the new build that happened in 2025 did not really work out too well. Even 2026 was not the best of the start for the side of Gen X FM. Hopefully, this time it's going to be a redemption story. But then there are 3 people on the casting rosters for both English and Hindi combined that have gone for TAG, Apex Gaming. I think this is going to be the team to look out for, to be honest. It's the core of True Rippers, Jonathan in the mix. We have seen Jonathan and Jelly in the past. Did not work out too well, but hopefully this time it does.
Speaking of the official track records itself, True Rippers, I mean, of course, they used to be part of True Rippers in the past.
Yes.
And we all saw what happened to them in the BGS 2026. It was not that great.
True.
They got eliminated pretty early inside of the tournament, so you can say technically this roster is not currently in form. And then if you look at the overall structure, if you transfer it towards BMPS 2026, I do have a lot of questions in my mind. But since they're also playing inside of the Group C or inside of the Group D, there is a big chance that they can do a lot better.
I think that there are a couple of things here we need to focus on. Firstly, as you mentioned, it is the core of True Rippers. And secondly, more than Jonathan, the pressure will be on Kyolamau. If that man pops off, the team does well. But again, I think we are about to kick things off day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head towards Rondo.
The plane is in the skies, and this one is going to be an exciting one. The map of Rondo, we all know, it's supposed to bring in a lot of bloodshed. It's supposed to bring in a lot of aggression from these teams, and we are supposed to see a dominating start from a few of these known faces. But is that really going to happen? Are we going to see that aggressive start that we all are waiting for? That's the main question. Plane flat path starting all the way from the right side of the map, heading towards Xiaothin. And this plane flat path right on top of Naqsh Factory. One thing is for sure, we're going to see an aggressive start towards Naqsh Factory.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, Naqsh Factory, the flight path allows those early fights, but it's not just that. We have Danching in the mix as well, out in towards the west, another big city that the teams can drop towards and choose to fight out early. But this is game 1 of day 1, and this is where everyone will look to set their pace. And for Group C, Necro, you finish in the top 4 at the end of first 6 games, you get promoted to Group B.
That is crazy. There's a chance that they can actually improve their standing in the future. And now looking at this overall chaos inside of Naqsh Factory, it's just getting my blood pumping. Santa this time, they're getting absolutely shut down. Coffin is the only person in the close territory, and it seems like he as well is not going to stand a lot of chances. And for some reason, Mysterious 4, they do not even have proper weaponries in their hands yet.
Well, let's see. Mysterious 4, the last time we saw them in the mix, big things were expected, but this time Henry is there. He's the man who already has the experience of competing against the big names. Needs to wait for his teammates to get that revive going. The nade goes out. I think Rising Esports over here can have the upper hand. Necro, your pick, looking to convert some extra finishes in this early fight, but as soon as they charge forward, it's going to be Henry who finds a frag for his team. Quick reset needed for Mysterious 4 now.
Indeed. And looking at the top, one thing is for sure that Mysterious 4, right now they're crumbling apart. Oh no, Henry actually going for those revivals. Nonyx as well in the close proximity, and there's a team right on top as well, just constantly peppering down those shots across the board. But now even Aura, they try to step inside of the playing field. Unfortunately for Rapid Chaos Esports, they've lost out an important man. And now they just need to continue this journey inside of Naqsh Factory as a 2-man squad. Of course, there's one man all the way back towards the recall tower. So yes, the recalls will be there.
Recalls will be available, as you said, so not a lot of pressure. It's just the fact that there will be some distance between you and the rest of the squad now. On the other side of things, Gen X FM in an awkward spot. Just north of Test Track, Ghost already shut down. They are finding the frag, but as soon as they try to close in, it's going to be Thunder Gods to find those picks. And what a play coming through from RB. Bodies drop to the floor through that tiny little window. Although it seems like the finishes were stolen.
They indeed were. Thunder Gods, as of now, just racking up 1 finish point. I'm pretty sure the goal's going to be to rack up a lot more. Zero Arc official. For them, taking down that man from Thunder Gods, it's going to be an easy piece of cake, and that's what he does. Easily shuts that player down. And look at Zero Arc. managing to rack up 7 finishes.
Yeah.
Insane stuff. Pain is Live is now a part of this roster. So once again, you talk about that experience, it's going to be there with them.
Even Sarwar, for that matter, we have seen him time and time again in the officials and the rosters that he was a part of. I remember them making it all the way to quarters and maybe one semi-finals, but no finals representation yet. On the other side of things, I think it's just Zero Arc playing the early stages of Rondo to perfection, 7 eliminations. I mean, as soon as you get 10 eliminations on the board, you can take a backseat and just completely play for the late game placement points. But it's Ares against Team Flying Esports, and look at Knuckle, he's just hiding in the stairwell. Finally, footsteps given information to the opponents, runs up with the shotgun, but he's going to be the man who falls. And even in the backline, his teammates also getting taken out. Bater and Knuckle, both of them shut down by Jot.
Flying Esports. Incredible stuff. Shutting down both those players. Man had his hands on the M249, and he delivered. Rapid Chaos Esports, the troubles continue. One of the man getting knocked out. Mysterious 4. 3 players on the board. One man from the side of Mysterious 4. He's also chipped low. Nonix facing a lot of problems. Cyrax getting knocked out. It's not a good look. But now really what they want to do is make a big pounce, and that's what they're doing. Hexy's able to find a quick trade, and instantly now it seems like Rapid Chaos Esports, even they're going to be the opportunistic bunch, jumping right on top of the boys of Nonix and actually getting the piece of the pie.
Rapid Chaos Esports off to a decent start, I have to say. I mean, the last time we looked at this fight, it seemed like they were going to be pinned down, not able to engage, but no, they found a few openings, found a few extra points for themselves. Blink Esports, Professor pushes up, gets 1 point at least from this chaos. Now Dhruv on the flank. Oh no, what a whiff!
Massive stuff. And speaking of that whiff, that's the main reason why he's not there in the game anymore. But there's also going to be recall triggered, so it's all good in the hood. For Blink Esports, yes, they chimed a little bit late inside of the fight, but at least they got some sort of points racked off this entire Neox Factory Chaos.
I think both the sides kind of traded equal points. Rapid Chaos walked away with 4. Blink Esports took out 3 of the players from Rapid Chaos. They got 3. But things could have been better for Rapid Chaos had Dhruv just been able to connect that shotgun. They could have gotten like 1 or 2 extra points.
Indeed. Oh no, that's a well-placed nade. It's going to chip out a lot of damage. Hunter knows the man's hurt. And there we go. A bit of a backstab as well. That's going to be the icing on top of the cake. The nail in the coffin. Flying Esports is definitely showcasing a lot of determination in securing those elimination points. But one thing is for sure, Zero Arc, they got away with a lot of points as well.
Yeah.
So they've pretty much done their jobs with all those recalls. Now they can once again go back, reset, and do a lot better.
Yeah, just play the standard game of BGMI. Just play for survival. If they can finish in the top 4, top 3 from here on out, overall, this will be a successful outing, a successful performance of Rondo from their side. But let's see what's happening here. T7xORION. And unless they've been spotted out, I think they should be okay. Otherwise, they are going to have to fight this out 2v4. The other players are kind of split from this duo.
T7. It's been a passive start from them. Just 1 finish point gotten. At least they've got something to work with. And now the Bolts have found themselves in the middle. This one's going to be a problematic one. Godsend not letting go of that flare at all. Shots being peppered right on top of that vehicle. And that man from T7xORION, he has to retreat. Needs to fall back, but he's also just out in the open. Not a lot of options available for him too. But instead, Godsend, they mess up big time. Godsend Legion, that's going to be a massive plunder. How can they recover from this? Now just left with the 3-man squad. T7, they've got the man advantage inside of this duel. They can actually go for the fight if they want.
Yeah, T7 is going to be grateful for that. That's a free point for them. And, oh no, Necro, look at the cluster towards the eastern edge, exactly where the players of T7 and Godsend Legion are. So many teams are going to pour in from that eastern edge. I think T7, they need to be on the move. Otherwise, even they could be stuck and gate kept towards the edge of the circle. On the other side of things, Mysterious4 and Rising Esports playing from just a little bit off center should be safe. Aries under fire, 7 aces TRB with the chase, and yep, it was an isolated player just gunned down by the entire roster of 7 aces.
7 aces. I do remember this name. In BGS 2026, they were also there, doing pretty good for themselves. When the situation called for it, we did see some aggressive moments too from them. But as of now, it's been a passive start. Don't really want to indulge in the chaos, instead play with their own pace. For some teams, it definitely does work out. But for some, it's also been a big problem and the reason why they haven't really racked up a lot of points. And Rondo is going to be an opportunity for you to change your fate, for you to change your overall standings, only if you do contribute in that chaos.
Exactly. I think this is the one point where you can work towards your promotion into the group right above you, which in this case will be Group B. Because if you do well on the Rondo, you have a great start, and the goal will be to stay inside of the top 4 for that promotion, avoid getting relegated to Group D. You need that safety cushion to work with, but what was he doing? Just prone out into the open. Mysterious4, a massive blunder coming through. And Thunder Gods, it seems like they are looking to punish this mistake.
But Thunder Gods themselves cannot really just directly make the pounce like that. There's also a man knocked out for them. Revival being stuck, so Fragger's going to be back up on his feet. It's not a concern. Mysterious4. Henry. Ooh, wanted to toss that nade, but then just instantly backs away. Mysterious4 with a lot of trouble. But they're also hitting back pretty well. Taking care of the opponents, constantly chipping away at that damage. And now maybe the call's being made to either back away or create an off angle. That's why the man's getting inside of the buggy.
By the way, look at that heavy lifting being done by Henry for the side of Mysterious4 early on in this game. 4 eliminations secured by just a single man. Goes on to showcase why he was part of that roster from the side of Team AX that won BMPS 2025.
But if you really look at it, that's the only achievement they've had.
Yeah.
After that, we've seen a major downfall in the performance. AX has never been able to perform as a team, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why they've went through this change. Removing Henry from the playing four.
It's been a weird sort of a journey for Team AX if you think about it, because earlier on in BGIS, Henry was there, and it was Cyrax who was playing for MADKINGS, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And now Cyrax is back, Henry parts ways with the roster, so I wonder what is going to be the mix of Team AX at the end of the year. Are they going to be back together?
Cyrax and Henry not liking each other?
Maybe.
Spicy storyline.
That puts the other two players in a very uncomfortable spot to be with, to be honest.
I'm just messing around, by the way. I'm not serious. But Nonix, this is also another interesting topic. Yeah, the previous roster was a completely different one. We saw Rapido. He was also a part of it. And those guys were pretty aggressive. Arthur as well used to be a part of it. And the amount of eliminations they used to get every game was insane. But later on, we saw that aggression fade away. And with that, even the performance faded away. Aura Esports, you need to be a little bit cautious. There's a man right next to you. And they actually come through with a perfect knock. Flying Esports now in a world of trouble. Man getting knocked out. Hunter needs to be revived. But that revival is never going to come through because there's a major disconnect between the players.
Yeah. But, I mean, you call that a perfect knock. Necro, I felt that was a little bit too risky. That vehicle slowed down a lot. And there could have been a potential trade or a pre-frag coming through from the side of Flying Esports. But Aura Esports, I guess it's their way of Aura farming a little bit in this game. 5 finishes confirmed. And even the player in the distance from the side of Flying Esports has been spotted out. So maybe they will just push towards the edge of the circle and just gatekeep the entirety of Flying Esports or whatever it is that remains. But yeah, that's more like it. Naqsh Esports, 6 eliminations. Aura with 5. Gen X FM 4. Mysterious4 with 4. Rising Esports, not a great start for them though. No early points.
Indeed. Looking at T7 too. I'm not a big fan of this position, Johnny. The moment a lot of teams, they start to rack up or stack up around this entire compound, they will be naded out. And that's why this compound is way too risky. You need to spread yourself out, be the alphas. But I guess they really do not want to take that risk. Instead, just play it as slow, as safe as possible, which will get you a decent spot, but not that good performance that you're searching for.
I think they have to just patiently wait for the other teams right behind them to move in. It's such an open terrain. But from the POV of T7xORION, not really a comfortable position. The circle shifts away. And they see the threat in the form of Godsent Legion in the distance. Shots being fired, also causing panic, but no line of engagement available yet. Although Rising Esports now sitting smack center, I think this has to be an easy top 5 finish for them.
Once again, Rising Esports playing the same way they used to. Some things never change. Hold that center down, cross your fingers, and hope for the best. That's what Rising Esports does.
Hey, but they're good at holding the center down.
I mean, if they were good, we would have seen them in the grand finals.
We had this discussion during BGIS. All they do is just hold the center. Not enough finish points. That's where they lack.
That's been the problem. And they really need to start spreading themselves out, man. I understand you guys want to play in the center. Okay, fine. If the circle is on top of you, playing the center makes a lot of sense. Yeah. But the moment the circle shifts away, that's when Rising Esports, they really do struggle.
They don't know how to move late game.
Yeah.
I think this was quite clear on their matches in Erangel. That is where they struggled the most. Miramar, at least you have a little bit more space to work with. Same goes for Rondo. On Erangel, they are just constantly getting caught off guard mid-rotation, just players dropping one by one. But let's see, this time, this game of Rondo, all I'm asking for is, I mean, they have control of the circle. If they can get like 6-7 eliminations and finish in the top 7, it is going to be a decent start to the day for Rising Esports. But more than a decent start already for the players of Nonix. 6 eliminations in the bag. And right on the southeastern edge of the circle. Should not be a difficult breach for them.
Nonix Esports still trying to find some cover, some ground to play with. And the amount of teams that do lie on the right side of the map, it's a major cluster. We're probably going to see a lot of teams getting eliminated too from the game pretty soon. And it will come through from the right side of the map. 7 Aces partaking inside of that chaos. T7 Esports as well, they found themselves in the middle of this entire action. One of the men from the side of Gen XFM as well, just getting completely shut down. And Gen XFM eliminated from this game. Oh, that's definitely gotta hurt. Look at the Esports as well, instantly just following up that same fray. 2 teams eliminated off the rip.
As you said, it's quite a little bit late in this game, but we had a lot of squads remaining. And of course, those isolated players finally being shut down. 7 Aces also kicked back to the lobby. We're finally down to 13 teams, 48 players still alive. And again, I think one thing that's interesting is we are in stage 4. Recalls have now gone away, Necro. The ROI on those recalls being available in the early stages, it's only been put to value by one squad in particular. That's going to be Zero Arc, who have 10 eliminations on the board, and maybe a little bit by Nonix. Everyone else was a little bit quiet as far as the first few stages of the map go.
That's the whole point. Zero Arc is on Rampage. They're doing a lot better, but they just don't have all the 4 players available. Rising Esports, the circle still with them. Aura playing on the southern side. Then you've also got Zero Arc making that rotation inside of the circle. Blink Esports towards the left. Rapid Chaos Esports on the northern side, right next to TTG. And now we might just see a big fight between Aura Esports and their rivals. But before we move on towards that fight, Nonix, they found themselves in a major scuffle. And what a knock that was!
He took down 2 just running around the scaffolding, and well, oh well, Nonix, they don't have any answer for Krafton. Again, he takes down 1 more, and Nonix now down to the last man, Stunner. He's fighting for his life, surrounded. And all this delay, it's just going to allow the opponents to regroup. Stunner, he does not have the weapons to sustain in this fight as well. And he finally gets put down. Santa ESP, what a play was that?
I told you this Santa packs a lot of presents, and they've already delivered one. That team is back to the lobby. Santa once again with that aggression that they were known for in the BGS 2026. But now T7 and Thunder Gods, they lock horns. Fragger taken down, the other player as well. He's not feeling too great. And unfortunately for Thunder Gods, one man is completely taken care of. Rapid Chaos Esports, still a chance that they can hand out that recovery and get all the 4 players back on the panel. And that's what the main goal's going to be. But looking at this team, I'm not sure what can really save the day for them. It's not a good position to be in.
Yeah, T7, Mysterious 4, both sides with the high ground advantage, but at least Mysterious 4 is distracted. Or at least they were. Gods and Legion eliminated from the game. We're down to 11 teams, 36 players still alive. And T7 Orion down to the last man. Can't really do much over there. Rapid Chaos in the distance. The roof spotted out threat on the ridge, was looking to take a few shots, but I think we have to again talk about the presence. It seems like Santa ESP, they've spotted out the next bunch of naughty players in this game. Picks off not known, and now they're looking for the next man right behind him.
Yeah, Flying Esports is on the naughty list. But Judd, he's got problems of his own. Watching his teammates get absolutely dismantled in front of him, it's not a good sight. And he does not even have enough bullets. He's only got 17 bullets in the magazine. Unfortunate. What is he supposed to do with just that many bullets? 17 in the spare, 31 in the mag. He's not looking too good. Conditions bad. But at the same time, Santa Esports, now they switch their focus on Aura. And it seems like Aura, they're just not able to handle the auras off the Santa. 2 players, they still get knocked out. Great return.
Yeah, it was a good return. I mean, a little bit of a favor of a third party coming through, but still, at least this gives Aura Esports a fighting opportunity. Even before I finish my sentence, Scullier gets knocked out. Dope, the last man surviving. And Adonis, all he's trying to do is just keep the pressure on the players of Aura X Esports. It's not going to be easy. Santa ESP looking for a full reset. And I think they might get the full reset as well. All 4 players will be back and running in the next few moments.
Utilities there.
It's third-party utility as well, by the way.
Unfortunate. Aura is just not getting a break. And that tune's going to be from the side of Zero Arc Official. Santa, they once again find the re-knock. That man is not getting a single break today. Dope is now the only person alive from the Arc, and even he will be shut down. Santa Esports, unstoppable.
You're looking quite solid in the mid-game stages. And again, the early start of their journey in this match, they kept their heads down low, not looking to fight much, but now finally firing back. But what was that? Flying Esports looking to ruin the day for Santa Esports. As the drive-by comes through, 2 players gets knocked out. The other 2 lads looking to recover, but look at Jut. He's moved in. And I think he should have just lobbed a few nades inside of that smoke, but he was hoping for a revive. Gets completely shut down. Good move, good read coming through from Santa Esports.
What are the Santas doing? I've never seen such aggressive Santas in my life. There's too many teams on their naughty list, and this time they're eliminating everyone. Oh, this Santa is definitely quite an evil one. The presents, they're nothing less of a bomb. 12 frags on the board. Santa, this team is on a rampage. Ares Esports, right next to Santa, and you better not reveal your position. This team is quite aggressive. Rapid Chaos Esports, instead, they step inside of the action. A man gets knocked out. The second one instantly follows up. Santa as well now stepping inside of the playing field as Adonis. He gets the confirmation, and within a few seconds, the entirety of Ares Esports has been sent back to hell.
Man, what amazing utility being lobbed over there. I believe it was from the flank. The players from Rapid Chaos as well lobbing nades towards the players of Team Ares. But still a brilliant sandwich situation being developed by the players of Santa Esports. But look at that finish counter for Mysterious 4 as well. 13 eliminations secured. Right behind them are going to be the players of Santa Esports, followed by Zero Arc, and then your Rapid Chaos. But Necro, Rising Esports, they make it to the top 5 by holding the center again. They have all 4 players and just 1 finish point.
Santa Esports, they know they're in a top-notch form. Pretty much in an unstoppable form in this game. But the circle, it takes a shift away from them. And Santa now needs to make a rotation. They need to be the first one to make that move. Backs against the wall. Rapid Chaos Esports taking those shots against Mysterious 4. And Mysterious 4 might just be in a great spot inside of the circle. The vehicle blows up, and that's going to be 2 players knocked out. Mysterious 4, you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of them has been eliminated from the game.
Hey, and finally, I think a few finishes being stolen by the players of Rising Esports. They get 2 more points off of that chaos. Now, since this is the end game, Rising Esports, this is where they find the real value on this map. The elimination points. They have their numbers intact. Why do they not have ammunition? Why is Fox just there with 67 rounds remaining in the bag?
I'm pretty sure
What happened?
They looted up instantly and got inside of the circle as quick as possible. And since they're also inside of the center, they're probably taking constant shots against teams. Keep them off this compound. And now look at this send. Oh my god, Santa! What is this? A heroic entry inside of this battle. And Rising Esports doing everything that they can in the books. And what was this shot from Fox? Turns around, slaps him down, Santa Esports. The tables are now flipped against him. The odds in the favor of Rising Esports, that's the defense. It's being played to perfection. Or maybe you can't say it was a blunder from Santa.
It was a blunder from Santa, but also it was a well-timed third party coming through from the players of Zero Arc, by the way. They were the ones who picked off those 2 players in the car while Fox was dealing or was forced into that 1v1. And Rising Esports, they do gain a little bit more value off of that since Zero Arc got finished off. And Rising Esports did have those few seconds to go and clinch and steal away those placement points. But now, this is the end game. We're down to the top 2 teams of this game number 1 of Group C, BMPS 2026. It's a 4 versus 3 situation. Rapid Chaos, they've done quite well when it comes to those elimination numbers up until now. But Rising Esports, they need to make sure they win this chicken dinner and they get those 3 points that are there in front of them as well.
There's no way Rising Esports loses this, right? They've also got the circle, they've got the compound, they've also got the high ground to play with, but we have seen situations turned against them.
That's why I didn't say anything, man.
Even when they've got the advantage in the past. I'm speaking of this BGS 2026 itself.
Yeah, it happened multiple times, which was what was surprising, to be honest.
But hey, they've also went through a bit of a roster change, so maybe this change is going to help them sustain a great spot in the circle and actually win the game as well.
Let's see how things turn out. I mean, I'm excited to see how this fight unfolds because even Rapid Chaos, they've been quite phenomenal as far as this rondo is considered. I mean, from the start, involved in the action, converting multiple fights. And Ruv, it seems like he showed up in a different form in this BMPS. I hope this aggression, by the way, from Rapid Chaos stays there. And if this team gets promoted to Group B, then it's going to be more exciting to see how they perform there. But Beard Barber, my goodness, almost getting a knock. That's just a pixel of HP there.
That's some good stuff. He's got him pinned. The man's locked in the sights as well, and now will be executed. They're showcasing a lot of patience, waiting for these bugs to actually move out in the open. And Rapid Chaos Esports, they just don't really have a lot of playing area. Slowly and steadily, they're exposing themselves as the backs are against the wall and they need a move. They don't have a lot of options available. And the last man, there's a chance he might just deny that elimination point.
Yeah, that could be the case, but Dhruv, I think he hears those vehicles around him, and now he's been spotted out. Is it going to be a run over? No, it's a shot to his face, and there it is. Rising Esports securing the very first chicken dinner of BMPS 2026 qualifiers, and of course a great start for them. Necro, that strategy of holding the center, we knew Rising Esports was quite proficient in doing that. The one complaint we had was what we were talking about, the lack of progression. It seems like they have found that timing, at least in this game one they did.
I know, right? I mean, looking at the team stats too, Rising Esports not really frag heavy. There were a lot of teams with a lot of frags.
Yeah.
And Santa was also one of them. Santa was able to rack up a lot of finishes, but in the final few moments, they got a bit too eager. And they just wanted to move on and make that pounce against Rising Esports, which was, of course, not a good move since they had to cross an open field filled up with too many foes.
I think you can see how aggressive Santa Esports wanted to be, because as you're talking about that last fight when they made the push towards the players of Rising Esports, I hope we get to see that in replay, but while Fox OP was defending his house, someone from the backlines just made a car fly right next to it.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was a jump scare and a half, man. Imagine you're ADS'd in, you're shooting at two players, and then there's just a car going past, and you're on the first floor.
The Santas wanted to be the heroes, Johnny, but this time they were completely shut down. But I really hope in the upcoming games we will be able to see that same consistency and same aggression from them, because it's going to be about the games of Erangel. It's going to be about the map of Miramar as well. Rondo was just one at the start of the day. But moving on the conversation towards Rising Esports and their victory, I still feel like elimination point department can be worked upon a lot more. Rising Esports did get a decent point. It's the first game of this entire tournament, so it's completely fine.
Exactly, and I think, again, this chicken dinner, yes, it did go to Rising Esports, but let's not forget it was because of the fact that Santa Esports messed up. It was the fact that Zero Arc, third-party Santa Esports, when they made that bounce as well. And again, Rapid Chaos did not have enough numbers to work with. They were forced towards the S. So Rising Esports, I think, yes, survival instincts, they have it. But the aggression, they need to be a little bit more proactive in picking up those fights. But this was just the start. One thing that they have to focus on for now is not getting relegated to Group D from Group C. Also, if you can get promoted to Group B, that's even better, right? At least you have an opportunity to fight for a safety cushion for the semifinals direct.
Indeed, and I'm pretty sure that's what the game plan is going to be for them. And now moving on the conversation towards Zero Arc. This team started off quite aggressively.
Yeah. I think this was the perfect start on Rondo that you would want from anyone. And I think Zero Arc, considering amongst all of the rosters we have in Group C, the players from Zero Arc have a little bit more experience apart from Henry from Mysterious 4. I think this was a team that we kind of expected, or at least expected to do a little bit decent in Group C as well. And Zero Arc, I have to say, I expected a little bit more, to be honest, but this is fine. I'm happy with this. I'm not going to complain too much.
We all expected a lot more from Gen X FM too, and we all saw what happened to them. And if I'm not wrong, Gen X FM was the first team to get eliminated from the game as well. Then later on, we saw Lastade Esports. It was an instant string of teams that got eliminated back-to-back. It was all because of the chaos that happened on the right side of the map, and Gen X FM, they found themselves in the middle. And of course, it's going to be a man from the side of Zero Arc, the MVP of that previous game. 9 finishes racked up, 1,102 damage dished out.
Well, Sarvar OG, we were talking about him during the match itself, and again, a phenomenal performance coming through from this lad. Have to see what the total finish counter for Zero Arc is going to look like now, since one man alone got 9 eliminations. Team finished in the top 3. So, as you're talking about it, I think the cogs that are spinning in my head lead me to believe, Necro, that Rising Esports, even though they won the chicken dinner when it comes to the total points tally, might not be first.
There's definitely a chance, since even Santa Esports was dominating so well. There's a chance Santa might just be on the first spot. But no, I think Rising Esports will be there because of the 10 placement points they've garnered. But you never know.
Look at Henry, though. Man, oh man, it seems like he's here to prove a point. How dare you kick me out? 8 eliminations in game number 1. That is just phenomenal. On the third, we have Dhruv from Rapid Chaos. 6 eliminations secured by him. Hexy from the side of Naqsh, by the way, is also a very well-known player in the community. Has a lot of mechanical skills. 4 eliminations secured in this particular match. But let's have a little bit of a recap of this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights, once again, it's the map Rondo, so you expect an aggressive start, and that's what happened. Santa Esports were not able to squeeze out any sort of value off the rip. But then later on, the moment they got those recalled, Santa Esports was unstoppable, taking those fights left, right, center. Even ThunderGods Esports, we saw a decent bit of them, and ThunderGods Esports were definitely able to rack up an okayish amount of points too at the start. Later on, we saw them slow down a bit by bit. Naqsh were not able to do a lot more inside of the Naqsh factory. Even they were grinded between that chaos.
Well, I mean, there are two contrasting approaches that we got to witness. I think perfect examples are going to be Zero Arc and the side of Rising Esports. I think one team hyper-aggressive during the early stages, the other one aggressive during the endgame stages. I think Aura Esports, their approach also is quite interesting. Reminds me of what Naqsh Esports, what the previous roster of Naqsh Esports was doing in BGMI 2026, wherein there was no intention to stay safe. There was no intention to play for placement. It was just about going out on a hunt, seeing how many players you can spot out, and then just getting those finish points. But the only problem is you have to be consistent with those finishes in every single map. 6 to 7 eliminations every single game, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Rising Esports in the final few moments, once again, they had the prime spot, they had the high ground to play with, eliminating every single person that was there out there in the open. Unfortunately for the team in the last spot, they did not have a good spot to play with, and that's what they were taken care of. Match rankings on the screen, Rising Esports, of course, on top with 19 total points, and that's what I'm saying. Rising Esports will still be at the top because those 10 placement points, but then right next to them is also going to be Rapid Chaos Esports with 17, Zero Arc getting 16, and Santa getting 16 as well.
Hey man, I'm surprised that one player from the side of Zero Arc was there with 9 eliminations. The other 3 lads combined got 2.
That's kind of insane if you think about it. Zero Arc, that one single player, he's really carrying his team on the back. But once again, Johnny, if you really talk about the overall structure and the overall competition, we're still just looking at Group C.
Yeah.
This is not the best of the best groups that we've got. We've still got groups like Group B and A to come. So these teams, if they do perform really well inside of Group C, there's a chance that they can do a lot better or maybe just similarly good inside of Group B and Group A.
I think that's what we're going to hope to see, right? And again, I think a lot will change once they get promoted or relegated as well to different groups. So that is also another turn or twist in the story that we have to follow. But this is just game number 1. Again, the first 3 matches, I think, will be the ones that set the tone. Not just for this particular group, but it also gives an idea to the group that will follow them. That is going to be Group B. On how they want to play their matches, how they want to play their 3 games, what sort of a start you want and what sort of average you want to keep going to, especially avoid that relegation area, man. It's much better to just stay in the same group if you are in Group B or A rather than just take that tumble from A to B. It's bad. From B to C, it's worse. And if you are moving to Group D, then, well, you are in the 7th circle of hell.
I mean, the way the start went, I'm really worried for Gen XFM now because the way they got eliminated without even doing anything, I do have a lot of high hopes from that roster, but this is not the start that I expected, man. I expected Gen XFM to at least be there in the top 8.
Pretty much, man. If you remember, the first iteration, the reason we keep talking about the fearless Marathas was back when we saw them in 2023, they were absolutely fearless. We saw the aggression. We saw them unleash the beast within them. And if you guys want to unleash the beast, well, we have our energy drink partner, Monster, ladies and gentlemen. And again, it is going to be exciting to see which teams are going to be able to unleash their internal beast in their matches, not on each other, of course.
I mean, so far, the Santas are definitely looking quite great.
It's a monstrous Santa.
Yeah, it's a monstrous Santa with a lot of monstrous presence, and those presents are exploding in the opponent's faces. But Johnny, Naqsh Esports is, well, another team. Yes, this team has completely went through a roster change. And for Naqsh Esports, the first game was not exactly the ideal start that they wanted to have. They were able to create a lot of chaos at the start inside of Naqsh factory, but then later on, Naqsh was not seen.
Yeah, I think this has to be... This is on us, though, because whenever we see the banner of Naqsh, we still expect Rapido to show up out of nowhere, or at least I do. Again, that legacy that is left behind by the previous roster of Naqsh, the level of aggression they were able to play with, and the full tunnel vision approach of just going for those fights. It kind of worked out for them. But I think I would love to observe this new roster, see in the longer run, at least by the time the qualifiers come to an end, what sort of a play style we get to witness from them and where does this team finish. I'm expecting at least a promotion, at least once they got to move up to Group B.
I mean, that's really going to be interesting, right? Yeah, it's just the first game. We can't really say a lot. Maybe in the upcoming games, the teams that did pretty good in this one might just fumble up. Anything can happen. But hey, for now, we got to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That on no place in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. All of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
मैं भाई कुत्ते अबे हमारी जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবি টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
আমি केकेआर
Hello everyone and welcome to BMPS 2026 here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentaries for day one itself. And now game two is about to begin, but game one was a very, very interesting switch up here as well because there has been a lot of roster changes coming into play. And surprise, surprise, Rising Esports, which again, we did not really expect them to do too well, but somehow clutches the winner chicken dinner. Salty, I think you have a lot of things you want to talk about that, huh?
You know, I think let's actually actually give it to the audience. Me and IC were having a talk that there's no way Rising Esports actually walking away with the chicken dinner in the first game, but apparently actually they did, and which is a big surprise. The only concern is going to be the fact that there are multiple teams right behind them. So a lead that you expect to actually establish on the map of Rondo, that is not there at all.
Well, fair enough as well. But it is, after all, a free-for-all coming when it comes to Rondo as well. It's all about all those aggressive plays here.
Yeah.
But, of course, when we talk about the schedule as well, we are going to be shifting things in towards Orango back again. We are going to be having 3 games of Orango and then ending it with Miramar. But, of course, we are going to be having a little bit of a switch-up in the middle as well. Group C is going to be playing 3 matches in total, and then we are going to be bringing in Group B, which arguably is the harder group, I would say, in terms of overall ranking, because as of yet, for the first time ever, the format has changed for BMPS 2026, or in particular, any official format in particular, because when I first saw this format, it feels like, oh, this is the official competitive ranked lobbies.
Yeah, it is definitely the best way to actually put it that way as well. I mean, I'm not really sure, but if you are following any sort of sports all across the world, in fact, you would always see a setup of relegation and promotion, right? Where you get promoted to, where you play good, you get promoted to the best league in the country. Right now, this is the best league in the country, and Group A is the best group out of it all. It'll be interesting, I see, because I feel like, you know, there can be one of those outliers who can come in from Group D, get promoted to C, get promoted to B, and might actually get promoted to A. That would be hilarious as well.
Okay, I wouldn't think it's going to be hilarious. It is going to be difficult, but we shall see, because as of yet, we are going to be jumping straight into Game 2. As of now, it is going to be the map of Orango on screen right now as the flight is about to take off, and it seems like the plane is going to be coming in from the north side of Stauber, and then passing through Yasnaya, and then ending towards the outskirts of Military Base. So it is going to be a pretty eastern shift of a flight path here, I would say. And obviously teams heading towards the west side for Georgia Pole, Hospital, Quarry, Primos is going to be a very difficult flight path, I would say.
We're back at it again, huh? Old man, how does it feel? I am really excited about this game, to be honest. Not because of the teams and the fact that it's BMPS 2026. Of course it is BMPS 2026, but also one team that specifically caught my eye during BGIS, now here in BMPS as well. They've been consistent. I think that is going to be Santa X. I love this team. In the BGIs, they were playing in with the name of Team Alpha, Adonis Coffin. They're brilliant players, and the first game as well was, wow. The finishes, it's brilliant.
Now, let's talk about their track record here. For those of you who do not know, Santa X was previously known as Team Alpha.
Yeah.
And they do have a very good track record of just playing in the maps of Miramar. They always have the best performing maps in the map of Miramar. Unfortunately, today, there's no Miramar, but Rondo did pretty okay. So hopefully things have been adjusted over the past few months, especially after BGIS's downfall for them, at least.
I mean, it was a very weird downfall as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think of it, they were absolutely dominating throughout round 1, round 2, and round 3, and then all of a sudden the step down just comes through and Team Alpha fails to qualify. I don't really know what exactly happened, but then now this time as Santa X, hopes are going to be high, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, BlinkX Joish has been brought down. Team Flying Esports, they are going to be the first ones to actually get the first finish on board.
Well, it seems like Team Flying Esports, they are going to try and get a little bit of a similar playstyle from what they started things off with Rondo. Get very aggressive Rondo early on, farm as many finishes as they can, and they get away with some finishes. And now that's going to be a point in the bag.
But are you looking at the player numbers? We have 60 players remaining inside of the lobby right now. It wasn't really the first finish.
Interesting. Something must have happened here, but seems like Flying Esports, they might just run in towards a little bit of a shenanigans here. On the far horizon, we do have ZA in those compounds, which, again, this is going to be the old 4TR official, I would say. So Pain is Live, Morty, and Sawar, they do have the capabilities to actually take on this fight, but the question here is, it seems like they don't really have a lot of mobility to work with, so they are going to try and lick their way through, and Hunter's got a clear line of sight, and that is going to be another man down here from ZA.
You know, for Zero Arc right now, all they have to do is just try and hold their positions, because Team Flying Esports, it's just one man in the name of Hunters who is in the close lines trying to keep these players at bay. But the problem is, if there are going to be flank set up, Team Flying Esports can certainly destroy Zero Arc. And like you mentioned, this is, of course, the old 4TR and Sarvar OG. In the first game, 9 eliminations all by himself. This man can certainly do some damage, cause some damage on the opponents.
Yeah, but at the same time, Flying Esports, they are trying to fly their way in with a big wraparound. Jot looking for an off angle. Pain His Life is way to spot him out. But the question here is Jot going to be able to do something about this? Hunter has been left to try and keep them in bay in this one angle. And Jot from a very, very far off angle. He's got the Honey Badger. I'm not exactly sure if he's going to be able to do too much here. ZeroArk pretty much stuck in a very, very awkward situation here. One of the best compounds here if the circle actually shifts up north side, but unfortunately for them, the circle does not hit that direction. So they are pretty much pinned in all directions, and Flying Esports, they are going to try and clean them up as quickly as they can. And this stalemate, I'm not a big fan of this though, Salty.
Very true. In fact, even the circle is on the eastern shift. So if these teams would have to move out, Team Flying Esports can certainly wrap Team ZeroArk from all directions, and that is exactly what they try and do. Jot, of course, it was expected Team Flying Esports would establish a flank, and Jot, as well as one more player, they have been put in positions where Team ZeroArk will have no sights of exit from this particular fight. They will have to duke it out, and I'm not even sure if Pain His Life is aware of the flanks that have been established.
Yeah.
This is a deadlock, I see, and this is good stuff coming in from Team Flying Esports at least.
Yeah, the ball is pretty much on Flying Esports' court right now. For ZA, there's nothing much they can really do unless Flying Esports lets them off the hook, which in this case, both teams are going to take a significant amount of time shaved off here. Unless a third party comes in, which in this case, that's pretty much the best case scenario, at least for ZeroArk, if they want to make things happen here. But for Flying Esports, they have to make the play here. Do they want to get out? Seems like Jot is going to be looking to try and make a push here. Pain His Life is going to be in front of him as well. He's got the BB Bison, Honey Badger in play, and that's going to be Jot that takes him out. No return fire from ZeroArk, and just like that, they lose their second player and potentially the rest of their roster as well.
That is exactly how you use a Honey Badger, right? In the close quarters, not really giving an opponent a chance. Have a look at this, though. Why, bro? He was in a good position over there, had the perfect weaponry. I'm not even sure why did ZeroArk try and move out of their covers, but at this point, it's just one man. Completely isolated, nades lobbed around him, not a lot of HP to work with as well. Can Sarwar OG live up to the brilliances of the first game and once again bring it back for ZeroArk? It's going to be a big challenge, I see.
Yeah, very, very confident play here. At least coming in from Flying Esports. Sawar down to his last health, no meds, no whatever. He's running out of breeding space to work with as well. Gonna try and go for an off angle. Finds a knock though, beautifully done, but he's all by himself now. In a 1v3 situation. Gets spotted out on the far horizon, and it is gonna be a third party that comes in. It is gonna be T7xORION ESPORTS. They heard all these commotions. Snatches the finish away from Flying Esports, and this time Flying Esports, they are the ones that are hurting.
You know, this is a player we've been watching for a while now, Mudit from T7xORION. Once again, it's kind of a stalemate, but the question is, does Team Flying Esports have enough resources, enough replenishments to go through another fight? You have to remember it was an extremely early stage of the match when they duked in, not really a lot of ammunition on them as well, and it seems like now Team Flying Esports might be caught in a pickle. The nade seems brilliant, and it strikes! T7 Esports find the opening, and that was a brilliant placement with the nade itself, I see.
Oh boy, Flying Esports, like you said, it took too long. Jot is all by himself. He's got the nades, but he naded himself. He's got no meds as well. This might be the downfall here for Flying Esports. As T7 now goes in for the flush. To try and hunt him down and try and rotate inside the zone. Three fires are coming in, but he is completely surrounded. And that is going to be the second team that gets eliminated from this game. As Flying Esports goes down, and T7 will be the ones that reap the rewards here. Not a lot of resources to garner, but 3 points is still better than absolutely nothing. In this case, well, feels bad for at least one team just now.
Feels bad for two teams, to be honest. To Blink and Fly, both of them just got taken down. ZeroArk as well included in that list of teams. Not really anymore inside of this game so far. Look at the Esports on the other side. They are looking to try and make a play here, but they have to be a little creative because they're completely out in the open. This is Shelter region, by the way. One of the places where the major cluster lies of all of the teams, so there can be chances of third parties happening. Look at the Esports. Starboy was the one who actually caught our eyes, the attention of the audiences as well inside of BGI. As this time, I think he is going to be one of the main man for Likita Esports to actually carry the responsibilities.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Starboy as well. Last I remember him was his days in SOA, and I think BGIS he just completely skipped out in the entire tournament itself. Well, hopefully it is going to be their second chance here, at least for BMPS. Will they be able to perform in this roster? Didn't see too much, but they did have 1 point in the bag. Rondo wasn't exactly a great run for them. Only had 3 points from that map. And this time taking fires from across the map. 7 aces is going to be in front of them. But while this is happening, so there is going to be potential third parties from the far horizon. 7 aces, return fires, trying to scare him off. But Likita, they are getting close and personal. 7 aces with the nades, trying to flush them out, hoping to get a couple of lucky knocks here. They've got 1 knock of their own. 7 aces, wants to go for the reset. It is going to be a 2v4 situation. And it seems like Likita, they're slowly taking space, and they should be able to flush out all the players here for 7 aces.
You know, they also have to be careful. There's Team Aura in the backlines as well. A third party is certainly possible. Have a look at this. Daniel in the closed lines. He wants to take this fight head on. Starboy joining alongside the fray as well. These nades, they do strike, but it seems like 7 aces, they're still holding their ground. Likita Esports, a lot of utility has been flushed in. Look at that. Shots being connected. And it's almost as if Likita Esports decimated 7 aces with a flash, I see.
Oh, this is an interesting approach here, but Likita Esports, they finally figured out what they need to do. But like you said as well, they have attracted attentions here from the far horizon. Driving alongside them is going to be Ares. But it seems like they have no thought of actually trying to go in for a hard crash here. If they try to pick themselves and take a little bit of pit stop on the sides, they should be shot from a potential third party, which in this case, they don't really want to be out in the open. So Likita, they should be able to get full reset. But on screen now is going to be Non-X going up against Thunder Gods. In this case, Thunder Gods 1 man down. Cyrus with the hovercraft trying to mow their way down. Doesn't seem to find any, but does get all the information here. Icy now goes to the flash, but the shotty comes in. He fights the second as well, but eventually goes down. Cyrus now all by himself gets completely taken out, and Thunder Gods is able to somehow hang on.
Icy baby in the commentary box and Icy spicy in the battlegrounds. What a fight that was. I love the fact that Thunder Gods Esports, they did not even falter, that there are multiple third parties. They kept on fighting and the other team just kept on giving their fights. But this is exactly what I was talking about. There were angles on them, there were crosses on them, and Likita Esports were waiting to pounce on top of these guys as well. 4 finishes in the back for this team, but Team Ares is still in the backlines and they are trying to occupy shelter. Not really sure if that is going to be the best of places. If the circle does shift away from you, I see, and you are stuck inside of shelter, do you have even options in your hand?
Well, play for placement points, I would say. But in this case, Likita Esports pretty much smack middle of the zone as of yet. The circle is about to close in. It is going to shift all the way back to the Milta City. So Likita Esports, all their advantage is pretty much done for. They have to rotate away. But that's the thing about, you know, stopping out in open, right? If you get caught out in open, you are going to get potentially third party. And that's exactly what happened to the Thunder Gods and Non-X. Casualties, or in this case, spoils of war towards Likita Esports. But as the circle is about to shift in, it is going to shift into the city itself. We do see T7 already taking control in the outer sections of the northern Milta town. But the rest of the world, interesting enough, this is a pretty open circle, I would say.
It certainly is. I mean, look at that. There are 2 types of clusters. There's T7 and there's Team Aura Esports who are trying to contest for the center. Everybody else is playing in from the edges, to be honest. Yes, of course, look at the Esports lies somewhere in between the edge and the center, but does that even position make any sense? We'll find out, of course. Ares Esports this time. Shots being fired. Bader, of course, does have a beautiful ridge to protect himself. Look at the Esports up top on their right-hand flank. There is going to be GenX FM. And surprising approach coming in from GenX FM, I see. I've always seen them throughout the course of my casting career that they're the ones who are extremely aggressive. They're the ones who take the fight to the opposition. But this time it seems like GenX FM, they really want to place themselves up high and play for those placement points, honestly.
Yeah, I think considering what happened in Rondo, they are taking a little bit of a more of a passive approach as well. And they've already lost 2 players in the process, so a little bit unfortunate for them, but seems like Likita Esports is able to get a couple of nice frags themselves for mid-rotation. But again, when I talk about this open space as well, this is Circle 3, and 6 teams has already been eliminated. So that means it is going to be a pretty open circle, I would say. At least for Stage 3, it would feel like a normal Stage 2 game.
Yeah. True that. Does also give the opportunity to a lot of these teams, for example, Team Santa, for example, Team Lastade Esports, to just rack up finishes for themselves. I mean, imagine this. You have a lot of freedom, you have a lot of breathing room as well inside of the circle. You can try and spot out those players. You can expect that, you know what, the finish feed is just not popping up as much as you would expect in a usual or a regular stage 3 circle. Let's actually try and explore, and that is exactly what Rising Esports is trying to do as well.
You know what's really cool about this is that because there is 16 that has been eliminated, Rising Esports took a very wide rotation out to the north and to the south, and they were so scared of pushing towards farm and did not realize that the entire farm region is just open for their taking. They just scouted out 2 buildings. There's actually nobody around us. What is going on with this game? And they're just getting free space for absolutely nothing.
I would love to see Rising Esports play their default in a circle like this. Hold the center, because if you try and even go to the center, Milta is being occupied by 2 different teams, and I would love to see Rising Esports in a third party, honestly.
I would expect at least 4 teams, 5 teams inside the city by now, though. But, well, guess what? You might have just gotten your wish here, because the circle is going to force Rising Esports to actually collide onto them. So timing is going to be extremely important here for Rising Esports. But T7, they do send out a scout on towards the west side to try and block them, but again, they need a third party to actually make this work. And majority of third parties are still stuck on the northeast side and the east side, so it is going to be very difficult here for T7 to try and block their way through without Rising Esports slamming them in their face.
But at least intention is there. I mean, look at this. Phantom and Mudit, they are already at the edges looking to block Team Rising Esports from entering the circle. But one team does give me some concerns, because I've never really seen them play like that. And that is Santa X, because on the map of Erangel, we know that Santa, they aren't really the most aggressive. But playing in from outside the play zone inside of stage 4 when you've just got 10 teams alive, this Team Santa I've never really seen before, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just not their SOP, right? They love those high grounds. They love those, you know, hiding on top of high grounds hilltops and then playing center. Which again, you know, hopefully their adaptations is going to be better, because again, Erangel is their worst performing map. And so far, 0 finishes, 4 men alive, especially stage 4. I think they're on the right track for now.
Yeah,
but
potentially.
We shall see, because as of yet, they do have to cross through the nook and crannies of this forest path here. Godzy is going to be in front of them. In this case, Harsh going to be getting a little bit of shots in. Godsend. Still thinking of whether they want to fight this as well. Coffin is right in their faces, but Harsh hasn't been able to find the angle yet. The moment he takes those shots, Santa knows what's up. It's like Punisher now. Going to be spotted out. The sprays comes in. No connection. A little bit of chip damage on those vehicles, but aside from that, nothing major yet.
Alright, I think Team Santa are extremely confused at this point. They did not have information of Godsend's position. Harsh OJ from the backlines did dish them a little bit of damage. Now Team Santa are caught in a mix of what do. They can't even push up, because as long as this man lies in the backlines, you are constantly going to have threats and shots coming in from your backlines. You can't afford that. What will you do, Alpha? I want to see some creativity from this IGL. Elsewhere, Mysterious 4, Noob. Few shots have been connected, and Mysterious 4 as a banner as well, I think. They deserve to be in the finals, or at least in the semi-finals, very consecutively, because back in the day, it used to be Aru and the boys, but now, Naman, is he going to put a full stop to Daniel and look at the Esports' run? It's going to be a big question. Smokes have been established, though. Shots are being taken by Mysterious 4, and look at the Esports, they are still yet to lock horns.
I'm actually curious on how Mysterious 4 is going to take this approach. Like, they are playing Edge. For them to rotate out of the zone is still not out of harm's way yet. They still technically can, but it's not going to be a long, wide rotation. But I'm more curious on how Henry is going to add into his addiction in terms of his playstyle. He's known for his bow and arrows, at least for the Indian circuit, at least. But so far, hasn't made it work during his days in EX. Now he's pretty much in the new roster. A new journey, I would say, at least for Henry. And Mysterious 4, seems like they have to lock horns with Lastade Esports right in front of them. And there's nothing much they can actually do. They just don't have the upper hand here. Lastade has just got the inner circle completely locked down.
Yeah.
But it seems like Mysterious 4, they're going to try and trail along the timings for Stage 5 to try and make a mad dash for this. Zone is about to shift. It is going to shift to the north side of Milta, and they're not exactly in zone as well. So this is going to be very tricky here, at least for Mysterious 4.
This is quick thinking from Mysterious 4, to be honest. I mean, how would you eat out of a fight like that? I've never really seen something like it. I mean, you're duking it out, you have a 4v4, all of a sudden you spot yourself a nick of time and you're like, all right, boys, let's skip the fight. Let's try and move towards the center. That is brilliant from Mysterious 4. At least a good strategy to try and save their players.
Hey, for all things considered, it kind of worked out. They are pretty much inside the zone, uncontested, but they are forced to take a little bit of a awkward pit stop out in the open, which fortunately for them, nobody's actually taking shots on them. Just because, 6 teams eliminated by stage 3, so makes a lot of sense why you do have some sort of a leeway and space to work with. But for Nikita Esports, they're gonna be not happy about this. Like, they're expecting more gunshots around them, but nah, not happening. They're hoping to try and third-party this. Unfortunately, they will be the ones to force an instigation this time. It is gonna be either against Ares or Aura later on, at least for Nikita Esports' perspective.
You know, they really want to take a fight right now. Look at the esports. They've been longing for it. Elsewhere, of course, it's really going down for Godlike Esports. Huh? I mean, 2 players knocked out, 2 players still trying to make their way around the rice paddy fields. It's not really the best of positions, and Jennings FM have got them marked. Smokes, of course, will give you the revise, but Godlike Esports, what is your exit strat from that point?
Yeah, they're pretty much stuck.
They're stuck.
Like, I don't think they can actually get out of that as well. Vehicles is pretty much done. Spokes forced out. Only a small little shack to work with. I don't think they actually survive this. Like, Toxic, they can try and go for a Hail Mary save, but right now, as long as Gen XFM is alive and marking this, there's just no way Godsend should be able to survive this. Unless they get a potential lucky Car 98 hit shot, which, again, off meta. Oh no. He tried to go in. Emperor got spotted out. That's going to be another knock here.
And the fact is, Jennings FM, I think, in my opinion, have the best spot in the town. Best spot in the house as well. They're right at the outskirts of that Milta city. They have that line of sight against Godsend, against Mysterious 4, against Santa Esports as well. And Santa Esports from the back lines. I love this. Adonis and Coffin, they never really give up on opportunities, do they?
Yeah, kind of makes sense. Godsend trying to push them off towards the sides. And unfortunately, Senta was able to capitalize on Godsend's mistakes because now all their vehicles taken out. They're pretty much stuck in this small shack, surrounded by both Senta as well as Gen XFM. Godsend, now all they can do is just abide their time. Circle still somewhat in their favor, but the moment stage 6 begins to shift, that's where things are going to look south here, at least for Godsend. But next to follow here is going to be Senta as well. They have been peppering shots onto his Godsend, but they themselves are not exactly in zone, so they have to make a choice here. Push Godsend or push out in the open, because as of yet, Aura has got them completely locked down. It seems like with the smokes in play, they are considering pushing Aura, knowing that Godsend can't actually pick out from those angles, I would say.
I still feel Team Santa Esports have barely survived the edge. They are, of course, in a very brutal spot. Have a look at this. The push comes in. A lot of shots being fired. Mysterious 4, they eliminate.
Oh, no.
What just happened?
Oh, no.
Why did you do that, Santa? You're not supposed to push out, but Mysterious 4, that was a quick count, I see.
Oh, my goodness. Mysterious 4, they just got a complete free present from Santa themselves. Christmas came a little bit too early, but it's still too early to celebrate, I would say. Noob getting knocked off, and the man is able to get the reset through. But Aura, they heard all those commotions, and now with the zone going to shift them out of the place, they have 2 options: push and clean out Mysterious 4, or try to play for Circle, which in this case, Circle doesn't really have a lot of spot to work with. But let's talk about the teams coming from Milta City. Rising Esports has been looking for space somehow, somewhere. Now forced to rotate out of the city from where they came from. And guess what? T7 has got them completely pinned this time on the minimap.
I don't even know what Rising Esports is doing, to be honest. This is the second time they're trying to knock on the doors of T7 Esports, and this time they've got a player knocked out as well. It's a 3v4 right now, and T7 Esports have got every single corner marked. Look at that flank angle on fire as well. Of course, Rising Esports, Fox OP will try and put out some sort of utility, be it Baba has been knocked out. All Rising Esports needs to do is to just try and hold down this ridge for a while, maybe duke it out. T7 Esports, of course, will get challenged from the other side, but can Rising Esports survive till then is going to be a big question.
The moment Rising Esports gets this reset, they should be able to take this fight. T7, they're getting a little bit too greedy here. They're having to split.
Yeah.
And in this case, maybe a little bit of too much of a spread. It seems like they are going to make the play here to try and commit to this block against Rising Esports. And then this time, Rising Esports getting shot from the sides. That might be the opener as T7 pushes down to try and go in for the hunt. Finds one. And now Rising Esports weren't prepared for this push. Now on even grounds, counter nades are coming in. Rising Esports wants to try and get a little bit of trade. Unfortunately, doesn't find the knock yet. As T7 now still looking for the wraparound. Rising Esports backed against the corners.
Brilliant recovery coming in from Rising Esports. As soon as the player got taken down, the constant barrage of nades really caught T7 down underneath. And have a look at this. Firo, he has been stuck in that corner. Constant nades being popping in, but T7 Esports out of nowhere. They find those two knocks and the entire fight just changes in its face. Just one man left alive. Shotgun strike. Mudith finds a final nail at the coffin. 7 eliminations for this team, T7 Esports, and just a 1 knockout. Of course, the revive is going to be there. The chicken dinner in match number 2 is almost set up for this team.
Beautifully done here, at least coming in from T7 Esports. They had all the information to work with. They took so much space. Finally doubling down and cleaning out Rising Esports was the play to make. They immediately sent out Phantom for center control, and they know for a fact that they have cleared out every single team from the west side, while the teams on the east are still duking it out. We are down towards the final 6 teams. Mysterious 4 still right on the edge of the zone, still refusing to give up.
Yeah.
Space after space, utilities after utilities. Aura Esports just kept them at bay.
Yeah.
And now they are down towards the last wire, barely on the edge of the zone. They still have time, but both these two teams needs to push out in the open.
It's going to be a tough fight for Mysterious 4. No doubt about that. Aura Esports, especially with the high ground that they have, can constantly, cause them problems with the nades and the utilities, and they've done so as well. Mysterious 4, how do they fight back? I'm not really sure. But Noob does find that knockout. Dope has been found out. Aura X needs to really hold on to their horses. In fact, firstly, they need to move inside the circle as well.
It's tough. Can they do it is going to be the question. Interesting enough, there is still one compound inside the zone that is still open. And the teams from the east side hasn't been able to push through just because of this stalemate being dealt by each other. But Mysterious Ford, Gen X FM, still hugging those compounds outside of Milta. Just making sure they do not get an easy free pass. Mysterious 4 stuck. Ghost FM gonna try and take him down, but it seems like Aura is gonna try and take a jab at them, and the hunt comes true. We are in for a Wild Wild West, and Mysterious 4 now forced to disembark, and Aura Esports on the hunt, and Dope, he will go down, and this is gonna be T7 to comes in for the third party from the sides.
Nobody expected Mysterious 4 to survive that fight. Look at the
My
HP on this
goodness.
man. Goku is just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there. He is, of course, going to find the revive on his fallen comrade, but Mysterious 4 is still inside of the top 3 right now. At the center of the circle, finds contact, and bang, he finds the finish.
Oh my goodness, Mysterious 4, how are you able to do this? The timing, T7, your saviors, man. 14 finishes in the back, T7 with the perfect third party is giving Mysterious 4 the position points that they need. But Rapid Chaos Esports now, they are forced to come out of the city. Going to be shifting their focus on towards Mysterious 4. 2v2 at least for this side, but never mind. T7 with the nades here to wipe them out. It is now a 1v4 situation with T7 in prime position to take the chicken dinner, and they do so indeed as they clean out the entire lobby themselves with the winner-winner chicken dinner.
It's brilliant, T7 Esports, the way they've been consistent throughout this game. And the best part about this team is that they didn't really pay for those fights. They were constantly looking for positions. They were constantly looking for better, I don't really know, better positions out of the circle to hold on from. And they got finishes out of that as a result of it, right? And that's brilliant. That is so technical.
Yeah, this is really interesting stuff coming from T7 Esports as well. Like, they had the most amount of information in that game. They were able to utilize this on what they needed to do, plan their approach, take their fights very, very strategically, and it just came out on top. Making the call to shut down Rising Esports on the west side was brilliant, but throughout it all, having center control and realizing that there's just nobody taking center spots just gave them the entire upper hand.
Yeah, but there's something wrong with BMPS 2026, honestly. I've never really seen first Game 1 and Game 2 players popping off like this. This game, Phantom lands a 7 finisher. In the previous game, it was Sarvar who had 9 finishes all by himself. All these MVPs, what is the numbers that they are pulling in? I've never really seen something like this before.
Yeah, me too. But for T7, they look like a strong team to actually be watching out for as well. I think we caught a little bit of brilliance coming from them, but unfortunately just could not make it the cut into the grand finals. But maybe with the promotion system in play, especially now, if they can maintain being in the top 4 for this respective group, they should be able to push themselves into Group B to play against the top dogs at least.
I think that is going to be the most important aspect as well. Like, try and getting promoted every week has to be your objective. For that, a top 4, you can't really aim anything but that, right? But you can also still try and play for the mid part of the table as well. Just not avoid getting relegated, because if you do get relegated to maybe like a Group C or D, then I don't know, man. Your chances inside of BMPS 2026 is really bleak, because, you know, now it's still fine. These are league stages, but when the survival stages and the last chances come through, like 2 out of 16 teams qualifying to the grand finals, like what is that even?
You don't really want to be in that situation. At least be in top 8 for Group A. Directly make it to the grand finals. That's guaranteed free tickets to Jaipur.
I am a big fan of that fact that you get to go to Jaipur without even playing in the semi-finals. But for now, we're going to be talking about Phantom and T7xORION. 7 eliminations with 886 points of damage. The MVP of that last game was brilliant for sure. But T7xORION as a team as well, I think they are really well built, Icy.
Yeah, but alongside them as well, I think we have to talk about the other top players alongside the MVP himself as well. Phantom, you know, phenomenal run here. T7 just completely destroyed that match themselves, farming every single finishes that they can get in themselves. And all those points is going to be crucial, right? Because when we talk about promotion and relegation, being in the top 4 and staying out of the bottom 4 is exactly where you want to be in. But for teams inside Group C in particular, no matter where you want to be, you do not want to be in Group C, because you are going to be, well, not going to be having a chance of semifinals at least.
Yeah, that is kind of bad. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, the top players of the last game, Phantom with 7 eliminations, was outright brilliant. But then, you know, good performances did come in from Lastade Esports and Mysterious 4 as well. I mean, nobody expected Mysterious 4 to just eliminate out of that fight, but still survive with 2 players and get the center part of the circle. Goku, in fact, for a second just went on to Super Saiyan mode. 4 finishes is not really too bad. And then, of course, you've got Zemo from Lastade Esports. I think they were not too bad either. They had that brilliance in the early game action, but later on, Lastade Esports, I think they were caught finding good places for them inside the circle.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit more towards the highlights and what exactly happened right at the start as well. Flying Esports just playing super aggressive here, forcing a little bit of a downside here, at least for Zero Arc Official, which resulted in both those 2 teams getting eliminated rather early right from the get-go, which caused a lot of chain reactions here, because if you think about it, Stage 4, 6 teams has been eliminated. So this is 2. There are 4 other teams that actually took a very, very early exit, which resulted in a lot of space being developed in towards the endgame zones.
Yeah. But look at this fight as well. Thundergods Esports, they were quite brilliant and icy in this quick 1v2. 2 players coming one by one. Now, that is the most trivial mistake that you would expect in a competitive circuit like this. I mean, you're playing inside of the BMPS 2026. You are supposed to know that you want to try and use the numbers against it, not against you yourself.
Well, for all things considered, this is going to be the first time playing in this lobby together in the map of Wrangle. Yes, they played Rondo, but at least now they do have a little bit of data to work with here. So hopefully for this next upcoming match, it is going to be a little bit better here coming from teams coming in Group C in particular. But for Rising Esports, I genuinely don't know what to say, because they just got completely out-rotated here. Rising Esports, they played a standard play, but for T7, they had the upper hand. This was just an advantageous play coming from T7, or in this case, in cards, we would call it an advantage player, just because of the fact that there's just nobody around us.
Absolutely.
We could just take this fight and just not get punished completely.
And to be honest, Rising Esports, if they continue playing like this, I'm not really sure if they are going to get promoted for sure. Yes, they did get that big chicken in the first game, but have a look at this. T7xORION, 17 finish points, 10 position points, 27 points. And the second position team, there's a 14-point gap. Mysterious 4 with just 13 points. Now, this is exactly where I call T7xORION just, you know, going past the competition and establishing them inside of the top 4, because now T7, they are going to be unshakable from the top.
Yeah, hopefully. But again, you have to be in the top 4, you know?
Yeah.
It's no longer like how BGIS is, where you want to be in top 8 to try and retain, blah, blah, blah. No, it's no longer top 8. You have to be top 4, because if you're in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th in the overall standing, you are going to be exactly where you are right off the start. So, which is nowhere, which is going to be Group C. And you don't really want to be inside Group C, because nobody from Group C is going to get an advantage at all. You
Yeah.
are going to be playing from the survivor stage. At
But then
least.
again, in the second page, I see there are going to be some concerns, don't you think so? I mean, Non-X, Rising Esports, potentially even Flying Esports as well. I was kind of expecting that Flying Esports, that good basics at least in the start, they were trying to wrap around from all sides. They understand how the flanks work as well. Potentially, they will need a couple of more games to get adapted inside of the circuit. But have a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. T7xORION with just one game, they move up top, 33 points at the top. You've got Rapid Chaos Esports. Mind you, they've been very consistent in both the games that they've played, #2 and #2. They hold the second spot with 29 points, I see.
Well, personally, you know what's really impressive? In 2 games, we are not seeing teams with double digits. We're seeing 2 teams, which is Mysterious4 and T7xORION, with 20 over finishes from just 2 games. That is a 10 finish per game ratio coming from these 2 teams, which is, I would say, very, very impressive. But is it enough to retain the top 4? Because as we had contenders right now for the 20-digit mark, at least for the top 4 here, is going to be Rising Esports. We also have ZA, we have Mysterious4, we have also the second team here, Solo, and also T7xORION. So obviously these 5 teams are currently the teams to watch out for. But again, anything can happen, I would say.
100% anything can happen. And you know what? I think this is where competition really lies, because the top 4, they are eyeing, they are dreaming for a slot inside of Group B. Now, moving in towards Group B means retaining your top 4 spot at least throughout the 4 days of the week, which is not really something which the athletes are used to. We've always been talking about consistency whenever we're inside of the commentary box, but then I feel like this is really where consistency gets personified, because unless and until you get that top 4 and retain it for all 4 days, you're possibly not making it to the next group.
Well, not just 4 days as well. You've got to do it for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a long one as well. I think we had this very interesting conversation about how Group A is going to look like, right? Like, imagine being in the top 8 for all 3 weeks, and then on the final week, you just kind of got kicked out of top 8.
Yeah, I mean,
oh boy.
I'll be very honest with you. I think if you are in the bottom 4 of Group A, you are very unfortunate, because you are one of the best in the country for sure, but you're still playing against the best in the country. So it's not always ensured that you are going to maintain the top 4 spot. There are going to be slips and dumps in your form as well, and that might just result in you getting dropped down to Group B or potentially even C as well. Anything can happen inside of BMPS.
Well, truth be told, that's exactly what happened to the old True Rippers. So this time they are back for Group B. We're not going to be seeing them today, but I want to see whether or not they still got it.
You're talking about the old True Rippers, right?
I'm talking about Apex Gaming now.
Yeah, they are going to be coming in today very soon. Yeah, what are you thinking about? They're going to be playing in the second half of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, that is going to be happening. But for now, we are going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. First 2 games are done. We'll be back with the next map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to BMPS 2026. And it's going to be a blast for sure because the first two games are done and dusted. And for the third game, we got back the spice back on the commentary box. It is Necro Man who is back on the desk. How are you analyzing the format, the new setup, and of course the first two games? Is your brain able to analyze all of these datas?
I mean, T7 Esports out of nowhere. How did they even pop off so well? And where was this T7 Esports in the first game? Now, that's the main question. And yeah, moving on the conversation towards Rising Esports. I might just be a bit too early to say this, but Rising Esports, once again, the inconsistency is now hitting them. And this has been the main concern about them. Yes, they do get a good game once in a while, but the key point is once in a while. This format is going to reward you if you're consistent in every single game. And if Rising Esports, in the second game, they were not able to perform, I really do feel like what's going to be the differentiator in the third game?
100%. I think just double-clicking on Rising Esports, I mean, imagine this. Their strategy is to just stay passive and stay in the center, right? If that approach is being followed throughout of the competition, I don't think Rising Esports are going to be competing for the first 4 spots, which means they are potentially not going to get promoted to Group A or Group B, whatever it is, right? And eventually there is going to be the slump in form as well. They might just be in the bottom 4 for a while and they might just get relegated. Rising Esports needs an overhaul. Yes, the first game of Rondo, I feel it was purely out of luck. But in the next game, their inconsistencies and their weaknesses were just brought open.
But hey, you know what? Let's shed some light onto the consistency now. Because Rapid Chaos Esports, man, it's been a great performance from them. First game doing pretty good. Second game as well, they're inside of the top 2. So Rapid Chaos Esports, even with the roster change, we're still seeing them do pretty good. That banner is pretty much just there representing a great name. Santa Esports, though, expectations were there in the second game, but you can't say they were not able to follow up that well.
You know, they never really played on the map of Wrangle, to be honest. Even inside of BGIS when they were representing Team Alpha.
Miramar.
Yeah, it was always their Miramar games, which is just different about Team Alpha and Team Santa Esports. So I'm going to be holding my horses down. I think Team Santa knows what they're doing. The Rondos were strong back in the day. The Rondos is still strong. The Wrangles were weak back in the day. They're still weak, to be honest. Let's just wait for Miramar to come by, honestly.
Aren't they supposed to improve, though? Looking at the past mistakes, they're supposed to not replicate those once again. But looking at Santa Esports, I guess some things never change, just like Rising Esports' strategy. And moving on the conversation towards Zero Arc Official. Now, that's another team that I'm going to be looking out for in the upcoming game. Zero Arc definitely do possess a lot of punch, and if you look at the overall structure from Zero Arc as well, the playing force looking pretty solid. I do believe that even the mental is going to be much more better. The confidence is definitely going to be there from them. The third match, once again, it's going to be on the map of Wrangle, so it's pretty much the classic grounds for these guys.
100%. And now, honestly speaking, the way the first two games have actually popped off, the difference in points is absolutely bare minimum. Like, you look at the way teams placed 4 and 5, I think there's a tie about 20 points. So I'm expecting this competition to be up there. I've never really seen a group to begin and all right off the bat, just 5 and 6 teams just really getting more than 20 points. That has never really happened. If you look at the past records, whenever the group starts or whenever a tournament begins, it's just 1 or 2 teams performing and they just take a huge lead for themselves. This time, it's so different.
So pretty much the points are well scattered. That's what you're trying to say, which is, of course, a good thing for the top 4, but it's a pretty bad thing for the teams underneath because there's a chance that the top 4 is just going to keep on running away with a constant lead, and the teams that are not able to find that consistent strength, they're just going to keep on falling back. But Salty, without wasting any more time, it's time for us to head on towards the third game, and the plane is already in the sky, starting all the way from the northern side, which is going to be Zarki, and then ending all the way towards the Snoka military base.
It is going to be fun, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 3 of BMPS 2026, and T7 Esports will be on the lead for sure. But like you said, I think the flight path, it is quite comfortable, quite decent, and very basic for all of the teams. If you want to go towards maybe, you know, the far eastern corner of the map, potentially on towards the eastern side of Yasnaya Poliana, you can actually do that. But the question is the pace of the game going to be similar? Because last time we had somewhere about a shelter Milta circle. This time I'm expecting to be a rather northern circle so that the teams and the players, they can actually quicken up their pace, potentially try and go for more fights and gain more points.
I mean, this plain flat path, it's pretty balanced. Unless if you want to move on towards Yasnaya Poliana, Lipovka, or even Milta Power now, that's going to be a tough stretch. Team Fly Esports, they have been doing pretty good for themselves, at least in the first game. The transition towards the second game, it's been a bit shaky. Santa Esports, the first game was decent enough, so you can't say the first game sort of compensated for the second one, but the third game has to be a great one. And look at the Esports. I think they've already kicked things off. There's a bit of that fire going on towards Georgiapol.
Wow, I called for a Northern Circle. We are being delivered a Northern Circle. Santa's really gifting me this one. But like you said, Likita and Fly Esports, there's surely something that is happening in Northern Georgiapol. We'll find out, of course, what that exactly is. But for now, looking at the circle, Necro, right off the bat, there are going to be teams in trouble. Naqsh Esports, Rapid Chaos, and maybe even Mysterious 4. These are the teams who will have to loot up extremely quick, potentially make a run for the circle right off the bat.
I mean, overall, Georgiapol being crowded, never expected that. Blink Esports, Team Flying Esports next to each other in the proximity.
And then, of course, Likita Esports as well.
Yeah. But Likita, you can't say they are a bit far away from at least Blink Esports. So for Likita to actually get inside of the fight, it's going to be a tough one. But Blink Esports and Flying Esports can instantly lock horns. All it takes is that one long-range knock. But I guess Flying Esports, they just want to evade the tracks because they know there's too many teams here. It does not make a lot of sense to just stay over here and fall prey to your opponents. It's better to just be proactive, get your hands on the basic loot, get your hands on the vehicles, and then move away. The main problem for these teams is going to be the vehicle shortage.
Yeah.
Because if a team has already taken away all the vehicles inside of the apartments, there is a tough one because you cannot really find more vehicles around that spot.
Yeah, I mean, inside of Northern Georgiapol, as much as I've played, I think there's just one vehicle inside of that one garage. You might find random spawns around the bridge area as well, but then it's a little too risky to actually try and go there and find those buggies out. But we'll find out if the vehicles and their mobility is getting sorted. But you look at the DOA status, you look at the way the points are split up. This is exactly what I was talking about. You've got T7xORION, who is at the top with 33 points on your 7th spot. Or rather, let's say, on your 5th spot, you've got ZeroArc Esports with 20 points. It's just a difference of 13 points. And 5 teams have placed themselves inside it as well.
JAGUAR with 0 finishes in this game. It's been a passive start from them. And if you talk about the overall performance today, 5 points per game, that's the average they're moving with.
Yeah.
Which is not too good. JAGUAR, they need a lot more. Expectations are through the roof from this team, and the performance, it's not matching up to it. Blink Esports, even for them, it's been an unfortunate start. Dropping down in a man off the rip inside of the Georgiapol apartments. Unlucky stuff. But for T7xORION, what a big start it's been. The way they took that chicken dinner with 17 finishes backed up. Now that's a massive statement.
Yeah, that was a banger for sure. But aren't you a big fan of JAGUAR, to be honest?
I mean, of course, we all are big fans of JAGUAR, right?
No, you and Johnny are. I mean, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not a big fan of JAGUAR. You are.
If you've seen them play in 2023,
yeah,
you would have been a fan as well.
I was. Trust me, I was, man. But, 3 years have passed since those days. I mean, it was still my first tournament and it was my first impression of JAGUAR. So, we'll find out exactly what happens.
I mean, the only thing I really want to say is that we just want that form back. I understand the players are completely different. Maybe the management as well is now a little bit different, but I just want them back. I just want that same form. I want that same run back.
100%. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, back in the day, they used to actually vie for the semi-final slots, at least. Like, they used to at least qualify for the semi-finals, potentially actually even make it to the grand final sometimes. But I don't think we've ever seen JAGUAR in the finals. We'll find out exactly what happens. But for now, of course, Rapid Chaos Esports, I think this is their time now. 2 games back-to-back, extremely consistent right from the get-go itself. And now I think they are on their merry run. But the question is, where are they going? They will have to travel far up north. We still remember the circle was somewhere around Severny and the region southward. So if Rapid Chaos Esports wants to be safe for the rest of this entire game. They will have to cover so much distance. They've already reached Yesnaya at this point.
Indeed. I mean, the consistency is something that Rapid Chaos Esports is backed up with. And as long as Rapid Chaos Esports is going to stay consistent, I'm not really worried about them. We'll be looking pretty good. Look at this. Oh no, it's not looking great as of now for this team though. Santa once again falling prey. Punisher taken care of. Santa is just too careless. But even for the team, Zero Arc, it's not looking that great either. Zero Arc as well, losing out on one of the players. He's knocked out. Shundan not there in the game anymore to provide that backup. And Zero Arc, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. Instead, taking those shots against Thunder Gaming as well. Thunder Gods. In an unfortunate shoes. And they just want to find an escape route from that compound.
I mean, have a look at this. Pain is live. He knows exactly that he's got absolutely nothing that he can do right now. He wants to run away from it, but the two teams were taking shots at him. This makes his life so much more difficult. Team Flying Esports, of course, they are still in the midst of fight. Have spotted a couple of those outliers in. Zero Arc Esports on the other side. They've just run away from this place as quickly as they can, but that also resulted in them getting dispersed. And none of their teammates now are actually in support of each other, which greatly reduces their chances of actually getting a good result in this fight. Look at this, Sarwar is in the water. Spain is live, is inside of containers right now. What exactly is Zero Arc doing, Necro?
That's a good question that you're asking me. And if you look at the transition from Rondo to this game, man, in Rondo, Zero Arc were like the alphas.
Not Zero Arc entirely. I think only Sarwar was the alpha.
Whatever, man. Look, as a team, they got that many points.
Yeah.
Understand, in the overall standings, it's not just going to be Sarvar getting that many points. It's Zero Arc getting that many amount of points. And now the transition to this game where Zero Arc is losing out on 2 players off the rip, it's a big question mark.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a good question that you asked me, because I myself do not know the answer to.
Wow, man. BMPS 2026. It's fun. It's a good start. I like the chaos that is there already. I like the amount of teams that have actually stepped up. It's not just 1 or 2 teams who have just been dominating through and through. There are multiple names who just pop off every single game. And I really want to find out if some of these names can stick together till the very end, because it's a long tournament. Being consistent throughout, it's not going to be easy. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the circle. It's up north. Here we have a fight as well. GenXFM Ghost is going to be the only one initiating this fight. But can he establish contact? Yes, he does. Godlike Esports. 1 man's left alive. Harsh OG is doing brilliantly. There's no support at all right now, and this man is going to fall. Godlike Esports. He needed support, he needed more numbers, but GenXFM just absolutely rack up these finishes right now.
Godsend Legion, they're just getting slaughtered. They're like the lambs walking inside of a slaughterhouse. Another man just left alive, and even he's going to be eaten alive. GenXFM, this is the form we wanted to see. This is the run we want to see from them. But even they're hurt. 2 players knocked out, just 1 man alive right now, and he's getting those revivals as well. GenXFM is down to a 3-man squad, and Aura is already overlooking them. Aura just wants to crash onto that compound and maybe potentially go for an instant third party. But maybe that idea is going to be scratched.
I'm going to be honest with you, I did not like that fight from GenXFM. It was just Godlike Esports and their formation extremely screwed, and that is one of the reasons why they lost that fight. Could not come into support at that 1-man Harsh in time, and when they came in, they all just landed in their crosshairs. That is not how you take those fights. GenXFM, still, they've lost down yet another man, just 2 men left alive. It's going to be tough against Aura, but look at this fight. Blink Esports, they've been getting destroyed time and time again. This is a time for payback. 3 men still alive. Lastade Esports down on their knees. Zero Arc on the other side. Sarwar is taking shots. There are so many fights, Necro, that are happening left, right, and center. That is one of the reasons why I absolutely love these northern circles.
But the man's back in the blue, constantly taking that chip damage too. And he's taking shots on the teams that are trying to make it inside of the circle, which means Sarwar is already in a major disadvantage. Blink Esports, they found themselves on the receiving side of the spectrum. Lastade Esports, even they've taken significant amount of damage upon themselves, as even they've lost out on one of the players. And now look at this. Flying Esports, they find themselves in one of the most awkward positions, and there's no backup. Hunter gets caught off guard and completely eliminated from the game. The second man as well gets caught. Flying Esports, they're making too many mistakes. And Rising Esports is just rising back up on that mountain, making that climb, shutting down the players of Flying Esports. They've only got 2 more men standing, and Judd is on the run. Another man somehow caught. Flying Esports, how are they dropping down bodies like this?
Just basics. Absolute basics. Rising Esports, for the first time, they're not really chasing the center, they're chasing down a team like that. I'm happy that they are being successful with it as well. Fox gets up the mark, Beard Baba with 2 finishes as well. This is a good start for Rising Esports, to be honest, but once again, Flying Esports, I expected better. This is a team that understands teamwork, especially in a couple of those fights. I saw them establish those flanks, those different angles to actually win that fight as well. This time, they get isolated and they get annihilated by Rising Esports.
3 finishes on the board from Rising, which is a decent start.
Yeah.
For T7, though, only 1. This time, a bit of a passive start. Ares Esports, too, chiming inside of this action, as even they're getting a few frags gathered up. One thing is for sure, the Thunder Gods, they're not having a good time. Blink Esports making a bit of those moves on the board, too. Professor, he was not able to get the confirmation, and what am I even watching? That player just let Professor move like that.
I think that's a strategy. Trying to make Lastade Esports believe that, you know what, a recovery, a revive is still on the cards, but Professor never really thought that they can actually go the other way around. Shotgun from Zemo was really good. Professor has been brought down to 50% HP, but can Zemo take advantage of this? Nade being misfired. Mayank is trying to do something. God. Shotguns do strike once again, and bang! He finds that shot. Likita! I kind of expected them to win this fight, but Nexus from the backline somehow keeps Blink Esports at bay, Necro.
Likita's not able to live up to that name. Just 1 point garnered from this game. And now Thunder Gods, they found themselves in real odd and a weird position. Ares Esports, Error getting knocked out. The remaining players in the back lines, Ares Esports, I highly doubt they can even provide the backup. The position is too advanced, and it's also quite exposed. If Ares Esports do want to go for that revival, they also need to make sure that there's going to be some suppressive fire available. And they do actually go for it. Get that man inside of the vehicle maybe, and then instantly be on the quick move. Thunder Gods Esports, they do spot out that rescue operation, but they do not do anything about it. Thunder Gods Esports as well, they have been taking constant beatings upon themselves throughout this entire game.
You know, it's very surprising, to be honest, because the first time I saw Thunder Gods Esports, they were dominating inside of round 1, round 2, and round 3 of the BGIs. But as soon as the further rounds came up, Thunder Gods Esports, all of a sudden, the slump in performance was just too big for them to handle. Well,
wow.
We'll find out if Thunder Gods Esports this time can actually make amends, but this is mysterious for and their game so far. They have the only compound that there exists in the circle, Necro, and they are at the dot center of it.
This has to be their game. That is the only compound available, and it's actually a good compound too. So Mysterious 4 can actually seal the deal from this game and do a lot more better in the overall standings.
They will take away the #1 spot if they win this.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they will also have a decent lead in the overall standings. A cushion to work with.
I think, Necro, if you really, really want to promote yourself towards maybe like the next best group, which is going to be Group B, you have to establish lead as much as you possibly can. You will have to get those firefights in, but Mysterious 4, now they are getting challenged. It is going to be none other than Aura X, who have infiltrated the compounds, and with good reason as well. They've got the hovercraft, which made Mysterious 4 fall back. Those nades are going to do absolutely nothing, and now Aura Esports possess a big threat against these group.
I'm not a big fan of this.
Yeah.
They should not have let Aura Esports just walk in like that. Mysterious 4 should have held that compound down. It should have been exclusively Mysterious 4's compound, but no, instead, now they let Aura walk in, and Aura as well now possesses a lot of control on the circle. It's just unfortunate for Mysterious 4. And also bad decision-making. Ares Esports, they Found themselves a bit of that gas station, and it's actually a pretty decent spot too. It's not bad. But it's also really exposed.
The only problem is there are going to be multiple teams around that region as well. There's Blink Esports, there's also Rising Esports from the backlines, there's Thunder Gods, there's T7 Esports, Santa is apparently making some big moves towards the center as well. So all of these teams, the commotion that there is, especially in such an open circle, just causes so much commotion. Have a look at this, shots getting fired from multiple directions. How do you even protect your numbers in such a situation? I don't know.
T7 Esports, they found themselves around the edges. Rising Esports in the proximity, they've got their eyes laid on top of them. And T7 now wants to execute that trigger. Shots taken, no connections. 3 finishes on the block. And already T7's getting charged on by Rising Esports. I'm loving this aggressive approach from Rising. Directly pouncing on top of the foes and now just eliminating them left, right, center. Second man falls apart as well. T7 down to just that one last man, but this one guy, he's of course wrecking a lot of chaos.
You know, I love this. Rising Esports have had enough. They're like, Necro says this every single event that we only play in from the center. This time they're finally showcasing their class. Thunder Gods on the other side under fire. There's still one man trying to fight it out, but he gets shut down as well. Brilliantly done by Team Ares. But now they are making big moves on the circle as well. There is yet another team who is trying to potentially come right next to them, and it is going to be Rising Esports. Can they recover from the fight that they just had? Can Ares recover from the fight that they just had? Can they bring their men back and replenish their supplements as well? It's not going to be easy, and right at the edge of the circle, this battle might decide who gains control of the eastern part of the circle, or rather, the western part actually.
6 finishes from Rising Esports. It's been quite a decent game from them. Onyx. Oh no, that one man in the smoke. The moment the smoke fades away, the man's lifeline as well. This is going to flash on top of his eyes, but there we go. That man instantly snuffed out, getting ran over by that vehicle. Rapid Chaos Esports, they just want to stay consistent in the overall standings. They know the job is almost done. Rapid Chaos Esports on the verge of wiping out Onyx, and they do so.
Yeah, certainly do, but they are not out of danger yet. Shots are getting fired from the distance. 7 aces this time are going to be the ones who try and knock on their doors. One man has been brought down. And have a look at this. I mean, there's no offense from Rapid Chaos, which is extremely weird. I mean, I expected these players to actually try and shoot them down, but nonetheless, they just continue playing with their 3 players up. 4 finishes on the back already. They're still outside the circle, by the way, Necro. And 7 aces too. They have to move inside. It's going to be difficult for both of these teams to try and navigate through so many teams out there in the open.
Indeed. And Santa. They're not the alphas anymore. Not the monsters that we saw in the map of Rondo. Struggling too much on the map of Orango. Rapid Chaos Esports. Oh no, dropping down like flies once again. Losing out on that main key player. And now Dhruv is the only person left standing. Driving in his Lambo, the man just wants to run away. That's the perfect vehicle if you want to run away. Zero arc. This team, we've all seen the firepower in the first game itself. They just want to keep on continuing that same wrath on top of the foes. Blue's on the move, and Dhruv is going to find himself that little bit of a cover inside of the circle. It's not the best cover, but it is something he can work with, at least as of now.
He's been spotted. He's been spotted. His vehicle has been spotted. Smoke has been spotted as well. And look at the sprays coming through as well. I'd be surprised if Dhruv manages to survive this and move out of his position as well. He's tanking a lot of damage, and finally, he gets shut down as well. Ghost from Genix FM. Genix FM, by the way, is still alive.
Yeah.
2 players eliminated early on. 2 players have been going on and on as well. 6 finishes on the block, 16 points secured.
I know, right? Surprising. In the overall standings, Genix FM is not doing too bad. 16 points, as you mentioned. It's out of the top 8 as well. What else do you want? And if Genix FM is able to get 5 more points from this game, that's just going to be the icing on top of the cake. Yes, they're barely scraping through, but at least they're in the top 8.
Yeah, but this is exactly what they're doing right now. trying and playing in from the shorelines. In fact, one player from Team Flying Esports is actually inside of the waters. Look at Jot!
Oh my God.
What is he doing? Taking a dip in summers. That is very needed, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure you're hydrated throughout BMPS 2026.
No way! He wanted to throw a smoke, but he accidentally threw his own meds out. And then he realizes, oh no, I need to switch it to nades once again, utilities once again.
I thought that he's trying to share bandages.
No.
Then I figured out, oh, he wants to throw a smoke.
And there we go. All the surprises down the drain. Jot spotted out too. He could not even get those elimination points on the team in the shoreline. Unlucky stuff.
But still, two teams remain at the top, in my opinion, and those are going to be the teams inside of the compounds. Mysterious4 and Aura X. All of the teams, they're fighting for their lives. Meanwhile, these two teams at the dead center, they've just been holding down their ground. Have a look at this right now, though. Gomu this time was under fire. Couple of those shots coming in from Rising Esports from the distance. And Rising Esports, I think this has been their best performance so far. In spite of them picking up the chicken dinner in the first game, I think this did clearly show a lot of intent, a lot of aggression. And now Beard Baba is back in form. 4 finishes already. He's still leading the shots, but now he gets knocked out. Can they bring him back? Not really. Gets finished off. Rising Esports. This is one of the reasons why they slump a lot. Their inconsistencies. All of a sudden, they just lose down their 5 fights and lose their position as well.
Whenever the circle is not favoring Rising Esports, they always do lose those fights. They always end up losing that game. And once again, the same thing follows up, but at least this time they got consistent points. They got 8 points in total. In the overall standings, they've got 28 points. If you think about it, it's not too bad. Or 26 points.
I don't really care about the points. Only thing I care about from Rising Esports is that they took a fight at the edge of the circle by pushing them down. That is the first time I've seen Beard Baba do that, and I hope that he actually does that for a while now.
Yeah, and I really hope we're going to see the same amount of numbers when it comes to the fragging department. And this man from Santos somehow still alive.
Yeah.
Keeping his present anonymous. That Santa must be hunted down. Is Santa on someone's naughty list?
What? 7 aces certainly. I mean, if they do have an idea that Alpha is right down in the corner, but it seems like 7 aces do not have a clue. So Santa definitely is not on 7 aces naughty list. Might be Mysterious4s or probably even Aura X's, but is that going to make a difference? They do get themselves into the top 5 though, and that is good coming in from Alpha.
Yeah.
Even if the finishers don't really come by, I think Team Alpha, they've done decently to try and fight for those placement points, at least on the maps of Erangel.
Yeah, they've got no clue. Santa's right there too. Oh, Mysterious4 finally deciding to fight back. It might just be too late, though.
Yeah.
They should have fought against Aura Esports the moment they try to move inside of that compound, but they retreated. And now trying to make a trail of smokes to do something. Just waiting for the next circle to pop up. This fight against Aura is inevitable. They have to make it, no matter what.
100%.
Utilities tossed out, just waiting for the next circle to pop up, and it's going to be popping up right on top of Ares Esports. This time, there's a chance Ares might just steal it away.
Absolutely. Mysterious4 and Aura X, they've been waiting for the circle to actually shrink down, but all of a sudden, I think none of these teams expected a betrayal from the circle as well. The circle shifts away from them, and now Mysterious4, they plunge into battle. Again, it's going to be Noob and Henry in those front lines. Can Aura X tackle these lads? It's going to be tough. There's a vehicle slamming as well. The Molotovs and the smokes have been utilized, but no damage yet to be found. But look at this, Mysterious4, slowly and steadily, they do spread themselves out. Kalyug has been brought down. Brilliant nades coming in. Dope has been found out as well. Did not expect a one-sided affair. Aura X not just being able to live up to their name, to be honest.
Oh no, another nade, and that's going to be the end. The nail in the coffin. Not even breaking a sweat. Mysterious4, that was so quick. On the back of the utilities, well-placed nades, that's how they just easily won that fight. And as you mentioned, yeah, that did not even feel like a fight. It was just too easy for Mysterious4.
I'm kind of disappointed at Aura X, to be honest, because as soon as the circle shifted out, they should have expected a fight coming through, but they were not prepared at all. They did not put them in positions which were immune to those nades. They did not really put up any sort of offense, just waited for Mysterious 4 to strike, and well, they did strike hard. But have a look at this. Now, they are looking at 7 aces right now, mowing down the lawn is going to be Goku, and he finds it, another knock. Alpha finally showcases himself, but he's been shut down as well. 7 eliminations for Mysterious 4, and they are not stopping Necro.
Make it 9. A few more eliminations on the board. Santa eliminated from the game too. And now you've got the final 2 teams standing. That's going to be 7 Aces and Aries Esports. Right next to each other. Circle on the move, and unfortunately for 7 Aces, they don't really have good places to go. They've only got that smoke to work with, while the opponents, they've got proper covers, and they've also got a great spread. 7 Aces out in the open, utilities tossed on top of them. 7 Aces, yeah, they're not going to stand that ground for too long, and now it's going to be a major stalemate between these top 2 teams. Aries Esports and Mysterious 4. While Mysterious 4, it definitely does seem like they do secure a decent chunk of that circle. Mysterious 4 might just come out on top. They've got the man advantage too inside of the fight.
But to be honest, Aries does not have a very bad chance either as well. Look at those numbers, 55% of the chicken dinner percentage going towards Aries Esports as well. It's a 4v4 that is brilliant. And it's a big standoff.
Why do I feel like the percentages are wrong here? I think more percentage should be with Mysterious 4. Looking at that position, they're quite spread out.
True.
They've got better jump on top of Aries Esports. That's what I personally think.
I think it also kind of includes the amount of resources you have, the amount of ammunition, and I don't really know, supplements, but
oh
no way.
My God.
Hello, Henry falls down this time. Mysterious 4. Is that exactly what it's going to take to break this team down? Team Aries now finally making moves, but they are in the front lines, and they still find contact as well. Brilliantly done. Era this time is going to make the fall. Team Aries Esports, they're not too real good either.
Tables turned, and now it seems like things are falling apart for Aries. They're making too many mistakes. This shotgun, it's not clicking that well, but eventually they do find the knock. Last man from Mysterious 4, pinned in the back. He's tossing out the utilities, hoping that he's not going to be shot at. Utilities not finding the proper mark. The man's taking too much damage from the nades. And unfortunately, he just confirms his own teammate. Utilities not finding that mark. Revival also coming through from Aries Esports. For a moment, things almost flipped.
Yeah.
And that man from the hovercraft just moved out in the open. And he got eliminated too.
It's a game of seconds, Necro, at this point, but now it's a 1v3. It's an inhuman task for Noob, to be honest, and something which only the pros can do it. But will Noob potentially cross boundaries this time? There are going to be players out in the open. Finds one knock, but that is it. The golden chicken going to the hands of Team Aries Esports, and beautifully played. Once again, I think the numbers are justified, Necro. I think that is that kind of...
I don't know how that happened, but yes, it did happen somehow. Aries Esports did end up winning, but yeah, I mean, looking at Aries Esports and the moment they found that first knock, that utility was well placed. The moment that nade was able to find the first knock, we saw Aries Esports instantly get proactive because they knew right now the opponents are hurt. It's time to press upon the matters even more and make them hurt even more. And the moment that happened, we almost saw Aries Esports throw that entire fight.
Yeah.
For a second, the tables were flipped, but then instantly they got the recovery too, so it's all good.
You know, it's all good in the hood as well, and now there's just one more team who is going to compete for the top 5, ladies and gentlemen, potentially the top 4. There are going to be a number of teams who are well suited to actually be inside Group B as well, Necro. 3 games are done and dusted. Today's Group C matches are completely done. I want to know your thoughts. Which of the teams actually stood out for you?
I mean, for me, we saw a lot of teams actually do pretty good in the first game itself, right? There were so many aggressive names. But if you talk about my expectations and the teams that were able to actually come through on my expectations are Santa Esports. The first game was great from them. We saw a lot of aggression. Santa was able to get those points too. But after that, the overall consistency was lacking from them.
On the consistency front, I think it's only Rapid Chaos who potentially deserves a shot at Group B right now. Of course, the promotion and the relegation is going to happen in the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, does Mysterious 4 stand a chance? Yes, they do. I mean, I love the way they played this game out as well. Henry was brilliant. Noob is a guy that I've been looking forward to as well. And I think he's doing very good in the front lines.
And considering the start, for Gen X FM, it's not been a bad day. Gen XFM is still inside of the top 8, doing pretty good contesting that spot. They do have 20 plus points as well, so you can say for Gen XFM, at least they've got a decent bit of foundation set up. In the span of 3 games, they've got 28 points, which is not bad if you think about it.
It's certainly not bad. I mean, I'm not really sure, to be honest, where the competition lies, because right now, in my opinion, the top 8 to top 10 teams will still have a chance at the end of the week. There's not really a big points difference. One good performance is going to catapult you back inside the top 4. So as long as the points difference stays minimal, try and get those consistent performance back, because if you are in Group B, the only thing in my mind right now is you have 1 goal to try and go to Group B. You are inside Group B, you only have 1 goal to try and go towards Group A. That is the it.
And the crazy part about Group A is that you directly head on towards Grand Finals if you're inside of the top 8 from the qualifiers. So that is just insane if you think about it. MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Goku from Mysterious 4. 4 finishes racked up. Damage numbers also going to be pretty high. But if you look at the top players, I'm pretty sure we might be able to see someone from Rising Esports as well. They were pretty aggressive.
Yeah, Beard Baba. I'm expecting Beard Baba to be up there as well. That was a great game coming in from this lad and the rest of his team as well. I think Beard Baba and Fox OP has been the one to really lift up the mantle for Rising Esports. Hopefully they can actually do it in the upcoming days as well. But Goku, Dhruv, Bijoy, Noob, these are the other players that we're talking about in the top players list. Everybody is around that 4 finish mark with around 500 to 300 points of damage. It's been a very competitive game in this one.
Yeah, this was not exactly a high-fragging game. You can't say the eliminations were well distributed amongst the lobby, and that's why we're just seeing 4 eliminations from these teams, or these players in general. Looking at the highlights, too, of that previous game, things were a little bit weird. You can say a lot of these teams were strangled inside of Georgiapal Apartments, and Blink Esports, the start itself was really weird. Then later on, we also did see Godson Legion. They were just absolutely slaughtered by the opponents.
I mean, I'm not really sure. Godson, I had high hopes from them. I expected this team to actually do much better, but then all of a sudden, the way the teamwork has been collapsing, I'm not even sure if they are going to be lasting throughout the tournament, but nonetheless, one good thing that we spotted inside of this game was Rising Esports really lift themselves up from the Duchess. Have a look at this. T7, they were the ones who were completely dominating the lobby, especially in the last game. They had 17 frags. Rising Esports went up to them, destroyed them, and got their points away. It's not something to scoff at, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the overall chaos that was there in the final few moments too, right? 7 aces getting themselves somewhere inside of the top 5. It's decent, but looking at the overall day, 7 aces performance hasn't been that great. They weren't able to justify that spot. Then if you move on towards the final few moments, as I mentioned, this was that instance where tables were almost flipped in the favor of Mysterious 4, but then they instantly managed to pretty much do the damage control and save the day for themselves. Ares Esports getting those points, getting that chicken dinner, getting 20 points in total. Mysterious 4 as well, not too far away, getting 17 points, 7 aces TRB, getting 10 points. Rising Esports getting 8 points. That's a consistent finish. Then you've also got Gen XFM getting 7 points. That's decent. Santa, the only reason why they got those 4 placement points is because of Alpha.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is a good recovery coming in from Santa X as well, because when you get yourself in the 5 to 7 point mark, at least you don't have the regret that the game was completely washed away. But Necro, I feel I'm having a good feeling from BMPS 2026 already. Out of the data that we have from the first 3 games, it's really competitive. I thought for a second that Group C might be extremely underwhelming, but the way these teams have performed, I think there's going to be a lot of competition for the promotion, and potentially towards the bottom side of the table as well. There's going to be a lot of competition to avoid relegation.
There's definitely going to be a lot of competition. T7xORION, though, look at them. Just 4 points from this game. Once again, consistency dipping down. And we spoke about how the format really rewards you if you are consistent, but I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams are just going to be hoping for that one massive game and an instant boost on top of the board. Mysterious 4, they have been really consistent, and that consistency is now rewarded with 46 points in the overall board. T7 Esports, since that second game was great, they managed to acquire 37 points in total, combining this game's point as well. Rapid Chaos Esports, they've managed to get 34 points. Then if you look at Rising Esports, they've managed to get 28 points.
You know, for Rising Esports, I think they aren't really going to be very happy because the first game was a chicken dinner for them. They started Rondo with a bang, but then they could not really build up on that performance. Have a look at this. They only have a 3-point lead from their closest competitors, which is going to be Ares Esports. And on towards the flip side, Necro, there are 4 teams who are yet to cross on that double-digit mark, and they are going to be in the relegation zone, at least for now. What do you do if you are in the relegation zone? How do you prepare yourself for the next day?
Look, in my opinion, relegation zone, yes, I do understand it's going to be happening, but they've still got a chance.
Yeah.
And in that chance, they just need to hope for that one fluke of a performance and just hope that they're going to be outside of that bottom 4. That's the only thing they really need to hope for. And yes, the Eliminator 2026 of BMPS, it's going to be Servar from ZA.
At least for now. At least for now, because now this is a very interesting thing. I think it has been incorporated by from a lot of different sporting competitions all around the world. I think the Eliminator badge is going to be the most important thing, even better than the MVP of the tournament as well, because people out there sitting at home, they only want to see finishes. They only want to see players going out there and unleash the beast. And how do you unleash the beast, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, if you also want to go inside of your game and potentially get something like Sarwar, yes, you're not going to get the badge, but you are going to get the finishes. Just try this lovely little beauty. I mean, you can try the white one, you can try the black one. My personal favorite is actually the white one.
Yeah, exactly. I love the white one as well. It tastes pretty good. And yes, you can unleash the beast inside of the game as well, just like Servar, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But his team in general has been doing pretty good too. Now, I do understand you will say when it comes to the elimination factor, he's the one contributing a lot more. But it's also about setting that player in that position. It feels like his teammates are also giving him a lot of information, and that's one of the main reasons why he's also able to make those moves in the first place and gather those elimination points in general. And if you look at this team, they have been sticking to each other for a long time.
Yeah.
Servar, if you look at his teammates as well, Chandan, they've been there with each other for such a long time. Be it this year, be it the past year, they were there playing with each other.
100%, and I'm actually very happy with the fact that Sarvar has continuously been performing no matter which year it is, no matter which phase of the competition you are, be it BGIs, be it BMPS, Sarvar just always comes up with big numbers on board. I feel like a trophy is still very far away from him. He has never really come close to the trophy or potentially even the grand finals. But on an individual performance, on an individual level, I think this man has done enough. Now it's about being consistent and trying to actually be inside the semi-finals.
But hey, now it's also about the Group B. And we know we've got a lot of spicy names inside of Group B. We're also going to be seeing a bit of an upgrade when it comes to that group. And yes, the fan favorite name, TAG, is also going to be a part of it. So the excitement's definitely going to be through the roof. And you know what, guys? You don't have to wait for too long. We're directly going to head inside of the game as the plane's already in the skies. The plane flight path starting all the way from Stalberg towards the Snuka military base. This plane flight path, it seems pretty balanced. It's pretty much just dividing the map into 2 equal halves. Of course, there's teams that will like to go towards the extremities. For example, Milta Power. There are going to be players heading towards the Povka as well. I just want to see some early game action. I just want to see a lot of drop clashes. H4K heading towards Severny. You've got a few teams taking that early game exit from the plane flight path. You've got H4K pretty much just controlling that northern side. WINDGOD Esports as well heading towards that shooting range area, Johnny.
Exactly, and again, it is going to be an exciting game. I heard you and Salty talking about your expectations that are there from the teams of Group B, and again, I mean, a lot of big names in the mix, a lot of big changes. I'm excited to see what this new roster in the form of Apex Gaming can accomplish, and WINDGOD as well. I think not a lot of changes on the side of WINDGOD. The performance that we recently witnessed in BGIS 2026, it wasn't the best, so maybe a story of redemption for them as well. That early exit allows them control of Georgiopol and Hospital, where they like to play from, but apart from that, I would like to see where the Circle is going to take us in this one.
Circle is definitely going to be a big mystery, but before the Circle, I mean, shedding some light on these teams, right? JAGUAR Esports is also a part of it. RIOTNATIONz is also a part of it. You talked about the Circle. It's going to be around that quarry vicinity. So yeah, the Circle completely shifted on the left side. The plane flat path as well, it was pretty nice to these players.
Yeah.
It was dividing the map into 2 equal halves. It was perfectly placed. So for these players, it's not going to be a big problem heading inside of the Circle or heading towards their own designated drop spots. Looking at TAG, they're heading towards Norupnoi, all the way down south towards the Snuka military base. Tamilan Esports is going to be inside of the military base itself.
Oh, but look at the northern side. It seems like H4K, they are chasing the players of WINDGOD, and that might lead to an early hunt of the players of WINDGOD. We'll have to see a big cluster dropping towards farm, between farm and Pochinki as well. The scramble for vehicles is going to be there, and RIOTNATIONz are one of those names that are involved in the scramble, along with the side of Lastade and Jaguar official, by the way. So there's a spread between these teams, and we see that early clash between Jaguar and the players of Riot Esports, where RIOTNATIONz, my goodness, I mean, found 2 early picks, not a start that Team Jaguar was expecting in this game.
It's kind of insane. I was just talking about Jaguar Esports, and now they have been ripped to shreds.
I don't understand that decision. The spread from Jaguar was quite massive. We have the map where there's Subhalu is all the way towards Ferry Pier, and then you have Shogun, who was south of Pochinki. That's a very, very big spread for the players. There was going to be no backup if anyone, in fact, was caught off guard. And I believe that ended up happening, but it was a 1v2 as well.
I'm pretty sure the game plan was to get as many vehicles as you can.
True.
But they completely forgot the fact that there might just be someone else as well dropping in that spot.
Exactly.
So Jaguar Esports caught off guard, and RIOTNATIONz reaping the benefits off that. 2 elimination points already garnered. They got to be feeling good about that one.
For sure. I mean, a little bit of a comfort zone, especially those early finishes. You are present towards the edge of the circle. You have the luxury to just hold back, play from the edge, gatekeep the teams from the east that are going to rotate towards the western side early. On the other side of things, K9 Esports. Now, this is kind of a new roster for K9 Esports. Of course, the players that are there in the roster have some experience of playing with each other in the past, in particular, Somraj and...
I mean, we all know how Snowjot is and how good he is. He's proved himself time and time in the past, so there's no doubt about Snowjot, but I still want to look at Taurus.
Oh, yeah.
And I still want to see how he's going to be performing inside of an official tournament. Because for that man, it's going to be a first-in-a-lifetime experience. Or I'm not sure if he's played in the past by a different name, but I'm pretty sure this name in general, I'm reading it for the first time.
Yesterday, Maisie kind of mentioned that he had a lot of expectations from him. Like, as far as mechanics go, he is a pretty well-renowned player in the community, and especially when you're playing with players like Snowjot, Somraj, and Smoker right next to you, I think the expectations go up by a notch. So we'll have to see what the start for K9 Esports is going to be. But hey, a very, very quick rotation coming from the players of RIOTNATIONz, and it seems like they aren't going to be the only ones. They have Higgboson Esports right next to them out in the open fields of Gutka.
Interesting. Higgboson. I mean, they've got something else in their minds. In the smack center of the circle, at the start, they just want to hold down the centric part. RIOTNATIONz heading towards the extremities a little bit more. MADKINGS is also going to be in the proximity, and yes, MADKINGS should be part of the conversation too. MADKINGS have always been a wild prospect.
Oh, yeah.
You never know if they're going to be performing to great expectations or not too high from this team, but they always end up exceeding limits.
MADKINGS are mad indeed. As you mentioned, I mean, they always outperform our expectations, and always a surprising entry into the mix during the later stages of the tournament in particular. But then again, I mean, they have some of the most experienced players playing for that roster. I do not know why we are always surprised, because MADKINGS at the start of every single tournament are not doing too well for themselves. This time around, a new mix of players. Of course, Simp is the big transfer for the side of MADKINGS. And a few years ago, I think it was 2024, where Simp was hailed as the super sub for the side of Godlike. Since then, I think he has gotten a little bit more playing time, but I feel that performance that we saw from him 2 years ago, it's kind of faded away.
The man's got more play time, but the performance is actually going down.
Yeah.
Which is not the ideal thing that you expect from a man like Simp.
Exactly. I was going to say it doesn't make really sense.
He was always just begging for more play time. He was always just there. He wanted to be inside of the main playing floor. And now that he's inside of the playing floor, the performance, at least in the BGS 2026, wasn't there. But let's just hope in this new banner, Simp is able to do a lot better. K9 Esports spotting that team. It's going to be the boys of Lastade Esports. Lastade is on the run. Lastade does not want to be part of this entire action, but Somraj is going to let go of them.
Now let's see, Lastade do manage to slip away, put a little bit of distance between them and K9 Esports. But I was scared over there in that conflict. for a few seconds. Lastade, it seems like one of the players could have been caught off guard. K9 Esports, they had him surrounded, but just a quick evade. Now even Lastade have some breathing room to work with. Moving in early for the open fields of Gutka, it's never easy, especially if you're not dropping either towards the edge or inside of the circle in the early stages. Lot of gatekeepers to deal with. And of course, it's going to get tougher with every single minute. Few teams still left to move inside this first stage of the game. H4K, 8-bit, White Walkers, there's HADX, Alpha Gaming as well. They've moved towards north, towards the main island. Tamilan still playing from the military island though. But here we have it. Higgboson, they kick things off for themselves. Pick off Rapido, the danger man from the side of 4TR.
Higgboson. They just knew that it's just chicken out in the open. And now they're just devouring these chickens. Elimination points easily confirmed. 4TR. They found themselves in quite the exposed spot. And Higgboson, they're not going to let go of them just like that. 2 players taken care of. For 4TR, it's a pretty bad start. Now they need to continue that journey with just a 2-man squad. It just gets even worse. And yeah, looking at the next circle, it's just going to center on up once again. Higgboson, they found themselves in the best possible spot. But looking at NQSH, they're on the southern side. JAGUAR Esports with a 2-man squad finally breaching inside of that safe zone. But looking at TAG, Johnny, the ex-True Rippers, now this team really just confuses me. Because why is Kiolamau not on the playing floor? Usually Hirsch was the man who was constantly put on the bench.
True.
But this time Hirsch is in the playing floor and Kiolamau's on the bench.
I think it has to be because of the performance in the last BGIS. It wasn't the same Keo that we saw in 2025. Throughout the year, he was doing really well, but I think the start of this year has kind of been off for him.
I mean, Keo barely played any matches, though, in the BGS as well.
Yeah, the form wasn't there. Even in the third parties, the struggle was clearly visible. But let's see, I mean, the option, that's the best thing about being Alpha Gaming right now, that you have Hydro, Harsh, and Keo. And at any given time, if someone isn't performing, you know that your bench has enough firepower to more than compensate for the lack of performance if you sub them in.
Let's see, man. Johnny, you already know I'm not a big fan of late-game rotations.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
And that's what Team Alpha Gaming has pulled off right now. Good slots already taken away in Alpha Gaming. Now they need to play from the edges. And if you're someone playing from the edges, you have to be proactive. You have to be aggressive as well, willing to go for those fights, willing to break some defenses.
Hey, but look at this, a complete new roster in play for White Walkers. This time we have Baron, Beast, Anuj 2 OP finally getting some playtime at the start of the tournament. So happy for him.
Yeah, my expectations are a lot more from White Walkers.
Yeah,
I really do want them to perform, especially Anuj 2 OP. This man has always been there, doing decent, delivering good performances, but he's never been there on the winning side of the spectrum. And I want to see that person at least get closer to a victory. WINDGOD Esports! Oh my god, it was really close. Almost got knocked out.
You know, my apologies. I mean, we were talking about Anuj 2 OP. Just wanted to mention this. We've been seeing him in the competitive circuit for years now, and we kind of missed out on the fact that he is still in college. So he's managing his education while playing at the highest level of BGMI in the country. I find that very impressive from that lad.
I know, right? Balancing a lot of things. Now he's also started working out as well, Johnny.
He's always been working out.
He has?
Yeah, Anuj 2 OP has been one of the physically fittest competitive esports players I've seen, man.
So yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah. Just need to lift his team to the finals as well now.
Maybe that's what he needs to do, you know? Maybe he just needs to stop everything else and focus on one thing.
Hey, he's a friend of ours. We're just having a little bit of fun. But nice lad, though. Very sweet. Very kind.
Yeah.
But does not have to be kind inside of the game. Needs to go for those frags. We'll have to see how things turn out for him and his teammates this time around. But HADX on our screens. That cluster down south, you were talking about Alpha Gaming. They're waiting on that southern edge.
They're actually playing it pretty grouped up. And I'm not a big fan of that. If you're around the edges, maybe spread yourself out, stop reaching points, collect elimination points. That's what you're supposed to do. But TAG, Instead, they're trying to evade some tracks, which is interesting. How do you move inside the circle in a decent spot? That's the main question I'm pretty sure even they're trying to find an answer to. RIOTNATIONz making that pounce on top of 4TR, and for 4TR, being an invited guest are definitely going to be creating a lot of problems. Anonymous turns around, slaps him down, but 4TR, they've been eliminated from this game. Quick elimination on the board.
Yeah, RIOTNATIONz, they picked off a few players from the side of 4TR very early into this match. Higgboson as well lent a helping hand, but now 4TR eliminated from the match. Quick reset needed for RIOTNATIONz. You see on the radar, few teams eyeing their position. It's a little bit off-center, but still much deep compared to where MADKINGS or Tamilan Esports are for that matter. But on the other side of things, a few moments ago, as you were talking about TAG Alpha Gaming, I agree with you. That's a difficult position to move around in. I mean, the backline's compromised with Naqsh and HADX being there. The front lines you have Lastade to deal with. But RIOTNATIONz struggles continue as they try to deal with the players of MADKINGS, taking shots from the distance. That's the second man to fall.
It's fine, though. MADKINGS just can't do anything about it. Even if they do want to make that pounce, it's going to be a long way to cover. But MADKINGS, they're directly going to go for it. This is the OG clutch caught strategy that we all know. The moment you get a knock, make that push, and for MADKINGS, this might just work out. They have managed to cover that distance. 3 players up close and personal, but MADKINGS, they're also getting shut down by Tamilan Esports from the side. This is exactly what I was talking about, why this strategy is not going to work out. The moment you make that push, RIOTNATIONz is already going to be recovered, but oh no, a massive blunder. He gets knocked out by his own nade.
Hey, had that gone through the window while he was lobbing it inside of the smoke, that would have been a perfect nade to shut down MADKINGS, but it ricocheted and Sunaj, he gets knocked out, self-naded by himself. Can't even blame his teammates for that. But I agree with you. I mean, MADKINGS, they are going to get sandwiched and finished off over here. Should have slammed between the two houses rather than just having their backs completely exposed. And that just goes on to showcase the lack of information they have for this fight. Did not expect Tamilan Esports in the backlines, but Simp, he is back. Takes down 2. RIOTNATIONz looking to push through. MADKINGS finally gets shut down, but still an impressive start to that fight from Simp.
What just happened? How did MADKINGS crumble like that? Within a matter of a second, the entirety of MADKINGS just eliminated from the game, and RIOTNATIONz, they also put that final man in the grave. RIOTNATIONz is just not even breaking a sweat, taking care of the foes left, right, and center, and now even Tamilan Esports, they're falling apart. RIOTNATIONz, firepower at its peak, and Tamilan Esports, they're facing too many problems, too many troubles. That man is still inside of the hovercraft. Why is he not fighting? He needs to save the day for his teammates. It's too late now, my friend. The recovery's already there. RIOTNATIONz, they're going to be feeling great. 2 players standing. For Tamilan Esports, it's just 1 man. Miscommunication happening between Tamilan Esports, and the last person's just going to run away. So many questions erupting in my mind.
This should have been a fight that was Tamilan Esports to win. But as you mentioned, I mean, miscommunication, hesitation over there to make that bounce. It was a 3 versus 2 situation. They could have just traded each other out and still come out on top. But RIOTNATIONz, man, oh man, what a start to their journey. 9 eliminations secured right off the bat. They're just running circles around everyone this time.
I know, right? RIOTNATIONz, that firepower, finally it's back once again. Even in the BGS 2026, RIOTNATIONz was playing the same way. They used to have that one game, which was massive. And it always used to keep RIOTNATIONz around the qualification bracket. And this might just be that one big game RIOTNATIONz is searching for. They're going to be playing 3 games. They just need 1 massive game. 2 players standing. Now it's also going to be Naqsh making that pounce. But Naqsh is also catching too much hurt upon themselves. The man was exposed. Trades happening back and forth. 2 players down for Naqsh, but eventually the 3rd man, he gets things under control. Saves the day for the fallen comrade. He's got it under control.
Oh, Naqsh was also down to the last man, so that could have been another squad wipe secured by RIOTNATIONz, but I think they will be happy with 9 points in the very first match. It's a decent start to the journey, especially considering they started on the map of Erangel. It's okay. Chicken dinner from here would have been better, of course, but finally Team Apex Gaming, TAG, they're trying to get on top. Jonathan already securing 2 eliminations for his side, and the spray is committed by the entire squad and every single team that tries to push for the circle. The side of Naqsh put under some pressure, but I think since they've reached the cover they wanted, now the incentive to try and force a fight has been completely taken away. Higgboson against HADX, 3 versus 3.
Oh no, it's such an awkward spot to be in. Look at Bunny. On top of this house, what is he even supposed to do? It is such an awkward spot to be in. And now finally he just jumps down. Oh. HADX. 2 of the players in front of that one man. Molotov tossed out, the flames are gonna spread. A few more nades tossed out from the person to actually force the opponents out of their comfort zones. Retrieves another nade. He's adamant in tossing this nade. And this one might just find some sort of damage, but the answer is going to be no. HADX is actually doing a phenomenal job in repositioning themselves constantly. Another nade tossed out. This one has to do some sort of damage, and it will. Finds the knock the man was searching for such a long time, but Bunny, he's also getting shot at from the back lines. Third party's happening. HADX somehow saved by H4K, and now TAG, they're going to make that pounce because they know the opponents are hurt in this compound.
Yeah, but from the distance, it's H4K that's just constantly third-partying everyone north of these compounds. What a nuisance to deal with. And of course, no one's more frustrated with H4K being there than Higgboson, but finally this might be the end for the side of Naqsh, as Lastade are looking to close the distance. In fact, they've closed in quite a lot of distance. And I've got last player surviving for the side of Naqsh Esports. And honestly, I don't think he can do much. It's a 1v3 situation. His armor is shot up, helmet as well. But going back to TAG, they're getting pushed. Find the opening knock as well.
Oh, TAG. The man with the shotgun is definitely making a lot of moves, and he's also having a lot of impact. But TAG, a bit of a slap on the face on them as well. Jonathan knocked out. But luckily enough, there's just too many shots in the outskirts, and the teams that are trying to make the pounce, they're just not standing a single chance. H4K from the sidelines is constantly possessing a lot of threat, and now for K9 Esports, even they're going to chime inside of the fight. Third parties after third parties, this compound, it's the compound of hell. There's just that one man standing from the team, and he's just fighting for his life at this point. He's just crossing his fingers and hoping that no one's actually going to be doing anything, or no one actually is going to find his position out.
Yeah, Mooks can't afford to move even an inch over here. And as you mentioned, so many teams moving in for these compounds. A priority cover position, put under pressure, Lastade. They are forced to pick a fight against the players of HADX who have just moved in. And now finally the shutdown comes through. Evilly finds a knock. And HADX almost on the verge of getting wiped out of here, down to the last player, Jax, who's hiding in the back lines. But K9 and TAG now, these are the titans that will end up colliding over here. And K9, it seems like their idea is to clear the cluster towards the south first and then move in up north.
Such an awkward fight towards this compound.
By the way, Godlike has been hiding there for the last 3-4 minutes, so I don't think K9 are aware of his position.
Godlike literally watched his own teammates get absolutely dismantled.
He does that every single roster he's in. If you remember last time with Reckoning as well.
K9 Esports, they were just here to collect some scraps, and they actually do so. Collecting a few elimination points on the way, but they do not know where the last man is, and now the last man's just going to eject outside of the window. What a shot that was! Shuts down the player in the close proximity, gets the confirmation to the game is spoiled for K9. Now with a 3-man squad, yes, a win is possible, but especially with TAG having all the 4 players, that passive approach has been working out to perfection.
Yeah, but it's just the outliers in the form of Moksha and Godlike that I'm worried about. These are going to be the lads that swing the fight completely in the favor of one of these teams. But look at what has happened. Somraj, brilliant off angle to work with, shuts down Jelly over there. And TAG, they have to find some room to work with to try and go for a revive. It's lobbed out by Hydro. He wants to get a little bit aggressive in this one. And even on the back lines, There is Gordex still there. Look at him. I mean, this is brilliant, but I wonder who falls prey to this man just hiding in the shadows.
He can hear so many footsteps. There's a lot of sound cues going on around the player.
And all the smokes just provide him with some cover to work with, at least.
No one's going to be expecting him to be there inside of the shack. And that's pretty much the best jump the man's got. No one's expecting him to be there. TAG, all the 4 players once again recovered. So that's a really good thing. And that man is still in that bathroom, by the way. 7GS, he's not made a single move. He's not even moving a single muscle. TAG is now starting to take some damage on top of them once again. And K9 Esports, they just want to make it rain. They want to hurt him even more. K9 Esports finding those knocks, finding those frags. TAG, they found themselves in too much trouble. And within the blink of an eye, the entirety of TAG eliminated. All of that passive approach just to get eliminated like that. TAG, they're going to be kicking themselves.
I mean, they just got passive at a very weird time. Hydro had closed in a lot of distance. Harsh was there to back him up. But hey, we'll talk about that in a bit. Surprise, surprise. Finally, he steps out of the shadows. And I'm pretty sure Somraj is going to be extremely frustrated with him now.
And H4K has been eliminated too. That's karma right there, by the way. The amount of players that they've eliminated with third party, yeah. It's all the woes just hitting H4K, and even H4K just getting absolutely melted by 8-bit.
Hey, but out of nowhere, I think WINDGOD Esports, they stand a big chance of securing the chicken dinner in this game. We're already down to the top 4, thanks to the chaos of these compounds just north of Gutka.
Oh my god, talk about a passive approach, and WINDGOD, they've got 0 finishes on the board.
Hey, if they can finish off with like 5-6 eliminations and secure the chicken dinner, I think it is overall a decent game. But they're not. They're literally just 5 finishes left for them to claim.
Yeah, so you're basically saying eliminate everyone that stands on the field.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be possible. I'm pretty sure a lot of these players and teams are going to be ending up eliminating themselves, which is going to be a little bit awkward. And still that player is in the bathroom.
He's still there. Oh, man. Talk about being extremely, extremely patient. And, all right, now I think he's going to step out. Taurus, he is in for a very, very unpleasant surprise.
I mean, K9's only got 2 players. Taurus, he's an easy pick.
And Smoker is out in the vehicle, so he can't really provide any sort of cover for Taurus if he falls.
This has to be a great jump.
Yeah.
He has to do it right now. But Moksh still just too passive. Scared of what's going to happen the moment he eliminates K9 Esports, because he still needs to cross that open terrain.
Exactly. I don't think he cares. I think they've made it to the top 4. Of course, top 3 is going to be better. So, and he knows he's only good for like 1 knock over there.
The problem is his team does not even have a single finish. So even if he does get inside of the top 3, that's just going to be 4 placement points.
Yeah.
Which is terrible.
Hey,
or that's just going to be 5 placement points.
And that's better than 4.
Yeah.
Plus he gets 1 finish.
Oh, there we go. Finally, the man breaks. And he's finally there to shut down the opponents. He finds that first frag onto Taurus. And now the situation might just be in his favor. He's on the run towards the circle, but I hope he's not going to be ending up exposing himself. Smoker, he knows there's a foe that's right there next to him. And K9 Esports, they've got their hands on the vehicles, and he just wants to get back inside of the vehicle and maybe make it inside of the circle. For that man from 7GS, though, Moksh, he has been showcasing a lot of patience, and those patience were rewarded with 1 point.
Oh, but not anymore. Now you see the shots being fired towards him from the foes up ahead. And it seems like not a lot of options remain. Smoker, he's done quite well to close in the distance against the players of WINDGOD. The only problem is that it is going to be a 1v4. And WINDGOD will have a lot of pressure in this fight. We were talking about the lack of aggression from the side of Rising Esports, by the way, from the previous group. Now, this is something else. They've just focused on protecting their numbers. If you remember that early chase that was there from the players of H4K on WINDGOD when they were completely shoot towards Georgiopol right off the bat. And since then till now, not really involved in any sort of action. But now I think only a chicken dinner can save the performance from this first game. That's the first finish for the side. And the elimination of Moksha as well, by the way.
WINDGOD Esports, they finally do open up their accounts. First frag on the board. K9 Esports now just alive with that one man. A well-placed Molotov will instantly eliminate that player. But that Molotov is not finding the right angle. WINDGOD Esports still waiting patiently for someone to expose themselves, and they know they've got a major control. Man advantage with them too. WINDGOD Esports, all they need to do is just press upon the matters even more and just go for that finishing blow. Even if they start making the pounce right now, get back in the vehicle, and directly just ram their vehicles against 8-bit, this still seems like an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it does, but WINDGOD Esports, I don't know what's holding them back, to be honest. I agree with you completely. Because they have the numbers, they have the ammunition, they have the utility. The only thing they're lacking is information. That nade falls between the sandwich, and Smoker is just hiding behind the second rock.
They have been lobbing that same nade with same trajectory.
Spot, yeah.
Come on.
Should have tried the other side as well.
Yeah, or maybe just cook it to perfection, toss it on top of that rock.
Well, let's see how things turn out. Anyways, they're out of utility now. They have to force a fight. And the ammunition on that Scarl as well is quite low. But finally, they are making a move towards the players of 8-bit as well. Infinity leading the charge, and now flushing out information. The players from 8-bit spotted out. Shurb is going to be the first man to fall. Second man spotted out, completely exposed. Easy finish is claimed. And that's the end of the journey and the map of Erangel as well. WINDGOD Esports. It's not a high-finished chicken dinner, but it is a chicken dinner nonetheless.
14 points in total for WINDGOD Esports from this game. If you look at the overall structure for WINDGOD Esports, getting 14 points off of this chicken dinner is definitely not a lot of points. But as you mentioned, since it's also just the first game itself, it's also going to be a decent start. Actually, only 13 points.
Yeah, surprise. Who did they miss out on? I think they missed out on Smoker.
Yeah.
How? He was right there.
What just happened? Did Smoker just eliminate himself?
I think so. That's the only thing that makes sense, because that was the one player they knew his whereabouts. They knew that Smoker was there. 8-bit they weren't really aware about. That's why we see Infinity make this charge. And yeah, how does this man fall?
Yeah, that's what I want to look at as well, because Smoker...
Oh yeah, I think he just self-made.
No, he didn't. Oh, one frag was actually gathered by Smoker, maybe.
No, Skips picked him off. The nade from Skips was, well, that was the time that Smoker ran into the sandwich of the rocks and did get finished off. Quite unfortunate for the players of WINDGOD Esports, but I think we were quite critical because their position was actually brilliant playing on the northern edge of the circle, and they could have actually done what H4K was doing, by the way. They did it to perfection, just taking all of those shots towards the compounds down south, claiming a lot of eliminations just from the third parties. And WINDGOD could have done the same, but it's a decent start, 13 points in the very first match. All they have to do is just perform the same way in the next two games. Otherwise, this performance of Erangel, or this lack of performance of Erangel, when they had the opportunity to go big, that's what's going to sting in the end.
Let's just say they've got the basics right. At least they have managed to get the first game. Now, we do not know if the Circle is going to be with them in the upcoming games as well. Right now, the Circle was constantly favoring them. And you never know if the luck is going to be with you in the upcoming games. It's better to just be a little bit more proactive and start racking up points, because that's the only thing that's going to make sure that you are going to be consistent in the overall standings. Looking at the MVP of that game, it's also going to be easy from RIOTNATIONz. 5 finishes there, and also 807 damage dished out.
Exactly. And as you were talking about luck favoring the players of WINDGOD, I think RIOTNATIONz was that squad that was fighting against Destiny, just constantly out and about on the hunt, finding teams, going for those fights proactively. And the only thing that I think they kind of missed out on was the double digits, but they still have 9 eliminations from this game. And I think if you are looking to build up momentum, build up morale for the roster, I think this was the perfect way to go about your first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy getting that first spot when it comes to top 5 players with 5 finishes. Smoker right there from K9 Esports getting 5 finishes too. I'm liking this aggressive approach from K9 Esports though. It's not like Samraj and the boys are playing a passive game. No, instead this time they're off to an explosive start. I just want to see a little bit more from TAG. They were playing it too passive, and that was also one of the main reasons why TAG got eliminated like that in such an awkward fashion. Looking at Higgboson too in that overall compound towards Godka, Higgboson just found themselves in a real awkward scuffle, and they were also too exposed to a lot of threat.
I think that TAG versus K9 fight that we witnessed, there were no third parties from the two individuals that are sitting in. It was a proper 4v4. And TAG could have won that, but again, making mistakes in terms of decisions being taken when they were making that bounce, no proper covers, and K9 Esports just completely wiping the floor with TAG over there.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate, but again, this was just game one. We'll have to see how they reset. Although, the biggest mistake of this match was this push from MADKINGS.
Yeah, it was definitely a questionable push, and that's why I mentioned too, before they even make that pounce, they have to cover a lot of distance, and while they cover that distance, RIOTNATIONz is already going for that recovery. But the nade, that was also another concern. One of the players from the side of RIOTNATIONz actually knocked himself out, but still the way they defended this compound was great.
It was brilliant. And again, it wasn't just against MADKINGS, there was another team that moved in to looking to third party, and RIOTNATIONz did end up winning that fight as well, the 2v4. But MADKINGS, I think lack of information. You need to be aware of the surroundings as well. Even though you're pushing a compound, pushing a building, you need to be aware of the horizons, the ridges, because they got third-party pretty brutally by the players of Tamilan Esports.
Yeah, Tamilan Esports, there was just a big miscommunication going on within themselves. The man inside of the hovercraft did not even care to actually go for the fight. The fight was taken down to a 1v1. He could have actually won that as well. But then Tamilan Esports as well just followed up that same fate. They were eliminated, and then later on another third party came through, and they were able to finally eliminate RIOTNATIONz.
But if we were to compare the play styles of the two groups now that we've witnessed in this BMPS, because again, there's a lot on the line, there's promotion and the threat of relegation as well. Group B, you drop in the bottom 4 at the end of 6 games, you risk going to Group C. On the other side, you can also get promoted to Group A, by the way, if you finish in the top 4. I think a lot more proactive playmaking coming in from the teams of Group B, at least as far as game number 1 is considered for them.
If you talk about taking fights, I think Group C was a lot more aggressive compared to this group. Yeah, because if you look at the amount of points they've also managed to gather, right? In this game, the winner chicken dinner team only had 13 points. WINDGOD was playing it too slow. H4K, yes, they were taking those shots, but even H4K did not have a lot of elimination points backed up. Looking at 8-Bit, that was also one of those teams that eliminated H4K. 8-Bit as well did not have a lot of points backed up.
I think let's just leave this discussion on the table because I feel that for Group C, yes, there is proactive playmaking, but it's there from the top 4 teams in the overall leaderboard.
Or you can also look at the way where they played the map of Rondo.
Yeah.
And Rondo really activates themselves, gets that blood boiling. It's also quite the aggressive map, so the points difference is going to be there.
Of course, it's going to be there. And we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see how the teams from Group B also fare up once they have played their Rondo, once their performances for all 6 games are out. It is going to be interesting to see, though, who gets relegated from Group B to Group C.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, there's just so many questions going on in my mind because the way these teams are playing, some teams are able to live up to the expectations, some teams just completely falling apart. If you talk about the previous group, Genix FM was doing pretty good later on, but at the start, Genix FM was not able to find that groove. In the first game, Genix FM was the first team to be eliminated, and we all were disappointed. We all were like, what just happened to them?
Yeah, no points from that map of Rondo. And then, surprise, surprise, brilliant recovery coming through on the Erangles later on. But also let's talk about the changes that have happened. I mean, the biggest change was K9 Esports. For me, I think this was a decent start to their journey. They were very aggressive. The fights were well thought out, and I think the execution of the fights, considering the kind of players that they have, it should be easy, of course, and they are making it look easy as well.
And especially Mokes just completely spoiling the day. Taurus getting caught off guard like that. You have to give that man credit. He's got a lot of patience.
That is true.
Sitting in that bathroom for the longest of the time, Mokes just waiting for the right moment to strike. He was in that bathtub for the longest. And then match rankings as well popping up.
Him and Godx, by the way, because Higgboson is also there on the 6th position. Godx also got 1 pick. Both of them went after K9 Esports.
I mean, looking at the match rankings, K9 Esports getting 15 points in total. That's pretty decent. WINDGOD Esports, even though they got the chicken dinner, they're going to be on the 3rd in the match rankings list. 8-Bit getting 14 points. H4K getting 9 points in total. RIOTNATIONz as well. all the points came through just off of the eliminations. Higgboson getting themselves 7 points in total, which is not bad. The moment you get more than 7 points, you found yourself in a pretty decent spot, and you've also got that consistent string. But even if one single game misses out, now you've found yourself in a real bad situation.
But Necro, we were just talking about the teams from Group C. We are witnessing Group B. There's a team in Group C called Non-X, and the former players from Non-X are playing in 4TR. This team was very, very aggressive. This roster, in fact, these playing four were very aggressive when we last saw them in BGI's 2026. What happened, man? 0 points from this game one. Completely destroyed very early into the match.
They were not even seen. I don't even remember seeing them getting eliminated.
The first two players to go down were the best players from the side. Rapido and Arthur were the first players to fall from 4TR.
So, yeah, for 4TR, maybe just try and keep your man number intact. I guess that's what they need to start off with. Because, look, they definitely do possess a lot of firepower. Positioning is one of the big problems for 4TR. But I just feel like the moment you know how to preserve your players and how to be a little bit more proactive and understanding of what exactly is going on around you, you can do a lot better.
Hey, man, I just hope it's not a repeat of how things went down in BGIS. Because if you remember, the start of the journey for BGIS was also slow. They picked up brilliant momentum during the mid-game stages when they got very aggressive in the grind, from week 2 onwards, and then towards the late, they just completely fell apart. But this is just the start. Hopefully, they can recover today itself.
Non-X have always been the late bloomers, or the ex-Non-X players have always been the late bloomers. That's the right way to put it. But schedule on the screen. Now the next map is also going to be the map of Miramar. A bit of a change in the pace now. These teams are going to be playing even more passive. Miramar's a massive map. We all know the playing terrain. They do accommodate everyone. Circles as well. They're going to be much more better for these guys to understand. And they will also have more time to pretty much figure out what exactly is going on around them. You can't say Somraj might just do a lot better on this map. TAG with that playstyle can definitely flourish on this map. So I really do hope that even White Walkers pop up.
Hey, man. Yeah, White Walkers as well. I think a big opportunity for them. In the mid-game stages, even they vanished from the match of Erangel and Miramar, as you mentioned. A lot more terrain to work with, a lot more breathing room to work with, much more slow-paced game. It's the one thing I want to see is the most infamous thing in Miramar are those drop clashes, 2 prime spots. Picardo, El Pozo, Somraj is there. Is he going to get contested this time, or are we going to witness a new form of Picardo drop clash, or anywhere else for that matter? Drop clashes on Miramar are very awkward.
I love drop clashes myself. You already know that, Johnny. And especially that Picardo drop clash, you talk about it, and we all remember that Revenant XSPARK and Vasista Esports rivalry that happened in BGS 2026. But then you also wake up to reality and find out that now those rosters are also different.
That is true. That is true. And we'll have to see, although, do they pay tribute to the former flag bearers for the organizations, and maybe just we get to see once again for the fun once they eventually figure out how to make it directly to the grand finals by making it to the top 8 of Group A. First, you have to get to Group A. That's going to be a big challenge, though. Although for these particular teams, I think a few contenders for Miramar are in this particular group. We already talked about Somraj and the boys for K9 Esports, 4TR as well. Miramar was the map where they first secured a massive chicken dinner, and that is where they started building things up from.
Yeah, I mean, look, Miramar is one of those maps where Somraj, you should mention, right? He has been saying it over and over again. He loves to play on the map of Miramar. But recently, his performance on the map of Miramar has been dipping down, which is also another stat we all need to keep in our mind. So I really hope that Somraj's Miramar form is going to be back in this BMPS 2026 with this roster. And Simp, yes, he was able to do decent, you can't say, but still not living up to the expectations from the side of MADKINGS. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
ऑफसाइड
ऑफसाइड তোর বাড়িতে হবে।
ए भाई कुत्ते गए। अबे हमार जाएगा, सब लोग लाइन में खड़े। सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल।
টিকিট 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 দাদা লাভে টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार। नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड।
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर।
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
नो यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग शूट गाइस मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்கறானடா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
मास बचा
अयो
Yes. Yellow Army, bro.
सी लैंग्वेज இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे बंदे बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா
come on man nice shot man well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI लाड़ whistle पोड़
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it has been a very intense start to BMPS 2026. We still have 2 more maps remaining. And of course, the teams from Group B are stepping up the pace. That map of Erangel was something else. We have 2 Miramars left. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now for the next game, it's going to be none other than IC Baby 1-2. But that 1-2 combo that was delivered by the players of K9 Esports in that game 1 itself was something that, personally, I did not expect. What about you?
You know, personally, I wasn't expecting Team Apex Gaming to be doing well as well. Yes, you know, I made some sort of predictions that they were going to do okay, but I wasn't expecting them the way they played it as well. I was expecting a little bit more of a tactical approach in terms of rotation, something like that. It felt a little bit passive approach coming from them, but they still got the job done somehow. They still got some points, but is it going to be enough to propel them into the top 4 to break into the Group A is going to be my question in this next upcoming few days.
Yeah, I think the next Miramar is going to be very important for them. Start of the journey for the side of Apex. I think I expected a little bit more considering the kind of players that they have. They can definitely do better in a lobby like this as well. And that is my expectation from them from the upcoming 2 games. I think I would want to see at least 10 points in both the Miramars, 10 in the next and 10 in the next, 25 points at the end of the day. If they can secure that, that is going to be a decent start to day number 1. But let's see how things go. They have a lot of tough competition to deal with, it seems like, in Group B.
Yeah, there was a lot of leaked scrim matches as well coming from Tech. I was expecting maybe Kyo Lamar was going to be playing, but they were high-fragging a lot as well. But no, Kyo was pretty much on the sidelines for this one as well, and he was pretty much in the sidelines for BGIS as well. So it is a bit awkward. Hopefully things are going to be for the better here because we are going to be jumping straight into the game right here, right now in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how this one turns out for everyone for the side of K9 Esports that will look to propel themselves into a position where they can't be challenged when they play their next 3 matches. And of course, for TAG that will look to catch up, maybe as you mentioned, stick around in the top 4 long enough to get promoted to Group A. On the other side of things, this is a discussion I was having with Necro a few moments ago. I would like to know your takes, all of the roster changes that have happened. Of course, we are going to see those rosters perform and see how the new lineups function. But there are few teams that have stuck together in terms of the players that are playing. It's just the banner that they're playing under that has changed. 40R is one of those names. That performance on Erangel was surprising, to be honest, and not in a good way.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky one here. But personally, I think it comes down to the team's objectives, right? Like, as of yet, for each and every single team, they have their own objectives. And personally, I feel like RIOTNATIONz is going to be one of those teams that needs to go into the top 4 just because they need the competitive experience to play with the top teams in this country itself. So RIOTNATIONz, they do like that. They do have the firepower. We've seen them trying to defend that in the previous games to get some points. But of course, now, especially in this stage, especially in the first week itself, qualifying towards Group A is great for them. Even for second week, if they get kicked out, it's fine because they're still in those learning phases, which is going to be huge for them. But can they do it? Well, only time will tell. But let's take a look in this particular match here because it seems like based on the circle, it is going to favor them a little bit more. And the circle does shift down southwest. But we are going to be having a little bit of drop clash now.
Yeah, it's just a little bit east of San Martin. White Walkers were spotted out by MADKINGS, and MADKINGS decided to go after them, but not the right call, says White Walkers. 3 players from the side of MADKINGS instantly shut down. And now the last man, Troy. He did not join this fight, by the way, so he is lucky enough to just run away with his life. But what was that? MADKINGS 2 games back-to-back, and they've just been dropping the ball. Also, we had a pretty decent flight path in this map, starting from the northwest quadrant, ending towards the southeast, a diagonal flight path, dividing the map into 2 equal halves. But the circle towards Minas Del Valle, quite an awkward one to begin with.
Yeah, and seeing this trajectory coming from MADKINGS as well, this is not the MADKINGS I remember from the last BGIS or even from last year as well. We've seen a lot of roster changes as well, but for Shadow OG and Clutch God, the 2 main core members coming from MADKINGS still retaining and having 2 back-to-back terrible outings here, I'm genuinely concerned for this team as well. Because when we talk about earlier stages of grind itself, especially for BGIS, yeah, no team's going to be eliminated. Need I remind you, if you do not perform in this next 4 weeks, the bottom 8 teams in Group D is going to be eliminated.
Oh, yeah. That is also something that you have to focus on. Even if you get relegated, it's fine. Just don't be the bottom 4 of Group D.
Oh, yeah.
That's a worst spot to be in. But Higgboson, I think, putting in a little bit of work to just avoid being in the bottom 4 of their particular group for now. An early fight, an early clash against Lastade. They found that first pick inside of the game. There was a massive spread between both the teams. Both the teams, the 4-man white drop being used. Higgboson, of course, finding the isolated man out into the open. And GODX, the new addition to the side of Higgboson, off to a decent start, a decent performance in that previous game as well. One of the reasons why K9 Esports were lacking numbers late game, and becomes the reason why Lastade is going to be down to 3 players in this game as well. But look at this. WINDGOD Esports, they are looking to move towards the center of the circle very early right now. And RIOTNATIONz stands there, blocking their access to the massive city up ahead.
It is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot, I would say. At least it is going to be a slow game, but for RIOTNATIONz, for him to be left out and open like that and WINDGOD on the hunt, this is not going to be an easy task here. He's forced to snake his way through, but actually gets spotted out by Ryzen, so that is going to be 1 player down here coming from RIOTNATIONz, and WINDGOD will get away with a point. Do they want to continue with the pursuit is going to be my question. Seems like they are going to try and push their way into his Trumacera. No OG in this game, so they have somewhat of a free reins, I would say. But for WINDGOD, seems like they are just going to completely dodge it and just rotate their way inside the zone. And for K9 Esports as well, they are pretty early in terms of rotation as well. Barely even 4 minutes, they are already making their way inside the zone.
Hey man, that's what happens when Somraj gets free access for his team in El Pozo with no one there to force a fight as soon as their feet touch the ground. But this rotation, they have to be cautious. HADX, they're there towards the western edge of the play zone. There's a potential gatekeeping opportunity for HADX, and Somraj, he's the one leading the charge for the team. The 3 players following up. The IGL is making sure that the terrain is unmarked. There's no one that they have to fight against as soon as they move in.
This is interesting to watch as well, especially on how their journey began, coming from Sunrise from BGIS in particular. Miramar is their best performing map, and it is what they actually got in terms of their performance that snuck their way into the semifinals, kicking out a team and making their way into semifinals. But unfortunately, not making the grand finals was a little bit too far-fetched. They still kept the overall core with Smoker in play. It is going to be a weird one for me. I don't really know how things are going to be looking like here, at least for K9. So yeah, and it's weird to see how the playstyle is going to be a mix up as well, considering that they do have Snowjohn in the mix. He was part of Mysterious 4, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really know how the composition is going to look like. Is it going to be like under Somra's leadership again? You know, are you going to be a foot soldier where your duo is a toad kind of playstyle? Or are you a little bit more free in terms of just creativity? Which in this case, I know Henry is known for that.
Oh, yeah. But I think no matter what happens, it's going to be fun to follow a lot of these teams, especially after the changes. You talk about K9, WINDGOD as well. White Walkers, I'm quite excited to see what this new iteration of White Walkers can accomplish. And, of course, don't even have to say it, Apex Gaming, another roster that everyone is very interested in seeing how their journey this time unfolds. But perks of Miramar for everyone. Early stages, the distance separating everyone allows some breathing room to work with, but of course, in a circle towards the southwest of this map, it's the hills of Minas del Valle that hold the highest priority. That vision, if you have a 6x scope, the vision, the information that you will be able to gather before the threat even reaches you, it gives you so much more value. You will be prepared for the fight before it shows up.
Truth be told, I don't really know how to play this circle in particular. Just because, yeah, there is still Prison in play. You know, Naqsh, they are going to be playing a little bit out of the radar. They don't really want to take fights. But in terms of gatekeeping-wise, I feel like Team Apex Gaming, they are in prime position to punish teams down towards the south side of the highway. But considering how the flight path initially began, I don't think there is going to be a lot of teams rotating down south. But I might be wrong. It is still in the early phase of the game, 7 minutes of the game. But now from the perspective of Troy Tamilan Esports, seems like they are going to be playing a little bit from the northern side. They do spawn out remnants of coming from Seven Gods. They're still in the middle of the circle. But in between them, there's just so many rocky terrains to actually rotate from. So they don't really have a lot of exit strategies after stage 2 at least.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here. So Troy Tamilan Esports, my question here is, are they going to go aggressive or are they just going to completely dodge the bullet here?
And they have to be cautious if they start taking shots on the team up ahead, because RIOTNATIONz and the backlines will cause so much trouble for them. But look at that shift of the circle. All of a sudden, K9 Esports are forced to run back from where they came. They have to go all the way towards Valle del Mar. There are these compounds up the hill that are kind of covered from the eastern side as well. It's a difficult position to get a lot of finishes from, but it's a nice little spot to play from if you're looking to play on the slower side, if you're looking to play passive. But we'll see if K9 do end up there. Troy Tamilan Esports on the other side, I think they are done waiting. They want to make this bounce, and, well, a little bit of a hesitation considering there's a sandwich. Shots from the back causing caution from the side of Troy Tamilan Esports, and this break in momentum results in the fight swinging in the favor of 7gods Esports. Shut down for Troy Tamilan. They lose a man very early into the action.
Ooh, tough spot to be in, Troy Tamilan Esports. They thought they could wrap this up quickly. Unfortunately, may have overcommitted to stay. Has to double down on this push. Maxi also was playing on the outskirts. And now 7god Esports, they're still forced to defend this. They were able to get the reset on top of it all. A tough, tricky spot to be in here, especially when Troy Tamilan Esports, they know they're not exactly favorable in terms of the zone. Chose to commit to this fight. So that means whoever wins this fight is not going to come up unscathed here unless all players survive this, at least coming from Troy Tamilan Esports. A lot of pre-fires coming in, but Ninju getting knocked here makes things a little bit easier for Troy Tamilan Esports, at least.
At least some form of trade is there, and now this fight is down to a 3 versus 3. They can't afford to let 7gods recover. They can't afford to let them go for a revive, and you look at the pressure that's there. Ninja, he wants to try and regroup. Otherwise, it's an isolated 3 versus 2 inside this building. But no, Moksh, he gets there. The revive, as soon as it happens, I think the retaliation from the side of 7gods is going to be, or could be, a little too much for Troy Tamilan to deal with. It's a 4v3 now again.
Oh boy, Troy Tamilan Esports, they may have made a little bit of mistake, but they do get the re-knock here. In this case, it's not going to be on Ninja, it's going to be on Ninja instead. So back towards a 3 versus 3. And like you said, an isolated fight, 2v3. Troy Tamilan Esports, they're still afraid to push down the rabbit hole. Well, in this case, they are the rabbit hole here. 7gods, a little bit afraid to actually push up. And they are actually considering disengaging from this fight.
I don't think they're disengaging. I think they're running for a revive onto Ninja towards the other compounds. And Ninja is going to be forced to handle this pressure all alone. A man up front and one out the window. That is going to be a trade between the two sides as Lens gets traded out for Ninja this time. Moksh in the backlines. Look at him. He's looking to go for a revive. And Rex Boy, he has to handle all of this pressure all by himself. This 1 versus 2. Hesperos wants to make the bounce. Rex Boy falls. The distraction on the solo player on the other side. Enough for Troy Tamilan Esports to force out the frags against 7god Esports in this fight.
Well done here coming from Troy Tamilan Esports here. They got the good read. 7gods, they relieved the pressure, immediately pushed down and found space. And just like that, they get the knock through. March now forced to go in for the reset here. Now it's a 2v3. Hesperos goes for the confirmation here. So it is going to be the balls in the court of Troy Tamilan Esports to actually push out. Well, 7god Esports' mistake may have been a very costly one. They're still barely on the edge of the zone, but they're not exactly in zone. So slower rotations. But that means Troy Tamilan Esports, they will have more space to work with. Every single team around them is just completely built out of this gatekeep. So it is going to be a direct confrontation. Seems like March may have messed the timing here. Hesperos has crept up to 7god now.
And I think this could be the end of the journey for the side of 7god Esports. It's down to the last round! What was that? What a play coming through. How is this shutdown possible? And hey, we find the answer on that finish feed. It is the side of 8-bit with the third party that lend a helping hand for the players of 7god Esports to survive this chaos, to survive the pressure from Troy Tamilan. Also, by the way, I mean, while this entire fiasco was happening, on the finish feed, you could see the names pop off. It was a big, massive showdown between Higgboson and White Walkers, and White Walkers just wiped the floor with the players of Higgboson over there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for them, but at the same time, I wasn't expecting this third party coming from 8-bit.
Me neither.
Like, they were just so far away. This is like, what, 300, 400 meters away? And just like that, they were able to salvage the fight, at least for 7 gods, but seems like 8-bit, they're pretty content with just 2 finishes in the back. They were able to snatch it away, gave 7 gods a little bit of a second chance in life, or in this case, a second win, but they're not out in the clear yet. They're still outside the zone. You need to rotate out. It seems like 8-bit has just got the entire east side locked down. 7 god, they only have 2 ways, and one way is being blocked by Juicy. Now Juicy deciding to actually regroup with his teammates here. So 8-bit, they are going to try and reposition their spots here. But 7 god is going to be left panicking on wondering where is their enemies. There is Sarang firing on the far horizon. There you go. 8-bit just shot from there. That's not going to be the entry point for them. And 7 god is just going to run out of the zone.
It's a risky move, by the way, from the players of 8-bit, because we do see Juicy move towards the edge of the circle. It seems like they do not want to let the players of 7 god slip away, but that is going to force an awkward clash against the players of 40R Anonymous, quite close to Juicy and Sarang. Shift of the circle right on the summit of Minas del Valle. WINDGOD Esports, I think that's the prime spot to be in. A lot of concrete cover to work with. You can avoid any unnecessary fights.
Yeah, but I actually like 8-bit's position on top of the Chumacera Mountains as well, where Skips is. It's prime position to just overseer everything coming from the east side and the west side.
Yeah, there's one problem, that it's 8-bit and Juicy has already been finished off.
Well, Sarang was able to salvage the day here because on the hunt they were able to find one in the process. They lose Juicy, but it's all good. The damage is done, but at the same time, this greed coming from 8-bit. A 2-2 split, to gather information, they lose Juicy. But Eastern control, all in their favor as of yet.
They have complete control of the northeastern edge. I think the one team that can cause problem is not even interested in taking that fight. RIOTNATIONz, well, they're not interested as of now, but you never know where their mind is going to change. On the other side of things, K9 Esports, this is an awkward position.
Ooh.
They have the information. You see 2 players from the side of K9 Esports in the back as well, and Naqsh Esports is just the roadblock that they have to deal with now.
This is such an awkward spot to be in here. K9, they're trying to make their way in through. But unfortunately for them, seems like this is not a great spot to be in here. They have 1 player down south, but the rest of the teams for K9, seems like they are going to try and double down and go in for the push from south side. Notch, pretty split off as well. They do have a wide angle. PMWI from the far. Scouts out K9's exit here. Seems like they are going to sacrifice Taurus to try and group up from the west side. But even then, seems like K9, they have a lot of heavy lifting they have to do. They have to push up, while Naqsh Esports just got this completely knocked down. And only a third party can actually save them, I would say.
Pretty much, but I wonder if we are going to see that third party, because there are teams playing in the back lines that can hear that commotion and try and see if they want to make that approach. But Hydro, he gets a by the players of H4K and drops to mid-rotation. A brilliant play coming through from Hydro, but in the back lines, Jelly has fallen. And now TAG, they're going to be forced to play a trade game. And the third party as well is there, by the way, from the players of Lastade. Hydro spotted out. Wizard working the magic, almost finds the knock, a pixel of HP onto Hydro, but he's still standing.
Oh my goodness, Hydro. How is he surviving? But the Molotov clips him out in hoop, and Wizard finally takes him out. But the retrade comes in, but it is going to be a third party coming from the far horizon. It's going to be WINDGOD that helps take him down. But for Team Apex Gaming, they do get the reset. H4K down towards the last player, Rage God, forced to hunker down in those houses. But this split from Team Apex Gaming, they just could not regroup. It's just very unfortunate. Hydro still down in the gutters. They want to try and find a way to save him, but it is going to be tricky. But like you said, the shots fired from afar. Lastade was able to break through in the midst of the commotion. Now has the line of sight in these houses as well. Seems like the call has been made, Jelly. They are going to try and flash out this last player.
And it's a 1v2 situation. Rage God, he knows where they are. Drops the fist. Now it's just Jonathan remaining. 2 rounds remaining in that shotgun. Well, it's down to the last bullet. what is going to go on? Well, the reload comes through. And both the players now just looking for a reset. Jonathan spotted it, and that's the shutdown of Team Apex Gaming. 2 games back to back. Not really the start that the fans were hoping for. H4K closing things out with a phenomenal clutch.
What a flick from RageGod in that clutch moment. Keeps things alive, but he's all by himself. Meanwhile, we've got to put a stop on that clutch here. Let's take a look at what's happening towards this fiasco. White Walker's now knocked. The gate keeps coming through from the southeast corner. Naqsh Esports trying to push inside the zone here while White Walkers is going to be in their line of sight. With that knock in play, they should be able to find an opener to actually push in and just completely ignore being out of position with the zone pushing in as well. But as soon as I say it, White Walkers gets eliminated, they get pinned, and they get taken out.
Quite unfortunate, but that late rotation from the side of White Walkers finally punished. And well, 8-bit, it seems like even they have started to drop the ball as finally RIOTNATIONz turn their heads, focus their attention on the team that's been sharing that Chumasera Hill with them for the longest of times. Although 8-bit still in this game with 2 players remaining, Sarang and Skip still present towards the edge. On the other side of things, I think HADX, now that's an interesting name present on the southern edge of the circle. They have somehow avoided getting involved in the conflicts, but now can get sandwiched by 4TR and Naqsh Esports. They have to be very cautious.
Yeah, Naqsh was the one that actually put them in play, so interesting enough, when they rotated around, HADX has just completely ignored that. Like, they just helped up, you know, shot in White Walkers, but aside from that, they didn't do too much. And just like that, they get a free pass through.
I think they just baited White Walkers into running into Naqsh Esports and just saved themselves.
Probably.
Yeah, shoot at them, not us.
Fair enough, but seems like, well, now from the perspective of 4TR, it makes a lot of sense why HADX can't really do too much. They're pretty much stuck in those gutters of a shack to work with. 4TR officials got them pinned. Jax, well, he can't really even peek out because as soon as he shoots, his position is pretty much compromised, I would say.
Hey man, but 2 games in a row, WINDGOD Esports has somehow figured out the prime position to play the maps from. In this game, they even have early eliminations to work with and still sit at the summit of this hill. There's JAGUAR Esports up north, but look at the radar. RIOTNATIONz, I think, is going to be the one troubling the players from JAGUAR Esports. That distraction should allow WINDGOD Esports to claim a few extra finishes for themselves.
Well, tricky spot to be in, but interesting enough, stage 5 in play. 8 teams remain in this game. And I was expecting a little bit more teams here considering that how open it is, but based on how the terrain is, look at this small little concave here in between WINDGOD and the rest of the pack. It's just all open fields. And WINDGOD prime position, having the only compound, or in this case, the compound with the high ground of a vision, which in this case, once they clear out JAGUAR Esports, they should be able to shut down every single team and force them out in the open on the east side.
Oh no, it's started to happen. JAGUAR Esports, one man already dropped any access to the terrain to the players of RIOTNATIONz, but they still managed to push through. On the other side of things, Naqsh Esports putting up pressure on the players of 4TR as 4TR gets left behind outside the play zone. And this is going to be the cue for Naqsh Esports to start racking up those finish points for themselves. HADX finally on the move, trying their level best to breach the play zone. It's not going to be easy as they try to juke the shots with the vehicle. But this nade could put an end to their journey in the map of Miramar. Let's see how it turns out.
Oh, wow. What a nade coming from 4TR to shut them out. Now HADX, they need to get out. And 4TR officials got them completely pinned. Another one down as well. Jax is able to creep up, but he hasn't fired a single shot yet. 4TR is still going to try and go in for the wrap out. Jax finally strikes. He takes one out, but eventually gets traded off as well. He takes 2 down, but there's only so much one gun can actually do.
By the way, I think a little bit of saving grace for the players of 4TR from the distance. WINDGOD found, I don't know how, but they found a knock onto the players of Naqsh Esports. They knocked out 1, and that gives enough breathing room or resetting opportunity for 4TR. They're still going to be 4-man strong in this match. And Naqsh Esports, they are the ones forced to reset as Owen gets carried to safety by INF God. And 40R now gains access to the play zone itself. Towards the northeastern edge, RIOTNATIONz, Punk needs to run for his life. The pressure from the players of 8-bit. It seems a little too much for him to deal with. That nade just leaves him with just a sliver of HP, but at least he's still alive.
Ooh, tricky spot to be in. But for RIOTNATIONz, they're pretty much separated as well. They're just playing for placement points, but as soon as I say this, seems like they will lose a player from the sides. As 8-bit looking to try and flush out the last player coming from RIOTNATIONz. As Punk stuck out in the open, just not a lot of space to work with. But with JAGUAR Esports shooting them from the far horizon to those high grounds, it is going to be making things a little bit difficult for them to actually claim those points, as there is going to be an uphill battle here for 8-bit as well. They're all just trying to push up the mountains here.
Yeah, it's a fight for the high ground now, and again, not a lot of cover at the top of the hill, so everyone is exposed as soon as they get up. 8-bit now under pressure from the players of 40R and RIOTNATIONz in tandem, but ooh, that's brilliant cover fire coming in from Sarang. Skips able to cover a decent bit of distance. And you see the threat of the utility, 40R instantly backing off, but WINDGOD, this team is just impressive with how they position themselves inside of the maps from the start till the very end. And even in this game, as of now, stage 7, one of the only teams inside of the circle. The other is Lastade. Well, it's just one man from Lastade that's moved in, right now.
Yeah, it feels like a free-for-all as of yet, but WINDGOD definitely the circle magnet for these past 2 games. And even then, yes, they have center control now in terms of zone, but that's not really a good cover to work with. And Lastade taking those warehouses is going to make things a little bit difficult here, considering that they do have one of the strongest angles against them. But 40R making their push, getting shut down here with Naqsh. Forced to go in for a little bit of a fight here. Nades are being dropped in, but Naqsh, they do have a couple of return fires themselves here. It seems like they are going to lose bodies here. Trade blows after blows, both sides taking hits. And 40R hasn't been able to get the full reset yet. They have 2 knocks. The nades just not connecting onto Naqsh at all.
Yeah, but you have to pay close attention to the backlines as well. Look at Skillful. He gets a brilliant off angle to work with, and this man has just been a menace in the lives of his opponents. This time around being the distraction for the players of 40R. 40R have looked to avoid this fight for the longest of time, but now they're forced into it. And of course, the reason I was talking about backs being compromised was actually originally 8-bit to begin with, have closed in a lot of distance. And Skips, I think, with a single nade can cause a lot of harm to both 40R and Naqsh Esports. But there you have it. WINDGOD now cannot run away or evade the aggression, evade the action anymore, as Lastade and JAGUAR Esports are forcing this fight. That nade from Shadow picks off 2. Well, finishes off 1, knocks down the other. And the last man from the side of JAGUAR Esports, I don't think he can do a lot. Runs to the other side of the ridge and finally falls. JAGUAR Esports eliminated from this match on the 5th position, but hey, it's still better compared to how things were in the last game of Erangel.
Yeah, beautifully done coming from Lastade. Able to find the opener and actually going for the push. Mistakes were made coming from JAGUAR as well, not looking at their backs. But Lastade, they have it inching closer this time. Their next best option is to try and challenge WINDGOD directly, in this case, edge to edge. Clearing every single nook and cranny has worked out for Lastade. But is it going to be working out for 8-bit? Is going to be my question here. This split coming from Sarang and Skips. Maybe the down 4, but as soon as I say this, Sarang finds 1 knock, looking for the second. Unfortunately, could not find the second. Gets taken down. WINDGOD now might be in a little bit of trouble. As Lastade, they heard all these commotions. Now the push comes through. Infinity gets the knock. Trading blow for blow. The push comes in from Lastade. They take down another player again from WINDGOD. They're hurting.
Yep, and Lastade, I mean, phenomenal in this fight.
Wow.
There's the wipe coming through. Shadow, I think, he's feeling confident about himself. 6 eliminations on the players of Lastade as they find themselves in the top 4 of this game. And the spot out Skips. in the distance, instantly committing for the spray. Damage dished out as well, and the finish gets traded as Skips gets shut down by Anonymous from 40R, and Lastade claim that finish, and now it's them and Naqsh. It's a 3 versus 2 situation out of nowhere. I see Lastade are the top contenders for the winner chicken dinner on this map of Miramar, and even that is down to a 2 versus 1 situation. They had phenomenal control in this game just for the late game stages when that 3-way clash between Lastade, WINDGOD, and JAGUAR Esports started to happen, and as you pointed out, it was them taking control of the warehouses that has allowed them to be in this position right now. 3 versus 1. Winner secured a knock, but it's a difficult position to win the game from. He does not even have any utility to work with, and he gets spotted out before the second knock. The revive has come through, but Owen, it's a 1 versus 2 situation. If he gets this one, maybe he can win, and well, he almost secures it, but doesn't matter. There's the shutdown coming through, and Lastade Esports are going to be the last ones, in fact, standing on the map of Miramar. And I believe it's 19 points that they have in total. 9 for the finishes and 10 for the chicken dinner.
That was very, very impressive stuff coming from Lastade as well. Their game sense was on point, their awareness was on point, and their timings were impeccable. Because just like that, they were able to sneak in, clutch the winner chicken dinner, and just destroyed everyone. They almost dropped the ball there, but at the same time, Naqsh, still a top 2 finish isn't too bad considering the positions they were put in out in the open as well. But for them to actually, try to make things work as well, I think this was a pretty good run coming from both those 2 teams.
Yeah, pretty much. I think surprising entries inside of the top 2, because personally, I felt WINDGOD Esports were going to do quite well in this game. And along with them, maybe 40R as well. But 40R, I think, were put down in a ditch by Skips alone. And of course, skillful from the side of Naqsh Esports. A very phenomenal performance. I don't know how, but very, very sound with his positioning, always finding the off angles in this fight, and a very fluid player. On the other side, Lastade Esports, that 3-way showdown, them surviving that was such a big deal, instantly shutting down WINDGOD, and before that, JAGUAR Esports gave them control of the high ground, and they were just able to close out the game with that.
I think that was just the first mistake we saw coming from WINDGOD, right? Like, they had center control, they zoned everybody off, they picked everyone apart. The only time they left their warehouse, which they have been holding for the longest time, was again like, hey, you know what, we're going to get center control, was actually stalked by Lastade and realized that, hey, they've given it up, that's our space to actually back off to. And the moment they went to warehouse, they just cleared off the edges and then pushed through. So this was just one mistake from WINDGOD, but I feel like overall, in general, they still got a decent amount of points.
True, I agree with you on that. I think considering they started the day with the chicken dinner, and even in this game were part of the top 5, it's a decent, comfortable position for the players of WINDGOD Esports. But talking about Lastade, we have our MVP, Shadow, who claimed 6 finishes, 786 damage dished out. And it was just 2 players from the side of Lastade who were claiming the finishes for themselves. And if you remember, this is the former roster of Ewoks. I mean, we know the players have a lot of experience. We know these guys can get aggressive. And if they are playing like this at the very start of their journey, I wonder what the late stages of this tournament are going to look like for them.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be for the better here, but guess what? Joining him here is going to be 8-bit as well, with Sarang with 4 finishes, with Owen, with Naqsh with 3, we've got Anonymous from 40R with 3 finishes, and we've got Spy from Lastade. So overall, it was a team effort coming from Lastade, but these are the heavy hitters from that game. And personally, I feel like one of the most riskiest play was actually done by 8-bit with the 2-2 splits, and they just won their fights individually here. They made it top 5, but I don't know if that was the right play in terms of just, being consistent throughout the entire journey.
Hey, if you're not going to say it, I'm going to say it. That was not the right play. They were just too greedy for some reason to go after the players of 7 gods. That is why the split came into play, because we saw Skips move towards the silos kind of close to the player of RIOTNATIONz, and then Juicy for some reason just started moving down south along with the players of 7 gods to try and pick them off. I think because they knew there were just 2 players remaining. But that is unfortunately also where 40R was also present, and that awkward little run-in resulted in Juicy getting picked off first, and that is where they started to lose players. So I think greed is what cost 8-bit this game.
Well, technically, I really like the play though. Like, they are just blocking them in terms of entry point, but getting knocked, well, again, it comes down towards a what-if situation, right? If Juicy survived, it's a great play. If Juicy did not survive, well, that was a terrible play, right? So, but for all things considered, a play has been made. Can they adjust is going to be my question later on. They still have one more match to go.
Yeah.
But as the game progresses, well, these are some of the highlights moments where WINDGOD was able to clean out a couple of players. Gibbs eventually actually lost out this trade towards 4TR, so technically 8-bit has a lower position points compared to 4TR. Which gives them a decent amount of points, but again, being top 4 is where you want to be actually pushing to Group A.
True, actually, and again, I think they still have ample opportunity to try and climb the leaderboard. 8-bit also did quite decent in game number 1. They have 9 points from this match. Hey, I guess that is definitely quite a decent start. But Lastade 19, Naqsh with 15, 4TR with 10, WINDGOD with 10. I think WINDGOD and 8-bit are the most consistent teams in the bunch. WINDGOD with the chicken dinner and 8-bit finishing top 2 in that previous game of Wrangle, and both of them 10 and 9 points respectively in this game as well.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy as well. Like, this is a map of Miramar. I wouldn't expect like 4 teams to have double digits, but let alone having 8-bit and also White Walkers with 8 and 9 very close to the 10-point marker. So that means these 6 teams were the most heavy impact teams that just completely shut down the entire lobby itself. So kudos to them, because we didn't see too much coming from White Walkers though.
Yeah, that is true. White Walkers, I think the early aggression was there. We saw that early fight that they had against MADKINGS, that draw clash fight. That is where they got like 3 eliminations. I don't know where they got the other 5 from, but hey, as long as you're getting 8 to 9 points every single game, you're good to go. On the other side of things, MADKINGS, not really the start that you want, because that was an early exit they faced on Wrangle. Now they have no points from Miramar as well. 2 games done and dusted, and you only get 6 per week. This team, I believe, is going to be facing relegation right off the bat.
Well, it's only just been 2 games, man. It's still too early, my friend. But for all things considered, we did see a little bit of a shuffle down towards the teams at the bottom as well. To see Tag in the bottom, to see even RIOTNATIONz being in the bottom as well, despite that amazing gameplay on the top. Even K9 is down in the bottom, which I thought they played really, really well. But again, during that circle itself, during Circle 3, I was actually in a lot of confusion. How do you actually play this circle? Because it's so unpredictable.
It is.
And for K9 to double down to play in the shorelines down south, hoping the circle shift down south, did not happen. Pushing up the mountain, ridiculously hard.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think, again, those hills are difficult to deal with. Compounds in awkward positions. Low ground teams have all the cover to work with. The only way it works out for you is what happened with WINDGOD just now when the circle is right on top of your heads. For me, I think personally, I like the spot that 8-bit had in the early stages, just northwest of, northeast of that Valle del Mar hill. Usually, I think in circles like this, we've seen OG do quite well from the similar spot. And that's the only reason I believe that is the one position that you need to hold, because OG has had a very good success rate playing the exact same spot every single time they get a southwestern circle on the map of Miramar. But again, I think it all depends on what the team is trying to accomplish as well. WINDGOD, they know they can accomplish a lot late game if they keep their heads down, if they have numbers intact. And I think that is why for a very long time they were just avoiding any conflict, not getting involved, just making sure that the warehouse was all theirs and they were just focused on protecting it. And that is why that late game punish that you spoke about, WINDGOD abandons warehouse, Lastade without a second of delay just instantly move in and take control. And as soon as you lose that concrete cover or any concrete cover in a position like this, you're pretty much done.
Yeah, I think in one of those highlights as well, especially coming from Apex Gaming, having a little bit of a scuffle, the third party with Hydro doing a little bit of a clutch situation there, that small little interaction between them, and another team, I can't remember who that team was, allowed Lastade free entry to walk past them and just completely broke through into the zone itself. Was very, very impressive. It wasn't captured very, very highly, but we saw a moment of glimpse where they just completely ignored even trying to even third party that fight.
Yeah, H4K. It was H4K.
Yeah, it's H4K and Apex Gaming, Yeah,
that distraction, I think, was everyone was intending to shoot Lastade as soon as they were trying to climb the hill. That's when they're most exposed. And at that time, both H4K and Apex had concrete cover to work with. But just the fact that these two teams decided to fight against each other gave them free range to make that climb up the hill. Otherwise, what happened to Naqsh, what happened to 4TR, what happened to, there was one more team that was quite close to them, I think would have happened to Lastade as well. But that was just the map of Miramar. There's one more Miramar remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजेएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
यस ऑफसाइड
ऑफसाइड তোর বাড়ি বের হবে।
ए भाई कुत्ते गए। अबे हमार जाएगा, सब लोग लाइन में खड़े। सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल।
টিকিট 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 দাদা লবি টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार। नाइट का फाइट, कोलकाता का प्राइड।
पर्पल में दिल, गोल्ड में है जीत। केकेआर ऑन रिपीट। नाइट हो या डे, नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे।
चुप, एकदम चुप। इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता, कोई भी नहीं।
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड।
आमी कॉन्करर,
आमी केकेआर।
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and of course going to be watching the last match for today. Group B has pretty much played two matches here. The first Miramar of today was a little bit of a weird game here, but all things considered, Lastade was able to clutch that winner-winner chicken dinner. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentaries for today. In this case, this upcoming last match as well in the map of Miramar. And interesting enough, we weren't expecting teams like Lastade, teams like 8-Bit to do really, really well in that game. But with that being said, the chicken dinner coming from Lastade was able to push themselves into his #1 spot, a 7-position jump into his #1 spot right now with 24 points.
You know, that was a big jump. And why are we even surprised? I mean, Kalan, even and all the rest of the lads, they are Miramar specialists. Ever since their LHS days, I've been constantly saying that this team is an absolute powerhouse when it comes to the map of Miramar. So with one more Miramar still yet to get locked and loaded up, I feel like Lastade will have a chance, I see, to actually set a lead up. For now, they don't really have a lead up top on the overall standing. Just 1 point that separates #1, #2. The last game, if they actually can convert it, I think they will have a little bit of leeway before tomorrow.
Well, hopefully things are a little bit better for them as well. But get as many points as you can is going to be the way to go here. But interesting enough, there was like 5 teams that just completely got a lot of points from that map in particular here. 4 teams with double digits, and I think 2 more teams with 8 and also 9 points in particular. So it is going to be a tough stretch here. Hopefully things are going to be for the better here, at least for teams and the bottom, because we are going to be jumping straight into the final game of today for day 1 itself.
And ladies and gentlemen, the big bird goes back up the skies once again as we conclude day #1. The last game is about to actually be live right now. The players will drop down. I still want to find out where does the flight path take us. It does start off from the lands of Impala, goes straight up towards the northwestern corner between La Cabrera and Trailer Park. Interestingly enough, I think majority of the teams are going to be very happy with this flight path itself. It gives them a good starting point to actually start off with, but if you do like to go towards Minas del Val, Valle del Mar, Partona, like these are going to be the regions where things can be a little dicey.
Yeah, it could be, but considering that the flight path was a little bit far off in the previous Miramar, this game, at least it is going to be an even stretch here for all these teams in particular. We did see a little bit of an early drop clash right from the get-go, at least for MADKINGS as well, with MADKINGS just losing out all their players towards White Walkers right from the get-go. Seems like they are going to be shifting their drop spots here, not expecting a little bit of early drop clashes. Well, I may speak a little bit too soon here, because as of yet, it seems like MADKINGS, they are going for a little bit of a spread here. With Troy down north, Sim all the way down west side as well. Not exactly sure why Sim is a little bit far off from the rest of his teams here.
Yeah, I mean, it can actually be a little risky, but then knowing MADKINGS, especially at the center of the map, I think they are kind of anticipating that there are not going to be a lot of teams nearby. Majority of the teams do like to go towards Los Leones, towards Monte Nuevo, or probably even the northern part of the map. But we do have a central circle, I see, which means there is going to be, of course, yet another slow game.
Yeah, it is the map of Miramar as well, but considering the fact that we might see early aggressions here, especially for teams that is going to be their first time playing against each other, drop spots will be changing from time to time. There's just not a lot of room to work with to kind of figure out, especially if you are trying to either stay out of relegation or looking for those promotion matches. In this case, Lastade on the right track as of yet. Ending it on a high note, I would say, is going to be the goal here, at least for Lastade. Same can be said for WINDGOD. 2 back-to-back very consistent games. Unfortunately, they were consistent, but they were dethroned by Lastade from that previous map.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I feel like, especially for groups like Group A and B, which are supposed to be composed of super teams out there, I still feel the road to actually getting promoted to the next best group, I think, has to be starting up strong, something which Lastade really did. But throughout the week, you also have to be consistent so you don't drop down places and maintain that top 4 spot. I think that is exactly where things are going to get extremely dicey, because I feel like inside of Group C and D, I see there is, of course, going to be opportunities. You will get those big games. You can jump back from anywhere. But inside of Group A and B, teams aren't really going to give you a chance.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of leeway to actually work with here. You make a mistake, you're pretty much done for.
Yeah.
I would say for WINDGOD, they're doing okay, but for MADKINGS to be down in gutter for 2 games in a row, this is going to be a concerning matter as well. Considering that MADKINGS, they were pretty much done and dusted the semifinals as well. Couldn't even break past into the grand finals in their last chance during BGIS itself. And 2 back-to-back games, not a great run. Now game 3, finally they get to play the game. It's going to be a small little saving grace, but they definitely need to buck up as well.
Since you're talking about MADKINGS, I really have this point in mind that I feel like Shadow, there was a lot of hype that this man qualifies for every single LAN final. I think that curse was actually broken
in the last BGIS.
In the last BGIS. I feel like Shadow and players like ClutchGod, they've got nothing to prove, really. They've done the job in the past. But players like Simp, especially that 1v2 moment in that last game, I feel like Sim has a lot to prove inside of BMPS 2026, that he is not just a 5th, he deserves a spot inside of the playing 4, and he deserves to be one of the best players out there, in fact.
Oh, Sim was known as, I would say, the clip farming guy, right?
He was known as the savior of Godlike.
Yeah, he was, but now he's no longer part of Godlike, so I think his exit out of it and his journey with Phoenix last in BGIS wasn't great for him as well. Like, like clutch moment Sim was just no longer there. But just today itself, I think I only saw one, and that's coming in from Fox OP. That was just a very nice clip coming from him.
Fox OP is an exceptional player, to be honest. I think if a Team Tamilas to actually lose a player of that caliber, it of course is going to hurt them. But imagine you were Rising Esports, right? You get a player like Fox, you already have a player like Beard Baba. Now you are starting to bolster your attacking side of the front. And I feel like for Rising Esports, it's a good thing, because over the course of the last 2 seasons, I think every single caster, every single commentator, analyst out there has been saying the same thing. Rising Esports, they don't really do much. They sit at the center. Finally, there's that fresh brush of change. They start to go in for those pushes. They start to go in for those firefights. And Fox and Beard Baba had been the center of it all. So I really love the fact that Rising Esports finally start to show intent inside of their games. And I hope that they can actually continue that form.
Yeah, hopefully. Consistency has been one of the biggest weaknesses of every single team so far.
Especially Rising Esports.
Well, fair enough. But for Lastade, this is a powerhouse, and it seems like they do still have their fire aggression, but for BGIS, they just could not qualify the grand finals, which is very, very unfortunate for them. But let's see how things are going to be doing for them as well, because it seems like the circle is going to be shifting on towards the north side of Chumasera. Labadita in play, Picado is still in play as well. Riot Nation is going to be playing a very interesting spread towards the northwest corner. WINDGOD directly, you know what, just boots it for center control, and it's worked for them 2 games, but seems like game number 3, let's not change what is not broken. Just stick it. Stick to the original plan.
100%. And you talk about sticking to their original plans. I feel like H4K, if they return back to their plans of BGI, it's going to be a great season. I almost felt like H4K will be the first under-God team to actually make it to the grand finals last season. They almost missed by a whisker. And they certainly do have talent. I mean, imagine how many times they've represented themselves and their H4K banner in stages like the officials, like the BGIs, like the BMPS. They've done it for years and years now, and it's finally time that this team does get the recognition that they deserve. But have a look at this, though. MADKINGS Clutch God spots out a lad from 7 Gods. Moksha was out there completely open, naked on the balcony. That is not what you're supposed to do without information.
Seems like they do have a little bit of a roster change coming from Riot King. Shadow OG is not playing this roster right now for this game 3. At least for this comp here. We did see Shadow OG play just now, though.
Wow, he's not playing actually. It's Nobi who is playing in from MADKINGS Esports.
Huh.
Which means that Clutch God might be taking up Idolship.
Yeah. Seems like that's going to be the game plan here. Coming from MADKINGS. Hopefully he's going to be for the better. They are playing a little bit passive, but this time they are going to go on the flush here to try going for the push. 7 Gods. In this case, March needs to make a mad dash for this. But as soon as they overpeak this, Nobi getting knocked from afar. Rexboy was able to save the day.
Yeah. And this is, by the way, a very talented team. This used to be known as the team of Sinway Esports, and Rexboy last season was absolute fire. I still want to find out if he does take this fight against MADKINGS, because this, I would say, would be a rather easy fight. Early on in the game, you don't really have a lot of third-party threats. Just try and take this 4v4 that is like 4TR is doing right now. They invade the compound, don't really care about who is inside, and now they are going to deal with the challenge. But look at that. Higgboson from the back lines. Bunny joins the fray, but it's still a 3v4. Icy numbers advantage for 4TR.
Oh, seems like they do find the opener as well. That's going to be 1 down. 4TR official just cleaning up the rest. As Higgboson, we've got Bunny looking to try and get a little bit of a saving grace here. Pre-fire comes in, but oh my goodness, he finds the headshot here. Viper walks into the crosshairs. Bunny actually escapes it as well. And just like that, they find 2 knocks. 4TR now in a lot of trouble. 2v3 situation. An opener by Bunny. And now Anonymous forced to defend this. The Molotov comes in. He forced to push himself out, but it gets taken out as well. Now down towards a 1v2. Arthur pretty much surrounded. Can't really look for a reset as well. Higgboson immediately goes in for the tap.
You know, honestly, I never expected 4TR to lose this fight. Imagine this team was known as non-X till BGIs, and they were performing brilliantly. On the other side, Higgboson, they had so many changes in their team. In fact, Snowjord was snatched away from this lineup, or rather he decided to exit. They replaced him with Godlike from Reckoning Esports. But Higgboson, they lost Omega. Still, they managed to find form. Still, they actually keep their front foot forward. And Bunny, of course, is an IGL. He's been leading from the front. 2 finishes for this guy as well. But I still never expected 4TR to actually lose that fight like that.
We gotta take a replay, man. That has to be the luckiest shot coming from Bunny, right? He saw one guy on the far horizon, went for a tap, and there was one guy from 4TR just walks out. It's like, I'm gonna pick this, walks into his crosshair, gets hit-shotted, gets taken down, and just like that, 4TR just lost 2 players just because Bunny was just, spraying down a single window.
Yeah, exactly. And I almost felt for a second that Bunny is going to get knocked out as well, but man managed to escape that as well. It's brilliantly done. But to be honest, I feel like now things are going to get a little more easier for Higgboson. They have a lot of space around them, but on the flip side, if you look at the western part of the circle, there's a massive cluster that I can see forming between MADKINGS and the rest of the teams out there. You've got Mr. Naqsh Esports out there, you've got Lastade, you've got WINDGOD on their north side, K9 Esports. Very excited to see Somraj in play. 15 points in the first 2 games, IC. What are your thoughts about this new K9?
Well, consistency is key, right? You get some points is good enough. Like back then, 10 points per game is where you get towards top 8.
Yeah.
Now to be top 4, 15 points per game on average isn't too bad. So they're down by half, but it's not the end of the world yet. But if you want a new benchmark here, I think Naqsh is pretty much a good benchmark right now. So they've got 18, so that's 9 points per game. So yeah, 10 points guarantees you.
Yeah. It's always Somraj who always does this, right? He qualifies at the brink of death. He does that. He loves that as well. You talked about the replay. We have the replay of that fight yet again. 4TR were the ones who actually invaded into the compounds of Higgboson, and this was the moment.
Yeah.
Man is shooting the man in the distance, but he does not get knocked out. Somebody just walks in, and Viper is like, what the heck just happened?
Oh, that was so unlucky as well. And with the nades to actually shut out the second player, just completely dismantled them. But he's going to be very happy, man. That's a happy, lucky go rabbit right there.
That's a good kind of problems you want to have, right? I mean, if your shots aren't really hitting, you want somebody to actually walk into your shots. I would love that, to be honest. My aim is really bad, Icy. In front of these players, I would rather be a trash can. But imagine me being inside of this lobby, somebody just walking in. I would love that. But well, enough about me. Have a look at that Godlike Esports. So they did find their opening, and now they've got Ninja, who is dealing with the lads of K9 Esports, I see.
Yeah. Now, K9, they have been trying to rotate out for quite some time. They still have an exit strategy, but with the shots coming in from Godlike Esports, it is going to be very difficult here. So they definitely need an opening knock before they actually rotate away. They're pretty much stuck on the outskirts of Picado. They still have time to work with, so they don't really need to rush this. It's still barely on the edge of the zone, but for Lastade, they are on the hunt, and they are going to try and challenge 8-Bit here. Spy finally finds him out. They go in for the stab. They are looking to try and hunt him down. That's going to be one player down here from 8-Bit.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Shub. He was brilliant out there in that day, finding the man from the vehicle, but now it's just final numbers from Lastade Esports, which gives them the upper hand. Evil takes those shots. Really want to find yet another knock as flank is being established coming in from 8-Bit. Can Lastade survive this? There's too many angles to actually cover. Evil brilliantly done. Finds yet another knock. Just 2 men left alive. But final nail in the coffin from 8-Bit as they completely wipe out Lastade. And now they take away that #1 spot on the overall standings.
Yeah, they sacrificed Shub. Shub made the mistake. Got pounced on, but found the opener. Bought enough time for the rest of 8-Bit to actually catch Lastade out in the open.
Yeah.
And just like that, Lastade's domination comes to a stop. And they might just lose their position out of this.
From the position where Shub was, I think that was the best case scenario that he could have done, actually, to find the first knock and give his team time to recover.
Yeah, and for Evil to actually miss their shots as well is just unfortunate. He was focused on stopping Juicy. He did connect his shots, but unfortunately his bullets, he just ran out of ammunition to just continue pummeling his way through. He's just outnumbered and outflanked, I would say. Too bad here for Lastade, but great recovery here from 8-Bit. They were able to get a decent amount of points. But let's talk about the recovery of another team here. Higgboson, after winning their fight against 4TR, gets himself 4 points. Now, trying to find a point, or in this case, a spot inside the zone, which in this case, Stage 3 is about to end, and Stage 4 is going to shift them all the way down to where Team Apex Gaming is. And this split here, it's going to be an interesting one as well. Jetty's down south, and the rest of the pack is down towards the north side. And that's going to be a divider of mountains here in between the north side and south side section as well.
It's a little skeptical, in my opinion. I feel like, of course, the 3 players up north, they are quite capable of dealing with the challenge that comes in from JAGUAR Esports or probably even Tamilan Esports. But Jelly down south, I think Team Apex Gaming kind of understand that the circle might shift southward, and that is the reason why they're preparing for it. If in case they don't really have the circle, they can actually send Jelly forward to find space, and the rest of the 3 players can follow along. There's something which Jelly has done over the years now. But Team Apex Gaming, there was a lot of hype around the team. There was a lot of hype around the players as well. It's a fantastic lineup, but it seems like the start is just not there, what they expected.
Yeah. But hopefully things are a little bit for the better. They do have zone control, which is great for now. But aside from that, they just have to wait for the zone, I'd say. Like, this is something that they have been doing for the past 3 games so far. It kind of worked out in Game 1. Game 2 was just a complete flop. They lost the 2v1 clutch, was just very, very unfortunate.
You know, my biggest concern is also going to be the fact that Keo Lamau is missing from this tag lineup. And the duo of assaulters between Hydro and Keo Lamau was extremely important for TR's success back in the day. So,
Right. Like, ever since Keo Lamau got subbed out, especially with BGIS, things just didn't feel the same.
I mean, in my opinion, I think Harsh could have actually been the 5th player and Keo Lamau should have actually been the 4th. Nonetheless, that is just my opinion. The management feels otherwise. We'll see if the performance can back it up, though. But on the flip side, 7GODS Esports is still in the warehouse. But for how long is going to be my question? Picado is not entirely in the zone.
Well, seems like HADX is going to be forced to back out. Like, we did see K9 Esports kind of drive in that vicinity. And seems like HADX is going to be taking their spots instead, while K9 had just completely dipped it inside the zone. So, nice little rotation. 7GODS wasn't able to capitalize on K9's position. And even then, even 7GODS, HADX is going to try and push up, force 7GODS to actually regroup in this case. And in this case, they're a little bit too late. They're separated from the pack, and Jax now going to be on the hunt to try and find the loose straggler.
I mean, he can try and get at least a single finish point before getting taken down. Still outside the circle, trying to fight out for his life. The nade was brilliant, by the way, coming in from Ninja. A lot of damage being dealt against Jax. Man tries to walk away, but the blue zone is going to creep up extremely soon. Not really a lot of HP to battle that either. Can he find a way to find a finish? Finds the first knock. Brilliantly done. A little bit of trade-off was there, which is going to push back Jax. But can he confirm that finish? Can he try and find a different angle is going to be my question, I see.
Yeah, Jax is all by himself. He's got no teammate. He's done what he can ask for as well. He needs to find those confirmations. Unfortunately, we got to put a stop for that because on screen now, H4K in a little bit of scuffle here with Tamilan Esports. Nodi almost losing his life, but he was able to trade one player. Now Hespera is going to be on the hunt, and the nade from Hesperos is going to be on the mark. Gets the knock through. The rest of H4K wants going for the counter nade, does clip on towards Hesperos. But no knocks yet. But the rest of H4K, they're trying their best to try and save the day. And Rage God's second nade will connect instead.
This is brilliantly done. Hesperos. There used to be a time when this man was known for his first hits, but now his grenades have actually been so much better. H4K on the flip side, I think they just completely turn around this fight. Brilliantly done. Noddy is extremely important for them. Getting him back will bolster their attacking force once again. But H4K needs to move inside the circle, and on their path stands Team Apex Gaming, John. I see.
Well, perfect third parties here, I would say. They definitely gave H4K a little bit of a second chance in life for the reset. But unfortunately for Tamilan Esports, that is going to be their end of the journey here for today, at least for day one, with only 3 points at the back after 3 matches. And then for Team Apex Gaming, they're going to be very happy about this year. The 3-man block onto those compounds is just going to make sure that H4K is not going to have an easy access push inside the zone as of now. But let's see. They've gotten taps on towards them, but let's just see how they are going to perform. As the rest of the pack, we've got 12 teams left. Jaguar Esports still outside the zone as well. They are going to try and push in, but in front of them is going to be Jelly, who is all by himself away from Team Apex Gaming. So he's got 2 decisions to make. Stand his ground or just try and make a mad dash and regroup his teammates here. Because Jelly, he needs help. He needs some sort of backup. Jelly now fires his shot. The rest of Jaguar Esports still deciding if they want to push up. And with the shots coming from Hydro from the far horizon, providing the assistance, Jelly is going to be able to get his space. And Jaguar Esports, they're forced to disembark out in the open.
This can finally be Hydro's era right now. Team Apex Gaming, they are coming in from the back line, but have a look at that. H4K, they might just get spotted. Hydro's going to be the first ones to open fire. Connects a lot of those bullets, finds a block. Nodi has been turned down. 2 more players are still out there, but they're not really having a lot of HP. Wizard falls away from the vehicle. H4K just absolutely pummeled in that fight. It's all because of Hydro in there.
Oh, nicely done. Even for Harsh as well, the rest of True Rippers, or in this case, Apex Gaming, my apologies, has just completely denied 2 teams of an entry point.
Yeah.
But Jaguar Esports finally doubles down to try and push up. And just like that, Jelly finally has to back off to regroup with his teammates. They still have the compounds in their favor, but now high grounds on towards JAGUAR Esports, and they are the ones that do have Apex Gaming locked down below.
You know, this high ground is actually a double-edged sword. The circle actually shifts away. It's going to cause so much problems. Problems also for Higgboson as MADKINGS plunge onto them from all different sides. ClutchGod is completely out in the middle of nowhere. Man just got absolutely paralyzed on what exactly is happening. Nate from the distance. Higgboson, 2 players down. It's just 1 man left alive, and that is going to be GodX. The lone wolf from Reckoning Esports. He's always been treated as a super sub, but here in Higgboson, he finds room inside of the playing four, and this time he delivers it once again.
Yeah, hopefully he can do more here, because MADKINGS also gonna get third party from this situation. From the far horizon, they need to push inside the zone. MADKINGS and Higgboson, they're stuck out in the open, and Troy says, you know what, let's just go in for a cleanup. Shots, no, he actually swapped his weapon, and just like that gets taken down. Mistakes were made. Higgboson, they were able to survive this. MADKINGS, they dropped the ball.
But problems isn't over. WINDGOD Esports coming to the fight as well, and MADKINGS right now are getting absolutely annihilated. WINDGOD Esports, that is brilliant. But can Higgboson hold them at bay, because they still have those 2 players alive, and they are taking shots on different level. GodX already has those 5 eliminations on board, but now has the blue zone creeping up from the back lines. Bunny in the flank, throws the nade into the dirt, find the first knock, but 2 players from WINDGOD still alive, and from the back lines, no support being there. This is problems for Higgboson, problems for GodX, and I don't think he's gonna live for long, I see.
Oh boy, but GodX, he was able to get the confirmation, almost drops down Kaiser. 3v1, but WINDGOD, they're in no position to contest this. GodX, this might be his moment to shine here. He's got 6 finishes, but with his zone pushing in, he is going to take advantage, trying to make a dip out of it. But with his zone chipping away, WINDGOD wants to go in for a hunt and decides, you know what, it's just not worth the time. Zone is about to close in. Shots fired from inside is going to make things a little bit difficult here to be on the hunt. But on screen now, we do see 7God cleaning out a team themselves, and they do find a decent amount of space to work with inside the zone. Small little ditch, which in this case, not exactly great protection, but does give them a lot of cover to work with.
In my opinion, this is an extremely risky spot, to be honest. No protection at all, but they still will work their way around. I've seen Cinemi playing from dips like these, and Moksha loves that absolutely. And to be honest, this team is doing fine. I mean, look at that. 8 finishes already inside of this game so far. All 4 players standing on their feet. I think this has been a good start for them. They just need to convert this game to a fabulous golden chicken. But, of course, in the far horizon, like you love to call RIOTNATIONz, they've been on fire ever since that first game of theirs. This time, Adi has been sent in the front lines. A lot of damage by Punk. I think White Walkers are going to be in a world of trouble as yet another nade falls. Beast has been fallen down. Dreams and Anush Jopi. Are they going to find back? It's just going to be Anush Jopi. Shotgun strike. He finds the man as well. But now from the flip side, shots from the back lines. There's absolutely nothing that White Walkers could have done over there.
Yeah, but RIOTNATIONz, the disrespect, the push as well. But they were able to back it up. They cleaned them all up, but they're down towards the last 2 players here. 7Gods. They heard all these commotions, and they are going to try and rotate away from this fight to try and hold this down. Easy, all by himself, to try and hold down the forces. But it seems like RIOTNATIONz, they are going to be able to get a little bit of a reset to work with here. But with the circle closing in 5 more seconds, RIOTNATIONz, they have to make the play here. They have to push up the high grounds. And as of yet, 7Gods is the one that will have the line of sight of them crawling up the steep mountain to work with. It seems like they do have somewhat of a zone to play with here, barely on the edges, so they don't really need to rush things. And action is going to be on 7Gods to actually push out instead, so they are currently pinned between RIOTNATIONz and also WINDGOD, who is also trying to make their way inside the zone.
Yeah, and apparently, I thought that the entirety of Team Alpha was still alive. Apparently, it's just Jelly who survives on the flip side, the far eastern end of the zone itself. Still working hard to actually move inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy being a solo survivor.
Huh. How did Team Apex Gaming just get completely shut down?
Exactly, right? We don't get to see that.
That was a weird call there. But for all things considered, Jelly's got a lot of heavy lifting to work with. But let's take a look at the replay to work with you. As soon as you say this, great job, producers. But seems like Apex Gaming was actually forced to take a fight as they pushed up against JAGUAR Esports. And while they're actually skirmishing as well, they were able to take down 2 players, which is huge. And then, yeah, they cleaned them all up. But I think while they were cleaning out Jaguar, they actually got third party.
Doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, Team Alpha Gaming, Apex Gaming, pardon me for that, they were on the lower ground. They were in the ditches. Jaguar on the other side were on the hilltop. Does not make any sense for Team Apex Gaming to actually push up top and take the fight. It's just always going to get against your favor, plus the third-party chances. A lot of that will, of course, get discussed, but have a look at this. RIOTNATIONz get absolutely smothered down here, but from the backline, Sunos, this spray, this flank, nobody expected this. They thought that the players were hunkered down in the corner, but this man from the backline just does so much damage. And RIOTNATIONz now, of course, they're not in the best of shape, but this man is just keeping them alive. And as soon as I say that, WINDGOD shuts him down. And RIOTNATIONz, they get eliminated with 6 eliminations at least.
What a pixel-perfect shot as well, but now Jelly in a clutch moment here, 1 versus 1. He is going to be going for the push as well, drops him down low, but he's also currently very weak here. Snowjot forced to back off from K9 Esports, as the rest of K9 Esports not going to be able to push up. Snowjot has to go in for the reset, hoping for a little bit of saving grace. We are going to be putting that on hold here, while 7God still in a stalemate between WINDGOD as of yet. But we're back towards Jelly again. The nades comes through. Sees Horus on the side, goes for a pre-fire, gets the headshot, but no knock yet. Now pulls into SLK, gets the first one. Jelly trying to pull the big one, now goes in for the second, and he finds both of them as well. 2 more points in the bag for Jelly.
Insane stuff coming in from Team Apex Gaming. Hydro with 3 frags, Jelly of course with 3 frags, 6 eliminations being picked up in this match itself. Jelly, all that he needs to do is just wait it out now, because look at those numbers I see. 4 teams left alive, 4 players left alive, every single team having their 1 representative. I just want Jelly to hold his ground, play for the chicken dinner. That's going to mean a lot of points, by the way.
Yeah, you just may have cursed it as well. H4K literally just knocked them all out. We're now officially in towards a solo finale performance here between these 3 teams. It started with a team game. Now we're down towards a solo battlegrounds right now.
But why always me, man? Why always me? It could have been anybody else. It could have been Necro. It could have been Johnny, not me. My DMs are going to get flooded tonight. Holy grail.
The Caster's curse, man. Caster's curse.
I did not curse that team. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who wins this game. In fact, I actually wanted H4K to win this one because I truly believe this team deserves it. And especially the way they've been playing this game, they've really been very cautious. Now it remains to be seen, can Rage God turn things around? Of course, he knows WINGOD's Kaiser's position. He also knows 7God's last place position as well. It's just about keeping tabs on both and finding the right timing as well.
Oh, you might be off here as well because Kaiser finds him on a little bit of off angle. And seems like Caster's curse round 2 for Salty. Can he make it the 3rd one?
All right, fine. Let's try this out, all right? 7God's Esports. They're going to be the ones to take the chicken dinner. Kaiser, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, I think it's my hunch. I believe that there is no chance for this man to actually take this
There's
home.
no way Kaiser loses this, right? Like, he's got the high ground. He's got the advantage here.
I'm going ahead with Ninja. That's my opinion. You go ahead with yours.
We shall see. We shall see. But this 1 versus 1, Kaiser knows exactly where Ninja is. Ninja doesn't have a lot of playing ground to work with, so all he needs to do for Kaiser is just wait for the zone to actually push him out. Zone is still somewhat in his favor. Kaiser knows exactly where he is. Sees his small little beams at the far horizon. The shots comes in, but the return fire is there. Repositions, try and find this. Ninja with the sidestep, but no connection from Kaiser. He's missing every single shot. Ninja just might be able to clutch this here. Drops him down low. Kaiser forced to heal himself up. Ninja now finds it open and close the distance to try and clean this up.
Now with the shotgun, I think he wants to close in the distance because he understands that the assault rifle might just not be the best bet. Nades, the last one in his arsenal. Kaiser just wants to establish the distance and wants to be as far away from his opposition as he can. And look at that, now even the chicken dinner percentages have evened up. It's 50% for both. But I still feel it's going to be Ninja.
Oh boy, Nade's coming in now with his zone, forcing Kaiser to push up as well. Ninja, all he needs to do is just wait. He sees him, misses his shot. Molotovs is there. Kaiser drops in, trying to deny his space. Ninja running out of room to work with. He needs to push up. Smokes has been set up from Kaiser. UMP being brought up from Kaiser. He wants to try and go for the run and gun here. Seems like he is going to try and make an attempt. Ninja doesn't see him, goes for a shotgun, misses all his shot, but eventually he clutches it big time, and Ninja will snatch the winner chicken dinner away from the rest of the pack, and that is going to be 7 Gods with the win WWCD.
I did not expect Kaiser to lose that fight, to be honest. I was trying to challenge the numbers. I was trying to challenge all my knowledge of the game itself, but 7 Gods Esports, it's been a performance and a half from this team as well, and it's a very talented team.
You know what? You actually cursed Kaiser. You predicted Kaiser and then you jumped towards Ninja. So technically, you actually cursed 3 players in that game.
Oh, lads, I'm not even that special, man. Stop hyping me up, you know?
But still, a very, very big win here coming in from 7 Gods with that winner chicken dinner. But let's take a look at the final blow as well. Like, it was a free-for-all situation between these 4 players. From a team game, it became a solo battlegrounds into this end game, and eventually it came down to this clutch moment where Ninja was able to just outplay Kaiser in this UMP versus S12K situation.
You know, I feel the fact that Kaiser, as soon as he missed his shots with the 6x scope, I think his confidence was just absolutely washed away. I think ever since that point, he could never recover. He knew his long range isn't working. He tried to put up the smoke, wanted to switch onto the shotgun and try to bring the fight to a close firefight, but Ninja just got better advantage for that thing as well. He was so far towards the blue zone as well, but from that point on, man converts chicken with 6 eliminations and almost 1,500 points of damage, I see.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage as well. 7 Gods, they were the teams that played Picado. It just shut down every single team around them here, but what's really impressive was that they were able to get out of Picado and make it into a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 situation. That's a mouthful, but let's talk about the other top players alongside him as well. We also have Godx coming from Higgboson, which have his moments. Unfortunately, just could not make it towards the end game. We've got Kaiser as well being in the mix here. We've got Bunny, who had a very, very nice defense, which Higgboson should have technically lost the initial run with 4TR. And we also have Jelly with that insane 1v2 situation.
100%. I think out of all of them, I really appreciate Godix and Jelly for being out there. Godix especially because I think he had no support whatsoever coming in from Bunny. He had no support coming in from the rest of his teammates as well, but he was still finding those knocks and keeping himself alive. That's a very, very good trait. But have a look at these highlights, ladies and gentlemen, as 4TR officials. They started this fight on a good note. They have the man advantage as well, but somehow, someway, this insane move coming in from Bunny just resulted HB to walk away with that fight.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice recovery as well for Higgboson. And while this is actually happening as well, 8-Bit was also able to get a couple of decent points for themselves. But for Team Apex Gaming, my biggest question mark was that how were they eliminated to that point? Like, they had a lot of high grounds. They were able to shut down a lot of teams here. They were able to get a decent amount of points. That was one of the better games out of the 3 games here coming from Apex Gaming. But for this game as well, we did see a little bit of a downfall coming from WINDGOD. They have been the most consistent team in the past 3 games, but this game they also fell a little bit short. And after this push, you know, Team Apex Gaming, they were able to get a little bit of points, but yeah, this clutch from Jelly was just phenomenal. Getting top 4, that's a decent amount of position points.
I'm still kind of confused, to be honest, because we saw Team Apex Gaming finish off Jaguar Esports. After which we saw a player getting knocked out, but as soon as we switch on to Jelly's POV, 3 players of Team Apex Gaming are completely down and out. Like, what happened in between? I think that is a question which will always remain in my mind. Hopefully it gets answered later on, but I think a decent performance from Team Apex Gaming, at least for now. 10 points, yes, not the best of outings, but it's a start, it's a new team, it's a new combination, it's going to take some time, and that is the reason why inside of BMPS you get a lot of time, you get 3 weeks to prove yourself.
Fair enough. But at the same time here, consistent stuff again here coming from WINDGOD here with 14 points in the back. And they should be the table toppers at the end of day 1 itself for Group B. And we also have Higgboson as well with 10 finishes in the game. And I think 6 of them was coming in from GodX himself here.
Yeah.
So that was a very impressive run here coming from Higgboson. We've got Apex Gaming finally showing signs of life after 3 games here with 10 points in this game, which is huge. But now, let's see which out of the teams that took a little bit downfall here. Lastade, 1 point in this game, a complete flop for them. But personally, my biggest surprise for these 3 games is gotta be MADKINGS. That's 1 point in this game again, and
yeah,
I don't know, man, what happened?
I mean, MADKINGS have always been this way, right? They never really perform. There are going to be glimpses of brilliance, 1 or 2 big numbers, which they are going to put up on board to kind of recover from this overall standings. But on the 16th spot, MADKINGS I've never imagined, to be honest. WINDGOD at the top, I think that is something which is going to surprise us all. 7 Gods, understandably so, last season's anyway, they've always been brilliant. 8-bit, once again, brilliant recovery coming in from Juicy and Sarang, because BGIS, they were absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. They just couldn't make it into the grand finals. And pretty much every single team in Group B just could not make it into the grand finals, right? They were so close, yet so far situations. It's just unfortunate. But I would say for K9, they still have a decent shot here after this trade. And based on this performance as well, you kind of want to maintain a consistent of 25 points per day. So that means getting 100 points. By the end of week 1, they should technically, mathematically put you in towards the top 4.
100 points. That's a lot of points, to be honest.
25 is the top 4 right now.
Yeah, so we'll have to go back and do the calculation, do the math out there. But in terms of just pure overall perspective, I still feel like there's a lot of competition inside of Group B that is still left. The eliminator is still going to be Sarwar OG from RECKONING Esports. 14 finishes. Man has been on fire ever since that first game with 9 finishes. I think after that, there was no competition whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a very, very difficult one here. But I'm curious to see who's going to be the next closest one to Sarwar. I think GodX is in a very close situation here. But it's only been 2 groups so far. We haven't exactly seen Group D and how Group A is going to be performing.
Somebody in match number 2 had 7 eliminations, if I remember. My memory is a little short, ladies and gentlemen. I go back and find out who exactly it was. But Sarwar OG, at least in day number 1, being the eliminator, very deservedly so as well, because last season as well, we have seen this man pop off big numbers. Even now, he is continuing that run of form, which is brilliant.
Well, seems like we do have a little bit of an answer here as well. We do have Dhruv coming in from Rapid Chaos. Yeah, we have Henry coming from Mysterious 4. We have Phantom coming in with 10 finishes. And we also have Goku coming from Mysterious 4. Wow. Mysterious 4 does have 2 players in the top 5 at least, with the most amount of points.
Yeah, they're trying to pull off a team soul, to be honest. 3 players, 3 assaulters in the top 5 MVP list at the end of the tournament. Just 2, 3, 4 hashtag. But nonetheless, I still feel like, you know, the Eliminators leaderboard is going to have a lot of competition, especially tomorrow, because that would really mean that you are the eliminator. Today can actually be a fluke. You can wake up on the right side of the bed and land 15 eliminations. But tomorrow, when you come back to actually answer it back, to double it up with 10 more eliminations, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, we got to see how, well, before we see how things are going to be happening as well, let's talk about the performer of the day. It's got to be Dhruv coming in from Rapid Chaos out of the 2 respective groups as well. He's got 12 finishes in all the 3 matches he's played, 9 knocks. That's 2,500 damage in the 3 maps that he has played. That's pretty impressive.
I kind of love the fact that we have the eliminator, we have the performer of the day as well. This showcases that, yes, individually, you might not actually be able to contribute too much onto the team's performance, but still you can make a difference. You can actually showcase your skills and your talent. And I think that is so important, because imagine a team, an undergod lineup, a very new player walking into the stage of BGIS. His team might not be able to walk into the grand finals or qualify for the grand finals, but the single player can actually catch the eyes of so many big names out there who are looking for raw talent.
Yeah, it is going to be... I think that's how things has been going here for the past few years so far, right? Like, we want to see moments of brilliance coming from these players here. And I think last BGIs, we saw Proton being scouted out as well. We haven't seen him perform yet, so I want to see whether or not they're going to be playing later on as well. So for now, we've seen how Group B and C, it is a complete chaotic moment. We've seen moments of brilliance from this particular team. I don't know what I was expecting, man. Like, it was just chaotic, just overall in general into these matches.
Yeah, it was chaotic, and I also want to throw this to you right off the get-go to just absolutely shock you up. Do you think MADKINGS is getting relegated?
Based on today's performance, yeah. If they keep this up, things are not going to be looking good for them.
Yeah, 100%. I kind of agree with you, to be honest, as well. I think MADKINGS do have potential, but then all of a sudden they just decide to just switch off. And they don't know what they're doing all of a sudden.
But this is Sim we're talking about. This is Troy we're talking about as well. These are players who
Clutch God we are talking about.
Well, Clutch God, we've seen him a lot more, but I don't know, man. Like, fine, fair enough. This is quite concerning. It is a relatively new team if you think about it.
It certainly is relatively new, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, I think it's been a brilliant day one of BMPS 2026, and I'm just waiting for date number 2 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to unleash your inner beast inside of your games, make sure to actually drink some White Monster. It's my favorite. The black one is also pretty good. It will give you a lot of energy, but that energy is going to be required tomorrow, because tonight the games are done and dusted, and we'll see you tomorrow with day number 2 of BMPS 2026. For now, it's goodbye and see ya. Oh, it seems like we're staying in for a while.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a pause here, but for all things considered, I think tomorrow's matches is going to be extremely exciting. I'm curious to see how things are going to be looking like. But now we have the official countdown, and we will be seeing you guys tomorrow for more BMPS 2026 action. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye again.
Y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, automatic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. gotta move real careful. We coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just cause I ain't ever taking a break. You taking 5, even if I ain't got it. Know that I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime.